be collecting too many of those, that's for sure.
That was definitely a little bit, yeah. Close. See that things are being changed over now, so there should be a link in the YouTube chat if you haven't changed over yet to jump across. If you haven't made the move across, then we welcome you.
We've got it all happening back on Twitch as well, as we're just trying to obviously get a few things sorted. So, still on board with Christy Arth at the moment. Currently holding 25th position.
Good to see. Yeah, we've had a few retirements, but it looks like we do have at least 35 runners still going strong. Still, it's plenty of willing participants, or sacrifices, I like to think, for when the rain comes.
A sacrifice we're willing to make.
For the content.
It's for the bit, I swear.
Yeah, like, it's nothing but faultless from what I understand with Matthew Lamb and the 919 AVR team. Yeah, what more can you say about these guys? I know that they don't want us to talk about them because they're commentary cursing, but we will talk about them. We will give them praise because they've done an excellent job since. They've had a few scares as well coming with lap traffic. I definitely remember a few incidents where they've been right behind them as they've unveloped, but they've held their wits and held back when they needed to and avoided any issues. As from what we can see on track, it looks like Matthew Lamb is coming up to lap Kai Roonen in the 711 McLaren just ahead as they come up to the Kobach's blue Bentley. I'll be interested to see. Oh, that's a real bit of a late send. Oh,
yeah,
would have liked that one bit.
It's a bit of a risky move when you've got a lap on your opposition pretty much, so yeah, but anyway, he's in the zone.
That was just kind of Carl just getting out of it quite late. It's like, I'm surprised he closed in because it was like, yeah, at least a couple of car lengths. I don't think you can be that late on the brakes, but yeah, another scare for the 919 car. But yeah, closing in on Kyrun in the 711, and Kyrun wouldn't want to let him go, to be honest, because they're pretty much like fighting for really end position, and anything can go wrong. If you lose a lap to the car ahead, then it's really hard to make up from there. But we'll see what pace Ali can produce to run away.
Here is Ali Kyrun, who is, yeah, as you say, just ahead of the entry on track, but in terms of the actual standings of this race, he's actually a lap behind. Or nearly, at least.
Almost.
Get. That just shows how strong that 919 AVR entry has been today. Like, yeah, there's been a few little errors, and there was that little incident there at the dip earlier on in the race, but generally the AVR team has been indomitable.
Was it just a glance at the wall, something there through the dipper? I did hear that he sort of...
Yeah, it was a decent whack, but it didn't really affect them much.
So Metal TV saying any insight on the Bentley car choice?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
There we go for car.
If only we had someone who's driving the Bentley.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's crazy how that works out, isn't it?
Alexis, have you got Rackrat's number?
No. Honestly, I don't know how we got him in our team. But hell, he has been fantastic, and I've learned a fair bit of him, so it's been great having him in the MRT Cowabunga stable. But when Pricey and I were doing this, we were sort of tossing up on a few cars. I sort of mentioned a few cars I'd driven in endurance, specifically at Bathurst, and the Bentley seemed to catch his eye, so we went for that. Originally I thought I was really, really slow. Then I realised I was running old BOP. That meant that the car was far slower than it should have been. So, yeah, but actually the Bentley is really, really good. It's come alive again, and God, am I happy to see that.
A fan favourite, yes. Only 3 of them in this race, but definitely on centre show here and there with the 2 silvers and the pro team. Love to see it, love to see it.
The top 10 actually, there's the 300 car that I'm a part of in P5, and the number 19 Kovac Century currently being driven by Pickford in P8, leading the silver class.
Yeah, it's very good. I wonder, the question will be, how many Bentleys will we see in the upcoming American Duo Series that are going to be commencing at the end of the month, I think, for the American Tour. There's going to be maybe a few Bentleys on the grid.
Yeah, well, the Bentley has been improved at a few tracks. This isn't one of them, but
yes,
the Bentley...
no track-specific changes here.
Yeah, but for some reason it's just come alive since the patch. I don't know where that has to do with the changes they made to the hitbox of the car or anything, but like generally it's really, really smooth. Bathurst has always been a track that's been better suited for.
Speaking to one of my teammates in OES, Vic Chan, who was in the other Bentley, the OES blue car. Yeah, so the general changes have been a raised collision box, same with the GTR, but also a yaw change, and I think this is what I understand is basically kind of fixed some of the suspension issues that the car had before. I can't really speak for what it was like before, but Vic said it was not too great on the suspension wise, and this is kind of like, you know, it's maybe just like that one little thing that kind of just unlocks the actual pace of a real car, and it's just interesting to see how these small changes can have a big effect on how a car performs. Bentley's always been quite well suited to this track as well. How are you finding your wing levels? Are you running a lot of downforce and maybe a bit lower?
Yeah,
yes.
we're definitely running higher downforce. I mean,
Max.
over the top of the mountain, it is unreal to drive. It is so much fun. It's so stable as well. The only downside is that you've missed out on a bit of that straight line speed on Mountain Straight and Conrod, but generally the car maxes out at about that 282 mark anyway, so it doesn't really have a huge effect on things really.
It's not the most assuming, you know, trait of the Bentley, but in the past and currently still, it has always been quite a strong aero platform for what is one of the bigger cars. You know, probably not on the levels of the McLaren, and probably doesn't have the low drag coefficient. Ooh, it looks like a wall rope from Price. Oh dear, don't want too many of those. They will come to bite and it'll get worse each lap of the lack of front splitter canards on the front of the Bentley. But yes, always been quite a strong aero car. I know Rackmat is also driving it for sprints, hence probably why some of his decision, probably why he wants to
also
run it.
got it for the sprints as well.
Indeed, and he said he wasn't too great at Silverstone, but was still on the podium. So you know, that's just aliens, isn't it? In a nutshell.
Driving the Bentley here at Bathurst is give me a little bit of inspiration to potentially come back to the sprint series and give it a go in there. But it all just depends on how much time I've got on my hands once I move for university, and hopefully we'll get everything organised then.
As we got a bit of chat going on on Twitch, guys. What's your thoughts on a good beginner's car? As Middle TV's only new to the game, and he really loved that insight about the Bentley that you gave there, Alexis. But obviously he's loving the Lambo and the McLaren 720, including the M4 BMW. So
oh, that's tight. That was tight.
It's very tight, isn't it?
Bit of a barge past from the 41 car on the pit Viper entry.
Yeah, well, they're fighting for position as well at this stage, but yeah, they're pit Viper. It's a striking livery, as we were saying earlier.
In terms of beginner car, like a lot of the cars, it all depends on how you want to drive, really. If you find something that you like and want to learn to drive, oh dear, Leo Dre, that is careful on the rejoin. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Done well. But that also means that McNeil gets past Drea, so change of position there. The number 100 car is ahead of the 41 car now. Yeah, just back on topic with the car choice. It all, yeah, just depends on what you like to drive. If you like something that's a little bit pointy that needs you to be a little bit more cautious of the rear end, and McLaren certainly one to go for, but probably not the easiest car to get a handle of. I think generally a lot of people tend to say go for the front engine cars because they're a bit more stable on the rear end side.
Probably a bit more predictable as well, isn't it? Having the standard front engine type car, but once you progress a little bit more, you might want to sort of dabble in some of the mid-engine cars and lo and behold, maybe the rear engine car of the Porsche.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Porsche itself has started to become a bit more of a mid-engine car as well, but no, Porsche definitely not a beginner's car. Definitely not a beginner's car.
Definitely more of a beginner's car than the last one.
Yes.
The last one was lethal with a capital leaf.
Yes.
But yes, hence I think also echoing the sentiment of the stability of the front end cars, as we have the 117 car is a yellow flag at elbow. Here it is, there it is on the left, the BMW, the KA Motorsport car. Hopefully they can get that righted. There's a little gap coming up just now after the 996 come past. But yes, I think also why the Ferrari has been ever so popular is the most entries that we've got of any car here on this grid is the Ferrari with up to 12. I'm not sure if all 12 are still running at this point, but yeah, very stable car for a mid-engine car as well. Hence with the popularity, I think. And also just like, you know, this one car, it's one thing for a car to be stable, one thing for the car to be kind of easy to pick up as well, which I think is why the Ferrari is so popular. It's magic TC.
David Sparks, who is gaining a bit on the 111 car currently being driven by Will Johnson. Now 1.5 seconds behind. There is a little bit of traffic around though, so we'll have to negotiate this first. This has been a pretty good recovery from the 731 Sim Seniors entry. They were a little bit further back earlier on, I think, just a few little mistakes here and there. But they've recovered well and are now knocking on the doorstep of the top 10.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be happy with that for sure, because you know they were sort of, well, they weren't down and out, but they definitely had it up against them. But yeah, good drive by the whole team involved. I think their sister cars are a little bit down. They got involved in a bit of an incident with two cars, I think, earlier on in the race as well.
Yes, just before Skyline. Yeah, the Sim Senior cars, unfortunately, what the one in front, I believe the McLaren unfortunately had a moment, and then the Ferrari couldn't react in time, along with, I believe, Jamie Koser at the time in the OES orange Lamborghini, which started their unfortunate descent down the ladder. But hopefully they're back still recovering. Is the 555 still in it? I'm not too sure actually. Be on the lookout for a bright orange Lamborghini. I know it can blend in, but be on the lookout.
I haven't seen it for a while, put it that way.
I'm going to check the OES Discord. I hope it's not what I think it is, but yeah. So.
This is definitely heating up now between these two with the Ferrari and the Nissan.
fair old battle brewing here. Linus Stern on track. Sparks has the advantage pace-wise as well.
Yeah, it seems that way. It's getting close to the half race distance as well. Bit of a milestone in itself, isn't it? Once you get to that halfway, knowing that you've got more to do again.
Obviously, a lot of these drivers will have done our 6-hour events in the past. Don't really get to these real long form races until we get to like the proper sort of famous racetracks like Bathurst. Of course, we did the Spa 24 hour at the end of last year. The Nordschleife looking likely to come to ACC in the near future. Who knows what could happen there? Maybe a cheeky 24-hour race there.
That'd be something different, wouldn't it? Long lap around the Nordschleife.
Oh yeah.
Obviously strike a bit of interest and maybe a few drivers may not like the challenge, but anyway, we'll wait to see what OOR has on offer there. But look, early days in this race still, and Rose is going. Rose actually in the car. Obviously was just in the commentary a little while ago.
Indeed, unfortunately, I can confirm from the drivers of the 555 car that they have unfortunately retired as well after the second incident where they were. I think John Carter was behind the wheel and was unfortunately caught up in someone else's accident, similar to their first incident, as I said before, with the Sim Seniors cars. Yeah, gut-wrenching to get that far in, but you can understand it's just not those days sometimes.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes you have a good clean race, other days it just doesn't really fall for you. And unfortunately, for the 555 entry, it just hasn't really happened for them today. But there's always another time. This is one of the few races in the endurance calendar that's tight going through. And I think they've come out of it pretty cleanly.
Yeah. It's also a big welcome to it's Metal TV. So either we've been chatting here in on the Twitch channel. He's joined OOR, so community. So big welcome to Metal TV, and look forward to seeing you on track in the Rookie Academy series. And yeah, enjoy your time here at OOR.
Yes, do not be intimidated. Everyone is welcome of all deltas, and let's say, yeah. Always room for improvement. There's definitely a lot of people on hand as well to provide support and tips, setup tips, anything you need. Just ask for it, and there'll be more than enough people to help. It's a lovely, great community.
There's plenty of spaces to talk about other things as well, whether you're into other real-life motorsport, other sports, or just want to have a nice chat about some food or anything. There's plenty of people in the community. More than happy to healthy chat.
Most definitely. A lot of wheel work going on there.
Don't mind the quick red screen of death.
Yeah, we're all good guys. We're still live. Just let that one roll through.
Yep, no worries. Is driving pretty cleanly at the moment. She's just doing 202.1s at the moment, but does have traffic around, so she's certainly capable of faster. Not too sure what her usual pace is like in the Lemmy, but she does tend to vary her car of choice pretty frequently, so
I think as I've been in my gaps between my commentary gigs, I've been punished for all my curses, or all my wishing for rain. And unfortunately, my teammates at OES, both OES 555 and 556, the blue, orange and blue car, the Lambo and the Bentley, unfortunately have both retired in the time between. So yes, not a good day for OES, but I'm sure. I think we'll have Ethan in the box maybe later, and he can probably carry on the spirit at the very least. But unfortunately, that at least two retirements on that front. We lost Cricky in the Noble Motorsport 87 GTR, and obviously lost the number 5 Motorsport car that had a DNS, did not start, unfortunately, before the race, which has brought us down. I believe that's the 4 retirements. It's brought us down to 35
also
runners.
had a DSQ as well for the number 22 car.
Oh dear, what have you done? How have you managed?
The 22 car was the main culprit of the incident here at Conrod earlier that you unfortunately missed due to being off in Dreamland.
Was it like burnout free takedown crash junctions?
It was kind of, but it was more just dilly-dally middle of the track with no pace. Like, yeah, it was very circumspect.
I've heard those do not fly with the stewards. Yes.
Given a big whack of a stop go 30 that instant.
Ooh, that's a big paddle. That's the biggest paddle we've got, bar the disqualification.
Which, yeah, ultimately, unfortunately, given that they were on one last warning and used it up, the big DSQ hammer came out, unfortunately, for the number 22 entry.
Yeah, it's your red notice. You've been served. Do not come. Learn and walk away.
It's basically a go to jail card.
Straight to jail. Comes away.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Do not collect your sentiment.
Yes. Oh dear.
All the references. Testific noises.
I mean, going into university, I've had to deal with Centrelink as of late, and it's not fun.
I think I've had to join it up just because of red prices.
I see.
Anyway, let's leave the doom and gloom of reality aside, stick our heads in the sand and play video games on this glorious Saturday. I will say here in Sydney, it's definitely cooled down a bit, and I think that's reflected of the in-game as well. It was quite warm, and now it's still 29 track with 23 ambient. The clouds.
That was a move there from Sparks on Johnson up to P10.
Yeah, that was a nice move. He's using the faster car. Oh, it's not really the fastest car. It's 17 as we were looking at Mia Rose, and yeah, he made that move really well, Sparks. Dave's doing a good job.
I've definitely heard of this Mia Rose person before. I think they're quite quick guys.
They are quite quick,
Yeah,
but obviously
really.
they've had a few dramas there, and obviously coming back through the field.
Indeed. Good recovery. Sim Senior is another car that's kind of been a bit yo-yoing up and down the field with incidents caused but also been victim of, and I dare say I'd be probably letting Mia Rose go because that's a fast driver behind the wheel behind you, and they're not going to relent one bit. Ooh.
I just thought that Nissan actually took a bit of curve and got a little bit out of shape there, but it wasn't too bad.
Sparks is clearly listening to me. He's gone out of the way. Whether that was just a bad exit or not, it was a bit weird, but Mia is free to gallop up the road. We have a car stopped, car 91. Up the hill, hopefully they get going before we all arrive. That is the car of Kovacs Racing Red, the Sean car. Looks like they've got going again. Sean.
It's a Sean of all different spellings too, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it's all different Sean's way to be spelled tonight.
Devious people behind those wheels, particularly Mr. Muller. I blame him.
He started it all, you could say.
Yes.
Yes.
He's probably the oldest Sean here.
So maybe he did start it.
Yeah. I could be wrong.
Let's see. Johnson doing a good job. That was,
So we're talking about some classic liveries too earlier, Cameron, and we've got them all on our screen right as we speak. The Nissan and the Greg Murphy type livery.
Indeed, I think, you
Trademark.
know, to be fair, like this Nismo livery was used on the Ultimas as well, so I guess that kind of, you can try and shoehorn that one to work in the supercars. But yeah, definitely from two different eras a little bit, but well, you know, we won't complain, to say the least.
Yeah, no, the good old Nissan Ultimas, yeah, they were certainly a thing.
Fastest taxis.
Yeah.
Hello, your Uber driver has arrived. Those cars.
As,
But,
did
yeah,
we
of
pick up
course,
Murphy
see.
with a drive-through? Did we pick that up earlier?
No, that's only just come up. That is a fresh penalty for Murphy. And that is that Kovacs 191 car that has been in the wars a little bit. They were recovering well, but unfortunately, yeah, Murphy's picked up a drive-through penalty. Oh, speeding in the pits.
I was going to say I can't see anything in the penalty channel, so yeah, I think that is an in-game penalty applied there. So oh dear, I thought it was normally a stop go 30 for speeding in the pits.
It depends how severe it is.
How big of a penalty you get?
Yes. So if it's significant, it's a stop go 30. If it's somewhat, it's a drive-through usually. But it's JP Sadiq is in the car now, and he's going to have to roll it back into pit lane and serve that drive-through penalty.
So maybe just trying to take a little bit more than they can chew, maybe on pit entry, one would think.
Yeah, potentially. That would usually be the case for a drive-through pit lane penalty.
The track's actually increased in the ambient temperature by a degree since I last mentioned it about 40 minutes ago, so still pretty stable weather with no wind, so if there was any sort of rain clouds or anything on the horizon, it would be far away because there's nothing to push it this way.
Yeah, because there's no wind at all.
So that was yeah, so that was a recent driver change and pit stop that they had for the Kovacs Racing Purple, as it changed from Chris Murphy to Jean-Pierre Sadikas, and yes, unfortunately they got to now serve a driver. So yeah, another lady luck, but I think that was a bit, I don't think that one was really down to luck. I mean, that's a bit more self-inflicted, but still doing a very good job to recover, and the drive-through in the grand scheme of things is not a lot of time lost in comparison to a whopping great accident where your car is in two pieces at the top of the hill.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't look like they've lost any significant time with it. They're still in P6. They'll take it. Also, Austin Carpenter did just come into the pits before the Bricks Racing team did, at least. So he's had a stop. Just waiting on the likes of Price, I think Gallo and Varela to come into the pits.
Another car has kind of just for the most part, kept his nose clean. Unfortunately, did have a bit of a moment with Mia Rose in the early part of the race as she was coming through the field, but definitely one of those cars that has not dropped back too far, but not it's kind of been hovering around that sort of mid-top 10 position, and a very strong showing from what is the mostly American team in that car, the Bricks Racing.
Yeah, there's mostly we got an American,
Brit
and British.
Yeah.
So it's multinational.
A bit of a
Indeed.
mixed bag.
I think the other Bricks car, the Aston Martin's got a few Americans in it. Well, thinking of, but, is that Aston Martin still going?
Yes.
The other Bricks?
The number 52 entry.
That car's had some trials and tribulations.
Oh, yeah, here we are. 52 entry coming. Razco in the car. Other drivers involved are a couple Americans and the sole Canadian, the Landry.
Yeah, it should really be up the order, shouldn't they? Without all those problems that they have had, they've definitely got the pace. One of the best time that they've done in the race is a 2:01.08. So, yeah, definitely got some pace there. But just been caught out a couple of times.
Indeed, I think they unfortunately were turned around at the last corner on the first lap, and then it was kind of just a little bit, just getting caught up in the accidents that were kind of falling through the grid. Subsequently, it's just been kind of no luck for them, and I think they were also caught up in the sort of unfortunate one of them with Mike Crick, and I believe you, not necessarily you driving, but you Ace, Lambros as well, Neil.
Yeah. Not 100% sure. I wasn't around for that one, but yeah, it's maybe something that happened as well.
Yeah, so unfortunately, a lot of incidents.
Running of these Libras. I'm loving this at the moment.
I was going to say, like the Kmart Ferraris definitely had the pace, and I think wants to get definitely a bit further back down the field than this GTR, but it's kind of, I think he's, to be honest, had the pace to kind of get past, and he just can't really get it to work. Definitely two cars which are not the strongest at the very tippity top of the speed charts. Luke Johnson's no slow pedaler either as well, so we'll see how that one develops.
Now seems like there's been a bit of a battle between Rose and Rochford that so far Rose has been able to get on top of. Elsewhere, it's not really too many tight gaps, although, yeah, we're just seeing, Johnson, McNeil and Ray are all fairly close, which is sort of the battle we're on board with now. McNeil, sorry, a little bit further back from where Johnson is. Sparks is drifted off up the road, about 3.5 seconds clear of Johnson now.
Yeah, I'm sure that we'll probably see a little tussle here between Johnson, McNeil and Dreyer if they can just get that little bit of pace going. There's McNeil in the BMW holding on to that 12th position.
They haven't quite lost their way yet, but they're working on it.
Get out.
Look, they're definitely a car that find themselves finishing up in the top 10 this BMW car 100. Been a little bit unlucky too. They had an incident a little while ago. Obviously moving on now, but under a lot of pressure from Dreyer.
Set up.
Pretty quick in a straight line. Potentially side by side through the chase, and it backs out of it. Smart, we try and go for the dive. No. Dreyer playing the long game as he should.
McLaren's quick, but he wasn't catching the BMW at too quick a rate, so probably got some too good top end from that BMW as well. McNeil is Dreyer's dropped a little bit from. He got a bad exit, a classic McLaren overpowered exit, on the exit of the chase. I'm sure he'll make his way back up all those zippy, all those high-speed corners at the top of the hill.
Bentley comes out of the pits just behind car 300 coming out of the pits. That's Price. I think that might have been a driver change. It was. We've got a Rushman now.
So people update shortly once they get to the end of the sector line and the sector 1 just after the cutting, I believe, at Bathurst. But just a shout out to our other series that we have going on at OOR. As I said, obviously we had a week gap for this Enduro, but next week the OOR Sprint Series will be resuming on the, I believe, on the Wednesday, starting Split Yellow. Me and Alexis will be there on comms. Come and join us or sign up for any of the 4 splits that we have across the Wednesday and Thursday. Round 3, Kailami, always a good show, I think, at the very least, at Kailami, South African track. But yeah, resuming next week, and also after that, the Duo Series starting on the 24th, the All-American Tracks calendar, the Duo Series, you and a mate, tag team, cage match, and go at it. American tracks, Watkins Glen, Laguna Seca, Indianapolis GP, and what is the last one? Coda, that's it.
Americas, isn't it?
Yep,
But, 3-hour races. That's going to be a fairly fun little duo series, but he did mention as well, Cameron, obviously of the sprint series, and this car here, aptly sponsored by Simrix, the sponsor of their
Nice transition. Love it. Slick. Yep. Oh, our patrons will get a 5% discount as well at simrix.com. Thank you for all they do to help us keep the lights on, keep us running. All our partners, along with Permobile as well, putting on this great event. We appreciate all what you do and all the volunteers behind the scenes that bring us on the just under 6 hours of great racing.
Talking about Permobile, one of our members back at ANZ CRL actually uses one of their chairs, disabled sim racer, and he's actually currently racing in the Academy Series here at OOR and having an absolute ball learning his racecraft. So big thanks to OOR and also Permobile for their huge support.
Fantastic what they do, and allowing everyone an opportunity to have a go at what they love, really. Meanwhile, we've got Mike Reel joining the comms box, it seems like. So welcome, Mike.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Yeah, doing very, very well indeed. How has things been going for you this afternoon?
Yeah, it's a bit of a stinker over here in WA, and I think I'm looking at the weather in game, and I'm really hoping that some weather happens at Bathurst to spice things up for us.
Well,
there we go.
Get in the chair with Cameron, because Cameron's just finished eating his cheese, and he's ready for the heavens to open now that he's finished the nice sticky cheese that he's been towing into after his little nap.
Stay away from my cheese, don't look. But yes, I think there'll be extra spice on the already vindaloo that has been described. Yeah, I call it racing vindaloo. I don't know what more do you expect from me. But yes, I'd love to see some race. This overcast has been, one could say, has been something bowling us. But yes, I want to see the rain. I want the heavens to open soon. Get Bender on the phone, please.
With Mike's entry into the comms group, that pretty much signals the end of my time for now. I will be back for the last hour of this race later tonight, so hopefully it continues all then. But in the meantime, I'll be doing a little bit more driving, and hopefully we can get the team across the line to get a nice result at the end of it.
Well done, Alexis. Have a good run in the 300, and yeah, best of luck, mate.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, Alexis. Go smash it.
See you around.
Not literally.
Yeah.
That's a commentator's curse right there, isn't it, Cameron?
It's not intentional. Alexis is great. It was unintentional at the time. What's the equivalent of break a leg in motorsport? Break a wishbone?
Oh, well, you just said to go out and smash it.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I apologise, Alexis. You can put that one on me. Whatever happens soon. They've done a good job. I think they kind of dropped down a little bit in the mid part of the race after being at the front for a while with I think the ignition problems they had in that car with one of their drivers, but then they've done a good job to recover. And talking of drivers, the pole man is in that seat right now in P5, ready to put down his fast laps in the Bentley. Mr. Mike Reel as well, you had some recent experience in the Bentley, if I recall, before it got buffed, so you got the worst of it, I understand.
Yeah, I was having quite a bit of fun with it, and now it's got the buff. I'm thinking, should I go back and give it another go? But at the same time, the GTR got a buff, and I've been hanging out to drive the GTR for quite some time, and when it got sort of missed out on some love in the previous update, I thought that was the end of it. I'll just stick to driving the Bentley and then I'll drive the Ferrari. But it got the buff, and I thought, you know what, I gotta bring it out and have a go.
Good on you.
Awesome.
One more for the Church of GTR.
Yeah,
The doors are locked. There is no escape.
I'm not sure it entirely agrees with me though. I'm struggling to find out what makes it tick.
Well, we did. You are in my split blood for the sprint series, and I think our last race was Silverstone, which I think is probably the worst track for the GTR. So hopefully Kailami should be a better showing. At the very least, you can understand I was a bit dejected after Silverstone. So don't worry, it'll come a bit more naturally at some other tracks. I promise you. But don't use a burst setup unless you are utterly alien.
So what these blue flag marshals are getting a workout at the moment. It's very, very busy as the leads and the fastest cars are sort of coming through mid-pack battles at the moment.
Gotta be
They're
very
all doing a good
jacked
job.
on one arm as marshals.
Yeah, and they're going to say, I was waving a blue flag all day, and their mates are going to say, yeah, right.
Yeah. The right arm usually wasn't it?
Down now.
Yeah.
It's good to see this Bentley doing so well. Rackman, really making good use of it.
Oh, I
Doing
did it
all
well.
right.
Put it on pole position on that shootout. That was just something else. But let's see what he's got for us there. 201.5, thank you very much. He hasn't only been in the car for a short while, so he's really getting comfortable. So that's only spelling a little bit of danger for Carpenter and Tafik up in front of him.
He'll want to clear this BMW so he can zoom over the top uninterrupted. So he's cleared him as well. It's good. But now he's got a GTR. Probably the polar opposite of the front engine aero cars, to say the least, over the top. But I'm sure Luke Johnson will suffice. I'd love to see the BMW. I prefer the M6, but the M4 is still a big beast. And the Bentley and the GTR. Love to see it. Lexus, despite its buffs, sounds like it is still quite a unrefined tool, and maybe not. I wouldn't say probably not worth the effort, but looks like it's going to need some maybe a little bit more boppage, to say the least. From what I understand, still not many people jumping to that ship.
You'd be a brave man to jump on the Lexus ship at this stage, but as you said, maybe some BOP action may come for the Lexus.
When Nords comes, the Lexus is a straight line monster, so corners, you don't have to worry about corners when you got the longest dotting home straight to worry about. So maybe that's where the Lexus rain will come.
I did once upon a time do a series of races with a bunch of muck around blokes that were great fun to race with, and it was choose a different car for each track of the season, and I saved the Lexus for Paul Ricard, and it was great fun just to try and monster everyone down.
Oh, it's a sand that's going to be a split round. Oh, he's done a good job to hold it, and good awareness from the Aston Martin to come through, and that's going to be Cookie, I think, in the Dreyer in the McLaren. It's going to come through and get all of them as well. That is an excellent bit of driving. He's got McNeil and Johnson. Oh, there's a bit of a hip check. Well, that was just a bit squirrely on exit. Oh dear, but I think that was a redress from McNeil on Johnson. It was, I think he knows that it was a bit ambitious, to say the least.
But we'll see what happens there with the stewards. What they might look upon that, but we'll wait and see. And obviously they have redressed there.
It's just Aston's going through, not holding back one bit. It is down the field. And it's also scrubbing the wall. So if you're gonna be passing cars, you can't be going hitting the wall straight afterwards. So you better get a shift on or get out of the way again.
It's fairly ambitious. There's some great little packs forming up. It'll be great to see what the Bentley can do once it clears the blocking traffic in front of him. There was a clear spot just a little bit up the road. we all dream of having fresh air and being able to do those fast times around the mountain, but it is a 12-hour race, and there are other cars on the track too.
Go through Jay Mason. Shout out to number 33, our lead AM runner. Shout out our AMs, who's not always looking at the front of the field, and going strong. Hopefully, no fun surprises for them. Lately, just getting it plucking along. It's been quite an interesting field. Like, despite it's all happening at the front, but there's been some big fights between like silver and pro-am class as well. Been great to see. Covenant Esports currently leading the AM class by a decent margin over number 16 Octane.
Yeah, I think they got nearly about a lap, I think, on position 2 in class. But yeah, they're doing a tremendous job up in 20th overall too, and maybe just sneaking a little bit higher than that if they keep on their ways.
Expect two more of our co-commenters to come in. We've got Dreyer and Bender on track. Bender's coming for his pits. He'll probably have a quick drinking, jump in the com box very shortly to relieve me and Neil. And I imagine Leo Dreyer won't be too far away either. We'll hang around until they arrive. No problems.
Yeah, I'm here till for another hour. So yeah, we'll stick around.
Ooh, that was a bit of a half move. There's no harm, no foul, at least. As Carpenter gets through, but and up to P4 now. I wonder where in relative is Rackman. I think he's got quite a gap between Carpenter and Rackman. It's a lot of to make up. Coming down Conrad now, about to hit the end of the second sector line. And as you can see, yeah, Carpenter's already at Hell Corner, so a lot of time to make up for Rackmat to catch P4, but we saw the lap times he did in shootouts.
Yeah, that's right. We got Rackmat on camera 1 there, so you can see him just coming through the chase. And then we got Carpenter just coming up into turn 2 near Griffin's Bend, so not much in it.
Nothing to take away from Carpenter as well. Also in the top 10 shootout, did a very, very good job in the McLaren. So won't be caught hand over fist by Rackmat. But little traffic situations here and there can take a second or add a second to your laps for sure. So traffic management's a big part of the repertoire for all these drivers.
It's a major thing for endurance racing. How you can get through the traffic, even when you are one of the slower cars, how you manage that as well. And ORI's been big supporters of educating some of the slower drivers in that way, and how to be able to get out of the way safely and not lose too much time in your own race as well. So. Yeah, there's an art for the faster cars and also for the slower cars to understand what endurance racing is all about, and you end up getting a good result in the end the more you do it.
Yeah, 100%. Now they've both got a very similar situation as far as traffic goes ahead of them. Carpenter's got a bit of clear air here and a few cars ahead. Rackmat's got the same situation. A couple of cars in front of him, and then a nice block of clear air. So we'll see what sort of lap times they're able to do as they come around. Carpenter's just done a 2:02.5, and I think Rackmat last lap was on the 2 minutes or a 2:01.
Yeah, he's definitely catching, I think, Mike. So yeah, I think give him 10 laps or so, and we've probably seen them not too far away from one another. Maybe more than that, but yeah, it's definitely on the charge, Rackmat.
The next question is, where are they in terms of their stints? Most drivers will probably be going just that little over the hour on the stint time.
Yeah, I think Rack only took control of the car probably around about 15 minutes ago. It wasn't too long ago we did see him come out of the pits when we were watching someone else. So, yeah, he's still got himself another 50 minutes or so driving.
He's definitely not reached his halfway from stint. Halfway of his stint, he's definitely in the first half of it for sure. He took over Price, yeah, as he said, not too long ago. Not too sure where the Bricks car stands in relation to that. Whether we've seen a lot of Austin McNeil behind the wheel of that car, I feel like. So I don't think we've seen Feld Jen yet. Maybe while I was away to the drive, but we have seen some of Steele, and Steele is also quite a fast operator in that McLaren as well, from what I did see. So very steady car. Definitely no weak link in that chain, to say the least.
No, not at all. Very strong combination.
Do have the two Ferraris on fighting for position on here, getting a little bit sketchier, we'll say, a little bit grimacing from the screen. But yeah, Sasha Def clearly got the pace over Hederman in the 499 Ferrari up ahead with a drive-through. Whether that has come as part of speeding pit lane or whether it's a track limits, scraping the wall too much, because that's a thing. But anything, we'll see. It might be a driving offence, but we haven't seen anything pop up for a while.
Yeah, Sasha's sticking their nose into places you don't want to leave it too long because the door will shut and take it off. But yeah, wise to just back it off a little bit here, try and get the better exit out of the elbow, but the car in front having that drive-through is going to make it not really worth pushing too hard and risking anything.
How about this team here, MRT, in the moment? We've got Sasha Death. They're a two-man team, two drivers. We've got Death, and we did just see beforehand we had Diarth as well. So almost double Death guys in the moment. And we'll have a look at the two names.
They've been in so many scrapes. Definitely not all of their own making, but they've kind of just been everywhere, up and down the whole grid. Like they have just yo-yoing the whole time. Kudos to them to still keep at it as well. A two-man team, it's very easy to throw that towel in because to be fair, they've definitely been last. They've kind of made it pace, and I'm pretty sure they got sent back again with an incident, damage as a result. Yeah, definitely not a straightforward race for that car. Sasha Def as she goes down Hell Mountain Straight, coming along side by side, going to try around the outside. They need to get person inside to concede, and they have. That's a wise move from Hederman, as Sasha did have just the pace to clearly had the pace and didn't want to fight that too hard, which is, I think, is a sensible move from Hederman. Good job there.
Yeah, at the same time that Death doesn't want to be risking too much, Hederman has to also realise that, you know, it's not worth risking the race with a collision just because, you know, you don't want to give up the pace, but you've already got to give up the pace when you drive.
Yeah, they started in 31st position too, so up 6 positions from where they started. And as we know, we've just reached halfway distance, so, you know, they're doing a good job. And they could probably pick up a few more positions if they just keep it clean, like you've been saying, guys, and just try and keep it under control and don't follow away.
There we go, lovely stuff. Well, as they kind of forced to move on the 422 car, get out of the way, I'm coming through. A bit forceful, but no harm. That is the 422 Mercedes, the Alliance Gold car. Still going strong, one of two Mercedes in the field, unfortunately both of them towards the back a little bit. Mercedes was a staple of Bathurst in many races. It's interesting to see how it's kind of... I don't think it's a slow car. I think everything else has just gone quicker, to be honest, in this car. I think that was kind of, you know, evidenced in shootouts. I was comparing it between last year's and this year's. Last year's was like, I think, 4 BMWs and 4 AMGs in the top 10 shootout, and the quickest time was a 59.7, and whereas this year we had a 58.7, 58.8 from Rackmat, and it was a big delta between first and second this year, as opposed to about a 1 second delta between first and last in the top 10 last year. So yeah, unfortunately Mercedes, unlike real life, falling short on the mountain.
it just increases the pace. He's just getting stronger and stronger every year.
Yeah, a flurry of new machinery that came out last year. It's really kind of shaken up the cars that we drive in this game. It was our third iteration of the Ferrari GT3 with the new model, the 296, as well as the 992 Porsche and the McLaren and the Evo 2 Lamborghini. Hopefully, I'm hoping we. I'm very happy with getting Lords. I'm hoping before things kind of shut down too much in terms of possible DLCs and content for ACC as they look towards the full focus on the next release. It's already in development, but I'm sure like the ACC pipeline will dry up at some point. It's got to end. All good things come to an end, but I'm hoping they can give us some last few goodies. Obviously, Lords is coming, but the M4 is due for an update that will be rolling out this year. The M4 Evo, we can expect to see it this year on track in real life. I'm hoping we get that in game as well, but also the possibilities of maybe a Ford or a Chevrolet. I know iRacing is already getting those cars implemented and scanned right away. They had literally in the garages on the itinerary for some of the teams, they had literally iRacing was reserved for a few hours with their cars. So it's definitely happening on that front, and hopefully it happens for ACC as well. But we'll have to wait to see until they race in the official SRO series first, I imagine.
Yeah, nice. Good information there.
We've got a question in chat on the Twitch chat from Dick Donk. That sounds like the sound my doorbell makes. Which GT3 car would you have the road version of in real life? And Dick Donk says, for me, the 911 GT3 RS. Easy decision. I have seen an Aston Martin Vantage driving around my parts, and it looks mint. But it's obviously not dressed up the same way the race car did.
Interesting coming from Dick Dunn. I gotta assume that is Chris Cooley. I can't imagine it's anyone else. I'm surprised he didn't go Aston as he does in game. But interesting choice. I'd be looking at the Porsche as well in real life. Some of these cars, I think some of these cars are cooler because they are race cars and some of them are not. I don't really like the GTR as a road car, but I think it's cool as a race car. I think the same applies to the Mercedes as well, because it doesn't have the engine, the same engine in the road car. It has the old SLS engine in the race car, which I think is just awesome. But yeah, I'd also be looking at an Audi R8 as well, because I enjoy the Audi personally, in real life, on the road car and the race car.
Yeah, for me, I'd think a Ferrari. I'm a bit of a Ferrari fan. Yeah, so as a real life car, if I had the opportunity, I'd probably go with a Ferrari.
I hope that's maybe Ding Dong's asking that question because he's going to shout us. That's why I like to think he's now committed to us, that indebted. Should have read the small print on when you started the Twitch stream. Do supply gifts to commentary. We have been joined by this vendor, David McNulty. Welcome to the box. It's fresh out of the car again, like last time.
Yes, again, I'm back here, surviving. How are we, folks?
Shady's back again.
We're going well, David. And, just been checking on Ratchmat to see what he can do, trying to close the gap on Carpenter. But we're looking at JP. Sonicus at the moment, he's about 30 odd seconds behind the Bentley, and seems to be on a charge as well. Absolutely putting in some quick times in the Kovacs purple.
Yeah, it seems like the track's just ramping up a little bit with the overcast conditions, helping the temperatures high life a little bit.
We did see probably about half an hour or so ago that there was quite a number of cars that lost the rear end, and I was wondering what was going on, if the temperatures were going up or down or something, but it was strange to see about 3 or 4 cars in the space of 5 minutes just lose the rear end and go around.
I mean, I have a bit of Jan in, so I'd say temps were an issue. I mean, if anything, they were kind of cooling a little bit, which I guess helped a little bit towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, nice one. So if you could have a real live car here, David, driving around, what would that be from the game? Is there something that tickles your fancy that you'd like to have a spin around it for a week or two?
You're not allowed that high on it, so that's bad.
I like Colin Optus, to be honest. I guess
Organises.
maybe the Aston. I think the Aston looks pretty good. Yeah, I reckon you could make that quite sleek on the road as well as if it's just rolled off the track. So you got a comparison there, you know. Work, 9 to 5, and then track afterwards. You can have it look like that. So that'd be pretty good.
So this is a hot spot for police patrol because you know a lot of people speed around on these public roads that are Bathurst. So good luck with any speeding that you want to do around here. That if it's not an official session, you will be caught and reprimanded, to say the least.
I think the police will be clocked on. They'll say, look, David's knocking off work, he's in the Aston. Get out there.
Yeah, wouldn't suppose they've got like an illegal GPS tracker on the car or something, you know?
I think it'll be delivered with a GPS tracker for you.
Right, Matt, clocking at 1.1 on that lap. Bringing down that gap a little bit, I think. It's funny, we look at the Aston in game and we say it's a big car, you know, compared to the other cars. Obviously not big compared to the Bentley, but it is a bit of a bigger car compared to the other cars. But when you see it in real life, it is actually a very sleek car and probably doesn't even come up to my belly button.
But we do know that you do stand about 6'5".
I will say mechanics not going to enjoy it. Definitely don't enjoy, I think, these bigger cars because that, like, it looks like a Bentley, but it is pretty much all just carbon fiber panels, and the engine is actually stunk as deep and as far as it goes right on the floor pan, back into buried into the firewall. I've seen a picture with its bonnet off, and there's about a foot of a gap from the top of the top of the fenders to the actual top of the engine. That's how much it's sunk down back there, and I think the same for all the other front engine cars are equally kind of yeah. You want to get that as low as possible and as far back as possible. You want your center of mass to be right in the middle of the car.
A little Ferrari battle coming our way as well, with Gibbons not too far away from Mason. Mason, the leading AM driver, currently just in front by the looks of things, if the timing is correct there.
Where's Jan? Let's get Jan and chat. She'll be happy now that Gibbo's on screen.
Always a shout out to Jan, always there, staple of every stream, always there saying hi. Love it. Right on the back of Mason in the 33 Covenant Esports Ferrari, chased down by Pixel Racers 716. I keep looking at these clouds. I feel like it gets darker and darker every minute, despite it being in-game 1:20 p.m. lunchtime, to say the least. But definitely, obviously, for most of us on the east coast of Australia, it is getting towards, not too far away from some dinners, I will say. So unfortunately, it looks like, I think that's car 91 has stopped on the hill around Skyline. Hopefully everyone gets through there without any incident.
Oh, that's not a good place to be.
Oh no.
It's Sean as well. Oh no. Austin Powers it, mate, come on.
Oh dear.
Got a nice bit of track there.
As Sean did say in the commentary, that's the correct way to spell Sean, as Mr. Muller would say. But maybe not the correct way to take the dipper, guys.
Maybe he threw it off because he still thinks he drives a Porsche, and that's a Porsche will throw him off there as well. But yeah, unfortunately, that front looks to have yeah, and going to be another McLaren front bumper change, to say the least. Many of them that happened, but I'm sure we'll find out what happened. But I dare say he'll be in the box this lap and in for a big repair bill of gaffer tape.
You say the correct way to spell Sean. It's quite funny. As a kid, we had a soccer coach come along, and his name was Sean, spelled exactly like that. And there was this one kid that just kept calling him Scene. It's so funny. Like, you know, like 7, 8 year olds. So it's like, yeah,
Exactly.
But, it was just so funny.
Oh,
It's
the
an
innocence
advantage,
of 7-year-olds, eh?
Oh, they're so innocent, so naive, but brutally honest.
That's exactly right.
I was going to say I wouldn't try that on with any of my teachers. Quick way to get detention, or shouting at, to say the least. Maybe because I went to a boys' school, they didn't take no real humour from the teachers there. They had to be firm with us, to say the least. Yes, kids, not the nicest of people.
Looking at our outright leader at the moment, the 919 of Alpha Venturi Racing. Here is Morella in control on lap 184. And we've just got over 5 hours and 40 minutes remaining of this race. Currently 1:24 in-game time. So it should be wrapping up just after 7 sometime, 7 p.m. in-game time, guys. Maybe a great sunset we might see as well.
Look, as someone who drove the first stint and saw the sunrise coming over the skyline, it was really annoying. I really don't want another sunset.
Well, the good thing of the sunset will be on the other side, the back of the hill, so it'll be only probably when you climb in the mountain, up Mountain Straight, that may come into the cutting, and then after that it should be okay.
That's if the clouds dissipate between now and then, that's for sure.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, if you have your way, Cameron, it'll be actually hammering cats and dogs.
We have a replay here. This is my. Oh, this is Shaw Bella. Yeah, that's a very second-hand looking car there right now.
Yeah, it's a bit offline from the start. It was all a bit wiggly wobbly. It's unfortunately death on the mountain. Not the first. Won't be the last. I think he's going to be a bit wide. He's going to be caught out by the bump. Yes, a little bit. Right. And those rears just want to lock, and good job by the rest of the cars to avoid him as well.
Now, is it just me, or is it actually getting dark now? Because I see headlights on that car, and they're lighting up the road more than the sun is.
Yeah, I think it's obviously the headlights are showing up a little bit more, so you could be correct there. Obviously a bit darker.
Let's say I'm going to jump out for a little bit, but I will be back a little bit later, so enjoy the rest of the broadcast, and I'll catch you guys a little bit later on. I'm going to go raid the cafeteria that we have.
Thanks for joining us, Cameron. We'll see you a bit later.
Alright, take care.
Morella here. Yes, I'm pretty sure Bender is dancing. That's why he's not speaking at the moment. He's dancing.
Always.
I think we saw Morella just have a little bit of a moment through the dipper last lap. I think keeping it tidy this lap round. It's good to see. this is probably the time to do it.
may be able to get fixed up a little bit, but wait and see. Thanks to TikTok on Twitch.
Technical team of wizards are working their magic.
Yeah, so there's a lot that goes into broadcasting, as some of you can imagine. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong, and I think our teams do such a great job of making sure that we can broadcast these pictures too, especially as a one-man job as well. We have the fabulous Glenn behind the camera at the moment, doing a great job, and I believe our one and only Neil Alexander was doing the broadcasting in the first session.
Talk about how they weaved their magic, Neil, the last sprint round, I think it was, when we were at Silverstone, I think it might have been, where I can't remember actually, whatever it was last week, the week before, where Kunos decided to do Kunos things and the timing board wasn't there, and Quick Fingers had all the results up, and we did our best, and we got through the 2 sprint races, which was tremendous in the end.
Many of you might not know this about Neil, but he's actually had surgery to have a third arm intact. So that's what enables him to change results and screens and get everything running so quickly.
I think we're going to have to change his avatar to that Indian god with 8 arms.
Yes. Yes.
And maybe the fish as well from South Park with 3 eyes, because it's always on the pulse.
Just holding on for another lap here. Just waiting for the opportunity to present itself rather than trying to force something that's not going to work very well.
And we just got confirmation there that sounds like everything is back better with the sound there now, so thank you to our race control, our comms guys. Almost having a look into Griffin's Bend was Calum for Pixel Races. He's putting the heat on now on Muller, and he'll be dripping every bit of Porsche sweat out of him at the moment, even though he is in the McLaren. Now Sean Muller trying to hold on to the 16th spot.
Do Porsche drivers know how to sweat?
It's a way of life.
Yeah, I guess they just get accustomed to the, that sort of style. So maybe you're right, they don't sweat.
Just keeping it tidy over the top here through the dipper. Trying not to kiss the walls too hard. A little bit of looseness coming down the elbow there.
Just lost a little bit of time there, came in a bit hot by the looks of that.
Very easy to do.
And it is looking dark, but that damn forecast is not showing me any water drops yet.
Yeah, just thinking we may just escape this. There's still no wind to be seen there on the wind barometer there, the wind gauge. So, as we said, if anything is moving around, it's very, very slow in its arrival here at Bathurst. Obviously, we don't know if there is any rain. It's obviously a variable setting, so we may just get out of this, rain-free. In the rain.exe, so it's about to be launched by Race Control, just to get a bit spicy, guys.
Ernie Eccleston sprinklers confirmed.
That's it. Just liven up the action. What a view this is on the top of Sean Muller's number 91 McLaren, being chased down by Gibbons. With Calum in that Ferrari, headlights are blazing, and you are right there, Mike. And definitely, those lights are definitely making an impact, because you can see it on the road and obviously on the side of the barriers of the concrete. So it is definitely a lot darker than what we have had in the last few hours.
definitely very dark for 1:30 in the afternoon. A couple of drivers are choosing not to put their lights on.
And summertime as well.
Well, if it's summertime, it looks like all the marshals have their rain jackets on, so they're expecting something.
Yeah, maybe they know.
Something that we don't know. They're set for race control. They're watching the EXE file.
Fix is in.
Michael Massey would be proud.
I wonder what Michael Massey's doing these days. He's already got a nice payout, didn't he?
Did he? I think he might have gone to some other racing ventures. Still probably doing a similar job, but yeah.
Maybe you can come back and help the shenanigans that's going on with the supercars, because I don't know if anyone can say that at the moment. But obviously the season about to start. But these two guys just put a lap down on another slower car and got through nicely. As they're coming up to one of the big Mercedes. Probably the lone Mercedes, is there? I think there's two. Three.
We had the number 422 Alliance Gold Mercedes, and that looks like that one there.
That was a green one, I think.
I don't see one in the list at the moment.
There it is.
The number
Right on you. Cody.
That's the Alliance Gold one. And Mr. Bender should be able to tell us who the other one is.
Yes, that's my teammate, wonderful Ben Curtis. Pressing on through his various tech issues at the moment.
And is this a battle for position here with Jared up in front, number 216?
No, I don't think we're nearly on track at the moment. It's quite the wide line.
It is 216 car coming through the chase there, so probably about 3/4 of the lap between the two cars.
Nice work.
I don't know how true this is, but Emma's in chat saying that Michael Massey's flag marshal at the Memphis go-karts.
It's just supporting grassroots racing.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the accuracy of that, but that would be quite the career change if you like.
Hasn't been able to do anything against other at the moment. That was actually extended that gap a little bit.
Yeah, we did see Gibbo just have a little bit of a white moment and then a dipper on that last lap. So it's obviously, I don't think that's where he dropped back. I think he must have had another moment where he just dropped back.
Yeah, that last lap was 2:05.3, so he also did lose the time down a little while. But yeah, you think maybe something from the previous last time, either way, the
guys having a minute as well? Let's walk into that gap. Here, with the nice one.
Bathurst as well. What a way to get up on the couch. All the same, I think it's like the same yesterday.
I think that now.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So Clark's got control of the number 19 Bentley in position 8 and it's Livery. It's got another 15 seconds to come up the course for the complete upstairs in later. It's like up to he's actually in the top 10 guys. So we've just taken ourselves out of the voice chat and back in. So hopefully that everything is sounding a little bit better there, Sir Heck. If you can let us know, Sir Heck, that would be awesome. Let us know if we've still got those robotic voices at all. And it looks like it's is it back that it's good or back that we've got robotic voices?
Let's see how we go. Hopefully this is a bit better.
So it looks like everything is okay, guys. So
All right.
what would we do without our viewers?
Isn't it great that we can have this live feedback from our viewers, like through both the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat? If we were just broadcasting over good old TV, we wouldn't get this feedback.
No, you just have angry tweets. Well, I'm not really sure what you call them now. That it's called X. I mean, people send angry X messages. So what do we call it? It's not like Twitter and tweets, you know.
So it's definitely getting a little bit darker out there, guys, because I just saw sparks coming out the under tray of this Bentley as well. We have seen it in different parts of the broadcast so far, but it's a little bit more pronounced now as he's running a bit over the high curbs. So, you know, if we're starting to see sparks been coming onto our screens here, it's obviously that little bit darker as well. But the track temperature and the outside temperature still at a nice 29 degrees track temperature and 23 outside, so it'd be very comfortable viewing.
I I've just got to say that that Pit Viper livery behind the Bentley here, it looks like the G-string that my next door neighbour's mother gave me for Christmas.
Oh, the nice one. Well, we were trying to earlier sort of mention, we're trying to get it out of some words, like what does that remind us? But no one mentioned a G-string from a neighbour. So well done with that one. We did say some leggings, some back in the day.
It is giving me some like Tiger King vibes here.
Yes. So Sonicus is into the pits too, guys. So he's coming in out of position 6. So this looks like a scheduled stop for those guys. And he should be handing over. Oh no, he's that wasn't a drive there. It was a fairly quick pit stop.
Are they just a bit ahead of schedule and just trying to do a splash and dash to extend the stint?
Not too sure, but yeah, it was maybe it was up there for a little while, but yeah, he's obviously out now, back on track. Finds himself behind a little bit of traffic, but he should be able to. That'll be perfect for him just to get acclimatised back in the car again and get them as he comes down Conrod Straight. Those flag marshals, they've been working hard with those blue flags. They may as well just leave them out, I think.
Some of them wave at insane speeds, like they'll, as if they're breaking their arm and elbow at 7 different joints, and others will just be like, oh yeah, here's a blue flag, I'll just like hold it out there, you know.
So I think it's a change of shift of the marshalling points, you marshal comes in with a flag, waves vigorously.
Yeah.
On Lord the Sinicus making his way past that blue flagger now, down Conrod Straight.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Got 4 McLarens actually in that top 6. Alpha Venturi leading this race, almost about to click over the 200 lap mark, and they should get that done before 2 PM in game time. Predicted to finish just after 7 PM in game time, so there's still a lot to go.
Just having a look at the timing board, Rackmat is in P4. What, was he in P5 before when we were keeping tabs on him?
I think you're right, but it was, maybe that's when Sonicus maybe had picked it, but yeah, he's definitely upper position now.
But there's been a bit of pit activity.
But he's still lapping under the 201s, so that's a sensational pace by Rackmat, and it was him actually chasing, I think it might have been Karuden before, I'm not 100% sure.
So is Sonicus dropped from potentially the top 3 with that stop?
Yeah, not 100% sure, to be honest. I know he was about 33 seconds behind, probably about 30 minutes or so ago, 20 minutes ago, mentioning how he was making him race slightly, Rackmat. And maybe it was on Sonicus though. I believe Karuden was in 3rd position, guys. As this is getting a little bit close.
A bit hairy, Rackmat. Probably not showing the patience that he needs to coming down the mountain there.
Yeah, this is sort of also, and it can also hurt the guy trying to put the lap on the slower cars as well, because if the slower car does get a little bit intimidated and make a mistake, you know, right in front of you, you can get caught up in that as well. So yeah, it was a little bit risky, but you know, got through okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And we welcome back into the comms box Mr. Cameron Thistlethwaite. How was the nap after the cheese board?
It's become a thing now, has it? It was a what? It was a Laughing Cow small cheese dip. It was not a big thing. But yes, didn't really get any sleep in, to be honest. So yeah, but it doesn't matter anyway. We're still firing at all cylinders and here to cover this glorious race as we now into the sort of the second half. The sort of you know, the lull has kind of happened. I think everyone's going to be a little bit tired at this point, to say the least.
I mean, what do you think, Mike? It sounds a bit like Cameron's still waking up a little bit.
Yeah, I think there was definitely like a decent cheese board, you know, with some grapes and some nuts and some honey on it and that sort of thing.
Apricots, yeah.
And
You don't know me at all.
And a nice glass of red wine there. So the Reds obviously put the sleepiness on there. So he's gone to have a nap and he's just waking up from it.
On that note, too, guys, I may just have to duck out now from my my time in the commentary booth. It's been an absolute pleasure again to have the opportunity to join the commentary team here for the 2024 Bathurst 12 hours. I need to get myself ready for a stint in about an hour's time.
The pleasure is all ours, Neil. Best of luck.
Thank you. See you
Best of
guys.
luck, Neil. Yes. You don't know me. I'm not very fancy. I literally eat cheddar cheese and about it. That's as far as adventure as I go. No wine, no grapes. Very, very basic here. But I'm a little bit tired, not gonna lie. Did get a lot of sleep, got a little bit of nerves before the race. But I'm unfortunately in that weird state of being caffeinated, but also a little bit tired. But it's a home stretch. Who cares?
I feel like that's a perpetual state for us teachers. Tired but slightly caffeinated.
That's the only way you get through the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
You hold a cigarette and a V in one hand, round the back. That's how I imagine most teachers were. Rackmat has steadily been going through as we look to see Felgen has jumped in the 520 and gotten ahead. Obviously dropped behind Rackmat, as I think they are too off kilter on strategy. So I wonder if that gap has come down at all between those two cars. I imagine it has. No disrespect to 520, but Rackmat in the Bentley was literally the fastest man last night. So yeah, all to play for. We'll see how it goes. As we go through the rest of this race, Rio Felden really pushing pretty hard in this car, using every bit of the track right up to the grass, clipping the grass almost on the entries, and that's a sign of a confident driver. So we'll see how he gets along the rest of this. As we now switch to John Zanikis, now in the 191 Kovacs Racing purple car. Done a very good job to recover from the trials and tribulations that they've had throughout this whole race. Crossing the start line now, I think they'll be jumping onto their 200 or 199 lap, as I think they are. I'm not sure if they're still on the lead lap at all at this point. I don't think they are, because I think Zach Smith has the 919 has lapped most of the field at this rate.
Yeah, some very fast boys out here today. Very fast boys and girls actually out there. You know, it's crazy how even in the sprint races that we race in, you know, some of these faster people will get around the track and lap us in the space of, you know, it could be half an hour or even before the end of the race in an hour's time. So you just imagine a 12-hour race. You expect some of these faster people. If you're midfield, you expect some of these faster people to come around you. You know, at least a dozen times.
Indeed, it's when the worst thing is when you're down in, say, like P20 and the car ahead of you is pretty much a lap ahead and the car behind you is pretty much a lap behind, where you just got nothing to really fight for and you just got to do your own laps. It gets a little bit demoralizing at those points. As we cut now to the Zach Smith car, still the holder of the fastest lap at 2-minute dead .182. Definitely not doing well. Still actually doing a 2-minute dead .9, so scratch that. Still going really well. Yeah, faultless from this ABR car completely. Let's see how they hold up. But Terry Rayton, Spa 24 winner, is now in the 444 Laundry House Ferrari. But they've got a long way to catch Zach Smith in the Alpha Venturi car.
Alright, I'm gonna head off, everyone. I'm about to get back in the car in a couple minutes. So I'll see you out on track, and all the best for the rest of the commentary call. Thanks for having me, guys.
Best of luck, Mr. Bender, and stay dry.
I'll try, thank you.
Let's go smash it in his car. Been doing a good job, that car, so far. And yeah, over there, on for a good showing at the end. In terms of Kai Runen now, how many stints has Mr. Kai Runen done at this point? Yeah, like, I dare say he's done he did the first 3. He's pretty much done every stint that I've done commentary so far. So yeah, he's been absolutely on it. I don't know if they're, I think we've only seen Taufik so far from the other drivers, so we'll see how the other 2 drivers in that car go. I believe it's Farhad and Suhami. I apologize if I have mispronounced your surnames. I am a commentator, it just happens.
Yeah, obviously the 4 of them in that car. We have seen Taufik out there. I haven't seen, so look, I'm going to butcher it worse than you did. Suhaimi and Farhad out there, although I haven't been keeping too close an eye on the race with these guys yet. And Alexis Bowen is out there in the big Bentley for the MRT Cowabunga team. So that's a change that's just happened. I think we are going to see a bit of flurry of activity for the pit stops around about now anyway. So maybe Senekas was just the earlier ones to pit. Just get that change done and kick off the next stint.
Absolutely, as our fellow co-commentator has now jumped into the 300 Bentley, Alexis Bowen behind the wheel, and looking to get another solid stint done. Definitely, they've fallen off the podium a little bit throughout this race, but they're definitely 100% still in it, and only 19 seconds behind P4. That's exactly where you kind of want to be. You want to be still on the same lap as the cars ahead, and it's still all to play for.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting here. See if we.
Ooh, that looks a bit deep. Not sure what happened there for Alexis. A bit of a scare on that one. Really not much more to it than that.
Yeah, hopefully she's still just trying to find her feet and get to grips with the car for this stint. But hopefully she can, put some fast times in and close that gap up and really give us a race to cheer on.
Definitely been a very stacked field, especially the top 10 of the pro cars. You can see the Senekas, Hobbs, Bowen, Belgin, Kyron, and Brayton and Smith. All right up there, all really vying for position, all pretty much not too far away, apart from obviously Mr. Smith in the lead. Currently now 2 laps ahead of Terry Rayton. That might come down to 1 lap. Oh, Alexis goes deep. Something's gone on at the first corner. Something must not be right. It's not the usual mistake that we see. But that's kind of almost 2 mistakes we've seen in just over half a lap. So yeah, might be something to watch to see if Alexis maybe has an issue, maybe a hardware issue with their car, because it doesn't look. I can't really see any damage on the car, but I'll have to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, you'd think just coming out of a pit stop it should all be in tip-top shape, but maybe she just kissed the wall a little bit coming down the mountain, and you know, seems to be going maybe a little bit deep into some of the corners. Maybe just pushed it too hard into that first corner.
Yep, needs to forget that right away and kind of settle in to the rest. Oh, it's looking straight. Steering wheel's looking straight. Hopefully it's nothing too severe. If it is a hardware issue, then that's going to be something hard to fix on the fly while you're trying to get around these 23 corners here at the mountain. No small feat whatsoever. She does have a lap car ahead, and hopefully she can kind of resume her normal pace and get up the road again.
We still have that battle going on between Mr. Muller and Callum Gibbons behind as well. So that's still going on out there. So there's some good battles all around. Yeah, it looks like Gibbo has really closed up the gap to Sean Muller, and the Sofa King has jumped out of that gap. I think the Sofa King car has dropped back 2 places there, but I don't think they're actual places. They're just position on track.
Yeah, they were having a good run, the number 90 cars, Sofa King and Slope, and yeah, looks like they've unfortunately been fought to the pitfalls of Bathurst, to the unfortunate quick punches that sometimes throws at you, and you've got to be quick enough to dodge, or unfortunately you usually end up clattering in the wall, whether it's your own doing or someone else's. But still in a position where they can recover, hopefully, and well, still holding out in P9, which is definitely nothing to buy away from. So ahead of James Hartnell in the 731 as well. This is one of the Sim Senior cars, I believe. Yep, the Ferrari. Started P10, qualified P10, shootout P10 as well. So right where they expect to have been the whole time. Pretty much a story of their endurance race so far. But yep, definitely one to watch going forward. Looking at C, we still have the number 19 Kovacs Bentley still topping the silver class, followed by Vintner, as I said, in the Sofa King Slow. Lamborghini heading Pro-Am, and still number 33 Ferrari of Fiorenza.
Was that a Bentley heading straight for the wall? It may have been. I don't know. Maybe it was just the trickery of the camera angles, but it looked like the maybe just for a brief moment as the camera panned away, it looked like the Bentley was losing it and going towards the wall. But it looks like it's in one piece. So maybe I just need to get my eyes checked.
There's been more than a few squirrely moments. I think coming out to Pro, so could have had a bit of a rear brake locking and had it a little bit sideways potentially. I will come back to it. It seems to be still going strong. There's been a very stable running car so far. This Bentley kind of just doing their own pace. A very good job by that. I believe it's Carl Johnson, Pickford, Viney, and Clark behind that one in the Kovacs recently. Great to see those boys going strong.
Picking up P20 here, Sebastian Fiorenza in the Covenant Esports Ferrari. This is it's a great looking livery on this car. What's your thoughts?
Definitely. The Covenant esports cars always look quite good. I've seen it had that on a McLaren and now on the Ferrari. What a name as well, Sebastian Fiorenza. That's up there in terms of cool names, surely. Sounds like a test driver. Good job from that number 33 crew. Definitely probably had the least drama of the AM cars as well. And it's still got a very healthy lead over Sasha Def. Definitely one to watch. Yep, we'll get to Sasha Def now. This car, yeah, as I said before, been in so many scrapes and bumps, but they are still going. Definitely not AM pace from Sasha Def, we'll say, but you know, it's a team effort. It's not just one driver doing the whole thing. I don't think there's any drivers. I don't think you can even do one driver the whole time. I suppose you might be able to with no stick timers. As we cut to P26, Hamish Gray in the 16 Team Blue ANZ CRL car with a very sorry looking front end. That will not be producing the performance from the factory for sure.
Yeah, that is looking like a very sad car at the minute. They are still, you know, stunking along. They haven't gone into the pit to fix it. So I wonder, is that just one of those visual bugs that we get, or have they really clobbered the wall?
Yeah, we'll have to watch their pace. I imagine there's a few. Still got those visual bugs, unfortunately, in the game. But we'll see how it goes. Look at the speed he's taking just here through Solomon Park, Reed Park, and yeah, he's taking a lot of speed. Well, that's he clatters the wall again, so maybe not. But very wide as well into McPhilmy. He's going to straddle that curb, keeps it straight. He's got a car, he lets it go. Oh, a scary moment. Yeah, and that's P2 right behind him. They're going to be checking up a little bit and not want to be involved in another accident.
We just saw the car behind. I believe it was an accident, just clobbered the wall, going a bit wide.
We've got a yellow car. That's the other ANZ CRL car that's stopped facing backwards at exit of Forest Elbow. Not what they want to be doing. Yeah. All drivers going to keep these top drivers on their toes. I believe that is. I'm not too sure who is behind the laundry house right now. Terry Rayton is behind the wheel right now. But yeah, got to keep them on their toes to say the least. As Barrage comes down the straight, thankfully recovered without any further incident.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where, you know, just one little thing can go wrong. You know, you just run wide, clip the wall, shakes your confidence coming over skyline. You know, you mess up coming down the mountain. Nothing too drastic, but, you know, fast car coming up behind you, you know, hissing the wall again, and it all goes wrong all in an instant. And that's what we love about Bathurst, and that's why this race can change up so quickly. There's still, you know, just under 5 hours to go, but it's still very variable.
Hundred percent. Tell me about yourself, Mike. Are you looking forward to the real life Bathurst 12 hour, or are you a bit more maybe on the supercar side than the GT side? What's your poison?
To be honest with you, I'm on the time poor side of life at the moment, so I don't get a lot of time. As we go to a replay here, so this is the ANZ CRL car coming down the mountain. So it's looking in good shape here. Oh, it goes a bit wide, and obviously wall on the outside of the elbow. It's rolling backwards down the hill. That's not something that we really encourage in OLR.
Oh, it's a scare there for the Kung Fu cars, facing backwards. But he's some good reverse driving to get it off the road at least, and kind of out of mostly the firing line. You want to be careful going too far backwards. I'm not sure if it's whether you're rolling backwards or driving backwards on the track. That can get you a disqualification, so you might have been okay in that regards. But yeah, unfortunately, looks like he got a little bit wide on the entry, the right-hander before Forest Elbow. was out wide, was obviously on the brakes to get it stopped, but then as you're trying to turn and brake, you're just going to lock up those rears, and round it went, unfortunately.
It's interesting that they went for another lap after that rather than going into the pits to fix it straight away. But obviously they've fixed it up now, which is good to see. They're back out there having another go. Sam O'Brien in the number 27 car getting a drive-through for causing a collision on lap 182.
Yeah, KA Motorsports. We've got 3 of those cars in this race. Yeah, a few of them have been under fire a little bit. But yeah, dangerous and unfortunately not what they want to see. Currently last at this point. Still circulating round. But yeah, not what we want to see, and hopefully a learning experience going forward.
Word on the street is we've got a fantastic battle between Muller and Gibbons, and we've got another car in between them now, the number 51 car of Speedy Mike Racing. So I think yeah, this is looking pretty tight here.
Thank you very much to Glenn on the cameras. We cut to it now. Sean Muller, I believe he'll be got to be getting out soon. I think around hour 6, and he'll be joining us for a stint in the comm box. Yep, it's a great thing to do. We pulled them straight out of the cars when they're hot and flustered and put a microphone right underneath them and see what they say, just like an F1. But, yeah, good to see Sean Muller going strong. They had a little bit of a moment at Skyline a while ago, but P16 still a good standing to be in, but definitely looks to be a little bit on the threat from De Silva in the 51 car, and Gibbo in the 716 right behind him as well.
Yeah, De Silva is piling on all the pressure here. He's making himself known. He's saying, look mate, make a mistake, I want to get past.
So it looks like, yeah, so the Lamborghini ahead is not for position, but they're only just in front of it. They're P14, so unfortunately that car is like, you know, it's kind of depressing. That's only 2 places ahead of you, but it's a lap ahead of you as well. But maybe it's going to oh, it's quite a deep far back send from De Silva, but he's got to stop. He hasn't cleared the curb, and he's given space as well. Good awareness from Sean Muller to see him coming, but now will be under threat from Gibbo as he got the little nose up ahead, but he doesn't. He backs out of it, plays it safe. Good to see. Good move from De Silva. Good driving awareness from Sean Muller, and great racing all around. Love to see it.
Yeah, we've got a replay. Yeah, what have we got here?
We did hear about an incident between turn 1 and 2 for the 959. Yeah, so worried. It looks like there's going to be an assistance, to say the least. As they're coming across. Oh, no! Oh, up on the sides as well. Looks like there's definitely been a miscommunication between the 2 cars, and unfortunately the 959 Ruined spin car has paid the price, to say the least. Almost went over and over onto its roof, but it's somehow come back down on 4 wheels, thankfully.
Yeah, and the number 27 car getting a drive-through penalty for that effort.
Yes, it's quite a severe quite a severe penalty, but it was quite a severe incident as well, to say the least. The stewards obviously taking their, obviously showing who they think is at fault with that one. But gotta love those ACC mechanics. You know, it doesn't matter how smashed up a car is. Ding, 30 seconds, it's back to brand new again with 4 fresh tyres.
Yeah, and a massive shout out to our stewards as well. We live steward these events, so there's a team of volunteers sitting behind the scenes, going through the replays and addressing everyone's complaints or concerns, I guess, about any conduct, and they also try and catch as much as they can live as well. So thanks to the stewarding team, always there, always watching.
Absolutely unenviable job at times, can obviously cause some discussion, but yeah, great effort, and it's all voluntary, it's all on people's free time as well, so you know, we have to remember that everyone's human as well. looks to be as Sean Muller's looking to maybe get past Jacob Fleming. Oh, and Jacob Fleming has gone deep, or whether it's just let them get past. But Gibbo is right there, right on the gearbox of the McLaren. And Sean Muller, whether he has a run or not, I don't know if he has, because the McLaren is a rocket ship, to say the very least. Twin turbos, 4-litre V8, same as the Ferrari, but definitely got more in the pocket when it comes to the straight. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Muller had to have a look up the inside of Fleming there, because if he didn't, Gibbo was.
Yeah, it's pass or be passed in those situations. We've got a white flag up ahead, which means we've got a slow car up ahead. It's going to be a really scary moment. Ooh, dirt.
Yeah.
Telltale dirt. Looks like hopefully they've gone going and hasn't gone. Oh, there we go. I think it's the Alliance Gold Racing Mercedes. Yeah, very sorry looking bonnet on that one. Guilty as charged.
Oh, Gibbo having a look at Skyline. That is very brave from him. He is making his intentions known here. He wants to get past Muller now. He's seen De Silva do it. Now he says, my turn.
Absolutely. Yep. Really statement of intent. Sort of duck diving in the mirrors, trying to distract Sean as much as he possibly can. But Sean is definitely a wily fox himself, and he's holding firm as much as he can. May not have the pace, but he's got to fight for his position, fight for his rights, to say the least. So Gibbo's inching closer. Is he far enough? He's a little bit far back. He puts the nose up, and Muller gives him space, even though Gibbo wasn't really there. But still, line formation, still Muller ahead of Gibbo currently. Great racing between these two. Hopefully it doesn't amount to anything more than great racing.
Yeah, fantastic racing from these two, and fantastic awareness from Muller as well to leave the space, even though Gibbo didn't quite use it, but he left the space there that Gibbo could get up the inside if he was there.
Looking back at the chat, I think we have the painter of number 33, which is wondering who painted that, but I happen to know this Captain Parallax Designs is behind that one. Very good job on that one, sir. Doff your hats and your paintbrushes to him.
Yeah, there are some very talented livery designers in OOR. There's some dedicated channels for, reaching out to some of those designers and, talking about liveries, showing off liveries. So if you want someone to do one for you, have a shout out in there. Make your ideas come to life.
100%. No one's born with the know-how and the tools to make liveries. We all kind of learn, and definitely give it a bash yourself. It is a bit of a rabbit hole, a bit of a time sink, but I think it can be very rewarding once you pull it off. As Gibbo does definitely have something to think about now, because he's got Ben Vintner in the Lamborghini, the number 90 car P9, so he's way ahead of these two. So he will be getting blue flags very, very shortly, if not soon. There we go. You can see him on the left side of the track. He's getting the marshals blue flags, but it hasn't gone close enough just yet to concede, but will be very shortly. Got really close on the brakes, that's it.
Muller leading Gibbo around just another one of these laps again.
Great showing from these two. Loving it so much. De Silva, that said, he was quicker than Sean Muller, but hasn't gotten that further up the road. Looks like 422 Alliance Gold car has now come out with a fresh set of panels on it, and hopefully they can keep going around as they let most of them through. As they're going to concede before the game, as Gibbo has let the Lamborghini through, and good awareness from the Alliance car as well. Hopefully it doesn't hold up too much to Lambo and Gibbo as well.
Yeah, nice. He's giving a bit of space there. Oh, he's just pulled out in front of Gibbo here. That's obviously not intentional, but you know the mountain is a narrow path, so you just have to
the
take
ebbs and
what you can
flows
get.
of traffic. Yeah. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and unfortunately, obviously, letting through the Lamborghini, but also being stuck behind this in the Mercedes now as well, has unfortunately let Sean Muller off the hook to somewhat as well. Now got a nice 1.7 second gap back to Gibbo.
Sure, he'll be taking that time just to wipe a bit of that Porsche sweat from his brow. And,
Branded sweat, I know he has it. He's a merchandise king in his Porsche. Yep. Interesting. Obviously Gibbo's now cleared, and also Jacob Fleming is also now cleared the Mercedes as well. Yep. It's not always, sometimes it works out for you with the traffic, but you know, you gotta do their best, and there's definitely no easy way to really jump out of the way on the mountain in certain places, for sure.
Yeah, Muller clearing some blue flag traffic here himself. Ready for another tour of the mountain, and
might be coming back a bit as De Silva at this rate, or maybe De Silva lost a bit in traffic, but definitely not letting De Silva get away for sure.
yeah, he is just hanging off the back there, but maybe De Silva is one of those drivers. And how do you drive? Do you drive better with nothing in front of you, or do you drive better with a car in front of you so you can see what's going on and you can just incrementally improve on their line or their braking points?
I think I prefer to chase. I don't like to be too close, so I don't have to like check up. But I definitely don't do well with a car in my mirrors. I don't handle pressure too well, to say the least. It looks like Gibbo's come in and now switched to Boxell in the 7.6 pixel races Ferrari. So that's how that one's going to be decided so far. Be interested to see how much later Sean Muller pits, how off strategy they are between these two cars.
It looks like they're coming out into a nice bit of clear air. They are blue flagged by the leader there, but otherwise it is fairly clear air. There's a lot of space behind. They can just settle in and get some solid laps down.
It looks like it's getting darker. I don't know. Is it more overcast than overcast? I'm not sure how much variability is to it. But I want this rain to appear. It's been a lot of just grayness for a very long time. I'm not sure what's really happening. It is pretty dead with only 1 kilometer of wind right now, so it's not really moving too much, which might explain why it's been kind of so still for so long. But we shall keep an eye on it. It's definitely forcing a lot of drivers to turn on their lights as the the sun has definitely faded, to say the least, and obviously you get nice contrast with the lights. I think it's more so just to make sure the car in front of you sees you and gets out of the way for the blue flags.
Yeah, especially when we have some of these dark coloured cars like the Pixel Racers car here. It's another beautiful livery. Mostly black with a touch of blue here and there.
Yeah, very nice, simple design. Looking very, very smart. I think some cars, I remember the BMW M6 had some massive endurance lights, so definitely some cars are better for flashing the lights, let's say, and I think the Mercedes has got some whopper of high beams on them as well.
Yep, so De Silva's in the pits. Muller's stayed out, so he's gone ahead of De Silva. So we'll see how Boxell goes compared to De Silva. Obviously, all things being equal, they'll come out behind, but this shakes things up a little bit here. Maybe it'll come down to who can do the better stint in the tail end of the race. Oh, this is close.
Side by side, and it's cleared them. Gone ahead of it's no longer De Silva, it's Chris Stacey now in the Speedy Mike car, tucked back into the draft as other Ferrari and Boxell had the run, and there you go ahead. And you want to make sure you get those tires up to temperature, don't grain them straight away. You want to make sure they're going to be good for the rest of the stint.
So the Speedy Mike Racing team has lost out quite a bit here. So they were ahead of Muller. They were ahead of Boxelt, the Pixel Racers team, and ahead of Muller when they pitted.
That's a big loss, yeah.
Yeah, so now they're behind. Yeah. So I'm sure we'll see them try and turn this up to 11 and get back past those two cars.
Maybe they had about, maybe 5 or 10 seconds worth of damage, and that's all it takes to send you back packing down the field a few positions. And yeah, I can understand why they want to get it fixed. You need a stable car as much as you can get, to say the least. You don't want to be fighting the cars any more than you have to. But I think, bear in mind, if Sean Muller in the 91 car and that Kovacs car has a good stop, hits marks, doesn't have any damage to repair, he will easily clear these two at this rate, I imagine. As I'm not sure what the pace is from Boxell and Stacey, but we shall find out. It'll have to be pretty rapid, but as I said, that's a bit deep for Boxell though. He dips 2 wheels on the grass. Not a pass on the grass in this case, but yes, wants to keep that to a minimum, to say the least. He's lost out, and now obviously Stacey's caught up a little bit. She's got such a bad exit as a result.
So Boxell doing a 2:04 on his first round there. Stacey obviously on the outlap, so he won't have a lap time just yet.
Absolutely. Granted, fresh tyres are going to give you a lot more grip, but you've also got a full tank of fuel, and that can really change the balance of some cars. I think some of the mid-engine cars are not too bad, because most of the tank is obviously in the middle, as with most cars, but the centre of mass doesn't really change, because obviously all the weight is in the middle as a result of the configuration. Dare say Sean Muller is going quite a bit along. He might have been a lot more off strategy to these two than we expected. McLaren, I don't think, has been the most conservative car in terms of fuel usage. I think the Ferrari is definitely probably the most frugal. But yeah, I'll definitely see how we're going. We've got a Mercedes to clear just up the road, and
Muller is in the pit.
Oh, yep, scratch that. Miller is now in the pits, and here he goes. So, yep, they got the Jeremy Clarkson on the side as ever. Shout out to those boys at the Kovacs. They're always a good bunch of guys, always to have a laugh with. And yeah, where's Conboy? We should have it. I'm not sure where Conboy's gone. I'm not sure what's happened to him, or whether he's retired or now he's hung up his gloves and his wheel. But we miss him, and hopefully he can maybe race with us again.
And his microphone. He was great behind the microphone too.
Absolutely, I always enjoyed watching his broadcasts. I think he won that championship in the sprint season 14. He's done a Rosberg and just retired as a result. As now Sean Bum now in the Kovacs Racing red McLaren.
This is going to be tight.
Right up to the line. Oh, yeah, they're right there, so it is much closer than you think, and I think they're going to have the run. Yep, Bubnow's definitely not going to have the speed of these two, but he looks to be ahead, to be peeking around the Mercedes.
Is he going to pull in between them, or he is between them?
Oh, couldn't
talk about splitting hairs.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't put it better myself. Yes, right in there now, and yeah, Bubnow's got to get used to the car. It's a cold car. It's got low pressures, low temps, relatively. Do have tyre warmers, but still not up to pressure and everything. But it's got a fresh set of tyres, and will maybe have a bit of an edge over these two. Stacey's wondering if he can stay close enough and hopefully have a run down the back straight. So obviously, Bub now gets acquainted with his machinery.
So this is a complete reversal of positions for these three, because the Silver had got past Muller and Gibbo before and was in front out of the three of them, and now the Pixel Racers car, who was last out of the three of them, is now in first. So it's a great job from the Pixel Racers here, and maybe a pit stop the roof for the Speedy Mike Racing team.
Absolutely, I'm surprised at how much they I thought the Kovacs car would have had definitely enough of a lead, but maybe, I suppose, like, you know, with those fresh tyres and depending on what lap times they were doing at the end of the stints, maybe with worn out tyres, there might have been the undercut was probably at work, as you can see. Like, Boxell has absolutely flown away right now. He's up to speed, up to temperature, up in the confidence of the car. You can see obviously how Bob now can't really stay with him because of just, you know, those first laps. It takes time. Oh, as they have to filter past the Mercedes. Thought they were going to go too wide. Thankfully, Stacey kind of saw a little bit of adhesion and didn't want to go too wide with make it free wide. So let's say.
Yeah, word in the chat is that 91 had quite a lot of damage to repair. So that being the 91 being Bub now had damage to repair, but you know they are not the ones that came out worse off. So I'd want to know if the number 51 car of the Speedy Mike Racing had some damage that they had to fix.
Indeed, thank you to Annie and that in the chat. There's a staple Kovacs entry, as I did see Stacey got a little very wily out of the exit of Hell Corner and was a little bit up on the curb as well at Griffin's. Yes, so keep it under wraps. As you can see, maybe Bub now is getting a little bit getting up to speed somewhat. I think that McLaren takes maybe a little bit longer to wind up, but it's definitely got the speed to say, you know, for sure in that McLaren with up and down the field, Pro-Am, Silver, Am. It's fast in all guises. Oh, that's a wall tap from the Stacey in the Ferrari. Oh, he needs to dial it back and rein it in a little bit. I'm pretty sure that was a wall tap. I'm not sure if that was due to the maybe lag, but it was the smallest of taps, but it was enough to see the car like bounce with reverbs almost from that. It was very weird. It looked like a slight hip check almost, and generally it's pretty hard to hit just the rear of the car when you're going forwards than the front, because normally you swipe the front turning in too early rather than the rears.
Yeah, I think he's got off lightly there, so it's good to see him still pointing in the right direction.
Do you think the cameras are hiding how much damage some of these cars are holding? Some cars look utterly knackered but they don't have much damage, and some cars are looking pristine but maybe do have damage. I didn't really see much damage on the McLaren, but clearly did have a fair amount to repair as we found out. Great to see this great racing. It is worrying sometimes with endurance races. The field can become a bit too spread out, a little bit let's say like too many gaps appear, but definitely great to see that there's still up and down the field lots of fights, lots of gaps are still close. Let's see. Oops, sorry, go on.
I think that that last lap's going to be playing on his mind this time round. See how hard he pushes it this time.
Yeah, you never forget which walls you hit. To be honest, it's definitely makes you pull back a little bit for the following lap. Speaking of the Ferrari 296, just a note on Real Life Motorsports, it's Ferrari 296. Oh, forget that. It's getting a little bit upset. It's got a bit too much of the left-hand inside curb, but thankfully not enough to properly unsettle him, but did have to correct it. But he has actually closed in on Bub now a little bit. It's a little bit closer, but Bub now gets a good exit out of Forest Elbow, so should be okay and unchallenged come the end of Conrod. It's a good run now from Stacey. Oh, gonna get on alongside with Boxell. Sorry, not Boxell, Bub now, and does have to file back into line, but had a really good run through the chase. And, I think McLaren's still a little bit loose, to say the least. So.
Yeah, I did notice that Bub now probably ran a bit wide on the exit of the chase and didn't really set himself up for the right-hander very well, and that's probably allowed Stacey, to get a better run out of there and have a look coming into the last corner. But obviously, when it's unable to do it because Bub now is just placing his car in all the right places, making it very hard for Stacey to get past.
100%, and I'm not too sure. I think the car behind is the 499. I'm not too certain actually the car behind, but I think it is the 499 car, not for position behind these, but is closing up due to these two having a fair old scrap. As we've got the number 27 car stopped. That's the KA Motorsports McLaren again, who stopped on the start-finish straight. Looks like it's got going again at least. But another incident for that car. Hopefully they can keep on going. We do have 111, the Rockets Evolved GTR, Bren of Kong in the pits, and looking to probably doing a driver change, tire change, and a full fuel fill up, and probably some repairs because that looks quite second-hand.
That'll buff out, right?
Absolutely. Wonder mechanics, but in the ACC they have is it gone? Is it still there? Oh no, sorry, we just changed camera. Relax, I thought it disconnected for a second, but there it is. back out and going in the hands of Stephen Ty. Don't scare me like that with the one sole GTR going.
My heart.
As you did see McNeil also pearl into the pits for his pit stop, as Stephen Ty will let the leader go. Do not touch that car, it is forbidden, it is sacred as the leader. Nothing ever wrong can happen to the leader, because I can say that from the commentary booth. Ha 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 ha.
Well, you know what, once upon a time I did not believe in commentators' curses, but then I was commentating a shootout and I was calling a lap and I said, I don't really know where the braking point is, and the driver missed the braking point and ran wide on the corner, and that moment it was obvious, it was clear that the commentator's curse is a thing.
Yeah, it is scientific fact at this point. If you don't believe in it, it's because you haven't been on the receiving end of it. It will get all of them. It's like death, taxes, and commentator's curse. As Alexis is sending the Bentley, looks to have gone over whatever issues she had at the start of her stint and fully up to speed. As you can see, they were praising how it is over the top. It just sucked down to the mountain, maximum wing that pretty much got it as they go into the skyline. And now the S's at the dipper, left, right, chuck it in, get it pitched in, and they're coming up to now Forest Elbow, get it stopped, turn it in, clip the outside wall a little bit, and get thundering down the straight. It's coming down to the down con rods. No, not running the headlights in this particular case, but going very strong still is Alexis in the Bentley.
And as we talked about the GTR just earlier, we are joined by another GTR aficionado, Mr. Mike Crick.
Welcome to the booth. We've got 3 GTR drivers in the booth now. Perfect. Love it.
We're not quite getting the audio come from Mike, so, or is it just me?
That will let him get that sorted out, but I'm sure. There we go. Just gotta fumble the cable a little bit.
I was just saying, yeah, there's probably almost too many of us now. It's starting to become less of a special car now. There's all these people.
It's not cool anymore. Yeah,
it's not cool anymore. Jeez, everyone likes it sometimes. No, how are we going, guys? Racing's been pretty interesting as far as I can see.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're going on.
Well, everyone speak at once. It is very interesting. We're seeing some great battles out there, 3-way battles, all flipping on their head, and some very talented drivers such as Alexis here, like really pushing the Bentley through its paces. Yeah, it's great to see.
Really disappointed to not see you out there in the Noble Motorsports number 87, Cricky. But I think you had everything, and the kitchen sink was thrown at you up and down the race, put it that way.
Yeah, it just wasn't particularly our day, unfortunately. Just, you know, normally you take a few hits and, you know, you keep going. That's kind of endurance racing. You're always going to take a few setbacks, but, yeah, sometimes it's just too much, and there's only so much you can do to recover from it, and we just decided that we were going to be, at best, maybe P35 after all the things that happened to us, so we just call it for today.
I think there's more than a few cars vying for that position unintentionally, to say the least, so I don't think you were dead set for it, but obviously I could understand motivation is key as well. It's definitely been a race of hard knocks, to say the least, as we are joined by a non-GTR lover, but he does like a 6-cylinder, I've heard, apparently, question mark. Mr. Sean Moller has joined the booth.
Good to be back. How are we all?
Bit sweaty after that one? We were watching you pretty much the whole way.
That was, hard work after my, let's just say, learning experience at Skyline. I had to come in, repair 30 seconds of damage, and then just got the head down. So we've kind of given up on sort of the goal of getting a podium on silver, but what we are doing is having a ripping battle with the 716. We're in the same team speed, so it's pretty spicy there, though. It's good fun.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I was going to say, like, we've been watching you and, Liv De Silva, and, sorry, who was in the, took over Stacey, who, before, in the, De Silva, and, who was it? Sorry, help me out here, Mike, I forgot already. Gibbo. Yes, Gibbo. There was a good battle the whole way through there. Unfortunately, yeah, we did catch your unfortunate flat spin through Skyline. Porsche moment, McLaren moment, all the same moments in a way.
Yeah, it is what it is. Pretty much.
Yeah.
I had to drink 3 bottles of Powerade just from replacing the sweat from watching you drive, mate. How was it actually driving with that pressure on you?
For some strange reason, I actually drove better, I felt, in the first stint, because, I was concentrating a lot more and just, pretty angry as well. I take this stuff pretty seriously in enduro racing and pretty hard on myself, so, pretty down in the dumps at the moment, but, it was good. It was a good stint. I enjoyed it, so a bit of banter as well, and that's what it's all about, a bit of camaraderie with the other team, and at the end of the day, I mean, that's why we go sim racing, is for the camaraderie and the community, so, winning and getting good results is fun, but the friends you made along the way, that's where it's at.
Oh
wow.
So slews around but keeps it still straight, but he is going to lose a position to Stacey up the hill, understandably so, as well as going to give Bub now, your teammate, something to think about come towards this. Definitely Boxell did have a good run out of the pit stops. Bear in mind that from where you stand, you as well as the number 51 Ferrari had damage, so that's why you guys kind of dropped back and why they move the Pixel Racers cars move forward. But it is good to see. But yeah, Boxell did have a good gap initially, but looks to have kind of fallen back into the clutches now of Stacey and Bub now, as unfortunately we didn't catch when Stacey got past Bub now. But, oh dear, as that is the Kung Fu Motorsport car is now sideways at the entry of McPhillamy. Hopefully he waits and finds a gap. That's Hayden Marsh behind the wheel, and he's got a gap, but that's quickly ending now, and he's gonna have to do a multi-point job on that one. I think that's not gonna get round.
Yep, that's the engage reverse, swear word, engage reverse, swear word, 3-point turn, more swear words.
That's probably the most amount. It's almost a parking lot up there on the way. That's the most off track that you're going to get at the top of the mountain, to say the least. Oh, wait, get now. Green flag, go, go, go.
Nicely done.
Oh dear, for them, P15 they're having a good run. Ooh, gave the Kovacs Racing purple car a little bit of something to think about as well. It's got, I dare say, they're gonna possibly fall back into the clutches of the little gaggle pack that we have had between P16 and 18 now. So we jump back to Sean Bub now.
One thing to note too is I wouldn't count car 100 out either. They're only 16 seconds behind this little group, so it looks like they're all going to come together pretty soon.
And what's interesting as well, these clouds, they're not going away, but it's, yeah, I've got ACC drive up and there's no sign of rain as we're looking here. As Bub now is going to try and make a move here on Boxall. Try going to be unbiased here completely. Go Nosky, send it, son. It's going to go up the inside here. At Rivers Bend, he should get this done nice and easily. Parks it right on the apex. Slides it up the inside. Beautifully done. Nice work. Get the head down and truck on after that yellow Ferrari now. As that moves up. Yep, 191 up to 17th and drops the 716 down to 18th. But I'm sure they will come back strong. But yeah, exactly there. So where is the rain?
Yes, 100% has been something balling us the whole time, to say the least. But yes, it's been interesting to watch this fight, obviously, between the two Ferraris and the McLaren, between Pixel Racers, yourself, and the 51 car. It's been interesting to see, like, you obviously, you guys in the McLaren have a bit of a straight line advantage, but you look so slurry and, like, kind of just, not like the car is kind of really stuck to the ground unless you're in the high-speed corners. Everywhere else, the Ferrari definitely looks more complacent, more planted for the most part, despite Boxall's exits so far on these last few laps. It's interesting to see how much he's kind of really dropped off. I wonder if he's had an incident. It does look like there's a bit of scrapage on the front nose of that 296.
Yeah, so the Ferrari can definitely outbrake us, 100%. It's definitely more stable over the skyline and down through the S's. But yeah, if I can nail the exit out of L corner and the elbow, the Ferrari's just got no chance of getting past. The McLaren is a bit of a rocket ship in a straight line, but you do have to brake significantly earlier than the Ferrari does.
Yes, it's not quite the David and Goliath fights of the Falcons and the Minis in the old era, but is definitely little ebbs and flows, and that's what we love about GT3 racing, the strengths and weaknesses between cars. Granted, we have to deal with the bot debate and the little arguments that come with it afterwards, but it's I think if you want spec racing, there's plenty of other games to play, put it that way. Oh, as he goes wide into Griffins and is going to lose a position to a lap down car, but I think they've earned it at that point. Probably going to disappear off the field. I think he needs to turn his TC up a bit because he's been really kind of sideways on the exit of a lot of these traction zones in the Ferrari, and the Ferrari is either it's spinning its tires or it's not, because a very, very sophisticated traction control system in the Maranello machine.
You've got to he's off. Another moment there. I was just going to say you got to take the psychological factor into account here too. Bathurst is it's a big rhythm track. I mean, all tracks are rhythm tracks, but Bathurst especially. Once you're out of the rhythm, once you're out of the groove, if you've been overtaken, you've made one slight mistake, it can just snowball like we're kind of seeing here with Paul Boxall, where just getting overtaken because it doesn't seem like you can quite get back into that pocket, and you really need to be in that pocket here at Bathurst because it's those little mistakes cost you tons of time.
I think also, big shout out to Boxy. He did a triple stint this morning. And these guys are two-manning at the moment because their third driver is currently having power issues. So he's doing a mega job, but yeah, I think the fatigue definitely starting to kick in, and it's completely understandable. As you were saying there, Mike, it's a rhythm track, and we've got a bit of a replay here. Keep an eye on this. This is the move with 91 inside.
You got a bad exit letting the 300 Bentley through, probably a little bit too early on that one, but then got a bad exit, was compromised, and then obviously Bub now's like, thank you, I will take the freebie.
Yeah, it actually looks like Boxall slowed a bit there, letting Lexus through, and that's what sort of hurt him a bit there, and he's just sort of mucked it up a little bit with the blue flags, and it's such a huge part of his endurance, isn't it? Especially at
those that little skill factors of like when you gotta let a car loose, and then when it's not, when it's not gonna cost you time. That's what kind of differs between drivers when it comes to traffic management is not something you can measure. It's purely experience, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's exactly what I was kind of alluding to. It's just, especially like a track like Bathurst, where there's not really many opportunities to let cars get past you in a safe manner. It's just so hard to manage sometimes. It's just made a little bit of an error there, and it seems to still be possible, unfortunately.
Certainly is. So we've got 4 hours 13 to go. Looks like it is the 919 still in front, and the 711, the 300, it's moved its way up to 3rd position. So that's a really nice drive there. That's behind the wheel. So putting in a very solid stick. And in 4th is the 444 of Laundry House, and in 5th position is the 520 with Mr. Steele behind the wheel. Lap times relatively quick. Is that a 2-minute flat for a race?
Yeah, and recently as well, he's been doing 2-minute flats as Mr. Smith in the AVR. So it's not just at the start of the race, it's still in his last current stint that he's been doing them. Now in the hands of Pignata, but Smith was doing 2-minute deads before as well. Yes, faultless race car. I know the commentators curse. Ryan Green would be sweating or swearing profusely. Shut up! Don't talk about them, please, please. But that's not our problem. That's just how it works.
Well, just because I seem to have the worst effect with commentators' curse, I might just duck out and leave you in the great hands of Mike Crick and Sean Muller.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. Looks like going over the crest into Mount Straight. Yep, this car has been utterly faultless. Interested to see the Bruno Gallo has dropped down to P4. I'm guessing that's a recent stop for them because they were P2 before. But I think that car in particular, it seems to be more of strategy relative to the rest of the cars in the top 4 than most, I will say. But great to see the Bentley get back up there despite its early struggles, to say the least.
It is nice to see the Bentley back. Definitely, we covered that on. I've been talking about it sort of quite a bit. It is really good to see some of these older cars get a bit of a lease of life, like the GTR. Yes, there you go, Mike. I gave the GTR credit. Everyone, click that. Definitely brings a little bit of life back into ACC. I felt sort of the last 3 or 4 months it's come sort of stale, but it is nice to see. Yeah, speaking of the GTR, there it is, and that beautiful rockets involved entry. One of my absolute favourite liveries on the grid. It has breathed a bit of life back into ACC, and I think it needed it. As I was saying, probably the last sort of 3 or 4 months it has become not stale, but I feel like it's sort of resting on its laurels. We do know AC2 is coming. Who knows when it's Kunos, so it could drop next week for all we know because it's Kunos. But of course, the big one is the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife that is coming as well, and I think that's going to breathe more life back into ACC while we all wait for AC2.
Yeah, it makes me wonder too if the updates in this and based on the things they can do to it is purely just so it can actually lap the Nordschleife, like they gave adjusted the collision and all that sort of stuff. Because I don't think in its form when it was there, I don't think we'd be able to do a lap around the current Nordschleife circuit because it's just bottomed out almost every corner after the 1.9 update initially.
Well, the other interesting thing is the Nordschleife runs a mandated 70mm ride height limit. So I think that's definitely, I think maybe see a physics change as well because these cars at 70mm ride height. I don't know if
Carousel of the old GTR would have been horrible. Oh, I've just realised that. It's just dawned on me now. Like the bouncy castle, if anything, just shake your filling tails to pieces. I'm going to duck off, but obviously, just quickly before I do, as we now have Reno Ellis jumping in the comm booth as well. A little shout out, speaking of Kunos, a little shout out to Aris, who unfortunately has moved on from Kunos onto new ventures, new lease of life. but he has been a stalwart, almost I think over 15 years at Kunos, a little Italian company, and obviously provided us being the head of basically head of driving physics behind the Leicester 2 Assetto Corsa games. And yeah, thank you for all you've done, and thank you for all you've done in the community as well, within the streams, all the helpful tips. You've educated a lot of people. I'm sure you probably won't see this, but just want to put that out there. Thank you. And goodbye for the rest of the stream, and take care, gentlemen.
Yeah, catch you later, Ken.
Thank you there, Ken, the one and only Cameron this way. And we do welcome in Brenna Ellis. Top of the, I'm going to say that, top of the evening, good sir.
How's it going, fellas?
Yes, it's going.
Yes. It's Bathurst. It's going. Yes.
Yeah, fair enough. I understand that sentiment. It's not been a great day out for our team. But, you know, we push forward. There's still a third of the race to go, or thereabouts, so anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Exactly, and as long as we're still smiling and have a bit of fun and a bit of... Oh, there's a Lexus Bowen there, just clubs the wall under the tree. That's going to not do the Bentley front end any good at all. Well, it's a big don't anyway. Brush it off.
Should brush it off.
Yeah.
It's fine. Butterflesh wound to a Bentley. It's not a McLaren.
But it's clearly shows how hard she's pushing now. Really ringing in the neck of the big bad Bentley, and just lap traffic up ahead. Hopefully that'll just pull aside here at the elbow, tuck to the inside. Lexus should be able to just run it out of... Yep. Okay, there we go. It's a little longer than I thought. But get the Bentley wound up and then head into the chase and brush it off and circulate one more time around this 6.2 kilometres with a 1 in 6 gradient. I think
Yeah, I'm not sure how much has been, I guess, looked at, but obviously we're not running stint timers as we normally would. You know, we usually would run 70-minute stint timers, but we elected not to for this race because we feel like it is pretty balanced overall between the cars. But I do wonder how much advantage cars like the Bentley and the GTR as well, which are both notoriously large fuel tanks, are doing compared to some of the other cars. Like the Mercedes in particular, I mean, we've only got, I think, 2 Mercedes in the field, and there might only be 1 left by this point. I haven't been keeping track, but yeah, how the Mercedes in particular chews a lot of fuel, but you know, the GTR was pretty good on fuel. We could do almost an hour and a half for a full tank around here, so it'll be interesting to see, I think, towards the end, if any of those advantages do play out, because it might be worth a lap or two.
I didn't realise the GTR was that good on fuel. I know the Ferrari's pretty good on tyres, and that's what I was going to say. I reckon it's going to be the tyres going to be the limiting factor here. Obviously, Bathurst not the easiest track on the tyres, especially those right sides, being a counter-clockwise track. Yes, clockwise track. And a lot of high-speed left-handers, as we can see in the Bentley here, come over the top. Which, like, I found, like, we're driving the Ferrari, and I reckon we could easily do 80 minutes with the tyres still feeling half decent by the end. Obviously, the fuel for us is the limiting factor, but I was surprised when I found out there weren't any stint timers, because I was expecting 65 minutes like the Spartan Ferrari last year that participated in. So all of our strategies were set around 65-minute stints, but it's good that they've opened the strategy up here. We'll see how it plays out, I guess.
Yeah, I think I like it. I think it's. I think what it'd be nice if the tyre model in general, and ACC could last that a little bit longer. That would bring the double stick of tyres into play. That could really open the strategy up. But in the McLaren, for example, I nearly went 68 minutes at stint, but the last 10 minutes I was holding on for dear life. It was not nice at all. Once the rears go off on the Macca, it's like a bucking Bronco basically. You just hold on and pray, pretty much.
Yeah, well, that is interesting, because like that might be what's helping the Triple One listen just get up, because I mean they started in last and they're all the way up to 12th place at this point. That might be something that's given that a little bit of edge, because we basically noticed that you could do a whole 132 litre tank on one set of tyres. The last 5 laps or so are a bit sketchy, but you could still do it. So the Nissan's pretty well balanced around here in terms of tyre life and fuel. You can pretty much do an entire tank before you have to pit.
Coming back to that, I'm pretty sure in real life they can do about 2 hours on a single set of tyres, so it would be nice to have that reflected in ACC, because as you said in the strategy, obviously it only takes about 25-ish seconds to fully fill up, compared to the 30 that it takes to change tyres. So you could potentially just like top up the fuel tank and save yourself upwards of 5 seconds every pit stop. Every second pit stop, should I say.
Now, what would be cool if ACC brought in the fuel ratio of the Nürburgring 24 hour, because people who do watch the Nürburgring 24 hour, they actually use just a good old fashioned pump. So, not like these fully fancy fuel rigs that you see at Bathurst and other tracks, but you know, just a good old fashioned, you pop over to your servo, that's the fuel flow rate, so their pit stops take a lot longer. That'd be really cool, basically. Kudos did that, but I know, I'm asking for it.
Could be something they can bring in just to the Nordschleife. There's going to have to be some things, surely they do, with the introduction of that track to balance it just that little bit, because it is it's such a different racetrack than anything else in ACC. You know, it's Bathurst is like a tiny section of it. It's the hardest track and the most challenging track there. It's like that's having a bit of a worry up there. They're losing the rear of the map there.
I was going to say, that's a change of position. So Bob now has got ahead of Stacey there, so good, well done, good sir. But so that is definitely a change of position. I just want to echo Jan's thoughts in the chat as well. As I was saying, I mentioned it before, yeah, Jan, but yeah, Gibbo and Peter, the boxer there, basically two-manning it. Incredible effort. Anytime that you're doing enduro two-man or for a 24-hour three-man, huge effort. Yeah, just can't had enough to people to do that. It's incredible. It's actually getting a spicy. So maybe Stacey's had a moment there, because that Ferrari does not look nice. Oh, a little skating there under the tree. Just holds onto it. Oh, and clubs the wall again. They're great. So they've definitely got damage on that car now.
And they might be in a bit of trouble, but they do appear to have been holding up the car behind, who does appear to be a lap ahead of him. Can't quite spy the number. That's not car 100.
No, that is the 499 Ferrari. That's our team car that we're a lap or two down.
Oh, I see. So I saw some flashing lights before. So.
Yeah, there's been a couple they're not really back buckers, but there's been a couple blokes ahead that have been towards the end of their stint that have been holding us up, so Logan using the car is pretty keen to get past. And the Ferrari is saying is not too happy over the top in the dirty area though.
Definitely.
Stacey runs wide here. Too wide for there. A little bit of a squirm on there and it gets the 499 car goes through. So hopefully that's some good clean air for Logan. I think a little bit of a gap and catch up to between two ahead.
Yeah, it does seem like you guys have got the pace there, so I don't think we're going to have too much trouble there. Stacey seemingly having a bit of a struggle compared to me. But the green Ferrari, one thing it's worth noting, I mean, I know it's your car, so I don't want to pull too many things, but flashing lights can be penalised if you do it too much and you're not in a position where you're supposed to be, so they might be careful with that.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. Obviously, excessive flashing, I understand that. I think a quick one every couple laps is so maybe like on different cars. Like once, I think is fine. But when you start doing it multiple times a lap, that's when I feel as if that's where it's getting a lot well.
Currently at 3 o'clock in game time. Truck tank is 29, so I don't think we'll crack the 30 mark. I thought we would, but this cloud cover, it's just like going away, but it's not bringing anything with it. I feel like those typical race commentators, oh, the rain's coming, is it coming? Not sure if it's coming, we've heard it's coming.
Yeah, well, when it first started to get grey there, God, hours ago now, about 2 or 3 hours ago, it started to get really grey. I thought, okay, we're going to get some rain. It's going to make things nice and interesting and spicy, and I'm glad that he's retired, so we don't have to worry about the rain anymore. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to have overcome. It just seems to be a dull, dreary, overcast day. Similar to what we're watching in Sydney at the moment.
I was going to say, it's obviously they've invoked the Melbourne model. It was sunny to start with, and then it's got cloudy, so...
No, it's only been 2 separate
true.
weather systems. If it was Melbourne, it would have been 8 by now.
Yeah. I was going to say there'll be a thunderstorm, a tornado, maybe some snow, and then back to sun.
Yeah, Imola last year, that was the 10-hour last year, that was Melbourne weather. Just rain, shine, rain, shine, rain, shine. Just all over the place. That was great.
I do like a mixed conditions race. I just think it adds another layer of immersion and sort of skill level as well. I mean, my favourite conditions are the drying track. So that's what I was sort of hoping for. We get a bit of rain that timed our stops perfectly, and we get in. I get on a wet track to start with and a drying track. And for me, that's where it's at in endurance racing. But clearly, the weather gods have different ideas.
Yeah, I'd agree with that too. I really do like a bit of mixed condition. It just makes it more interesting, opens up. Again, you know, we're talking about how it's good to not have the stint timers. Just going a bit wide there. Looked like he started to get it back under control, but now he's struggling a little bit, and he's got some blue flags to deal with.
Our race leader.
Almost went into the sides of some of the leaders there. And yeah, what was that? Sorry, I missed that.
That was for the 919, our race leader, a 10-second penalty for dangerous driving there. So they have got a substantial lead, so it won't affect them too much, but he still sees little things that can build up throughout the day. So they'll just keep an eye on that, manage that. I'm sure they'll brush it off, and Zach Smith will jump in and pump out 2-minute race laps again, and it'll be all great.
Sounds like a bit of an altercation with a blue flag or something like that. Probably being too impetuous or something like that over the top of the mountain, trying to overtake a blue flag and gave him a little bump. 10 seconds though, it can't have been too bad.
Impetuous, that's a good word. I like that.
I was actually trying to think of any word there, and that's the first one that came to my mind, so I'm rolling. I was trying to think of something a little bit more common, a little bit more down to earth, but that was the word that came to mind.
Just got clarification in the chat, actually. Sorry to interrupt. Penalty for the 919 for dive bombs in a car. They were lapping, forcing evasive action.
Even if you are the lapping car, you do have to give cars a bit of respect, especially on a track like Bathurst. You know, I'm sure there wasn't any malice or intent. They're just trying to do as fast lap times as they possibly can. But you do have to be a little bit careful when you're lapping the cars, because you don't want to cause anybody else strife. You know, other people have got their race to run as well.
Sometimes it can be, you can also, the backline can sometimes force your hand by braking earlier than they would expect. Obviously that comes into a skill in racecraft, just not the driver ahead, being cautious, but there's been a couple of times where I've been caught off guard, and I've had to dive up inside when I didn't actually want to. I was just taking it back, I didn't have a choice. But obviously the students think that it's safe, guards, so
Speaking of our race leader, he is trucking up to the back of Stacey here. This is not the spot where you want to catch a blue flag, especially in a McLaren, because you get behind a car right there and it goes, no, I'm not turning. I refuse to turn. I refuse to do anything you want me to.
Too much downforce, see? You need to be in the Nissan. It just floats. Just floats between the corners. Nissan actually also has that problem. Not so much down the hill, it does going across, going up from the cutting basically all the way to the dipper there. It really struggles trying to follow a car through there. It just, it just kills it. Difficult to follow the car. It's just something to do with the aerodynamic profile of the car.
Yeah, it's almost
kind of click things in the second.
Yeah, I'm very much a drive-by feel kind of person. Someone says to me, I had a bit of rake here, do this, do that, I'm like, cool, yep. But some other, that's one of the other great things about sim racing as well. Some people, drive by, like myself, I drive by feeling. I just drive, feels fast, feels good, I'm happy. Where others can drive a car and go, if I had a little bit of an extra click on the damper here, and an extra click on the diff here to do this and that. It's just, different courses for different horses. Normally horses for courses overcomplicate that. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Saturday. You are watching the Permobile OOR 2024 Bathurst 12-hour live from Mount Panorama in Bathurst. Of course, coming up next weekend is the real life event as well, which, Stacey, get right out sideways. Nice. That's always going to happen. As soon as you get sideways under that tree, that wall is just going to come up there. And that's doing some really weird things. Looks like it's just, it doesn't look nice at all, does it?
So the house been doing some interesting things for the last couple of hours.
Yeah, it looks like
This is not good.
this is looking like some server issues, but I think I'm not sure to see if we're getting any reports from the drivers to see if this is just an off-road issue for us.
I'm looking at those bars along the side and they're going up and down, up and down. Server side, we just got confirmation. Come on, Kunos. Kick it in the guts. That's the on and off switch. Hang on. Is it past the time? Might be.
Yeah,
It seems alright.
There we go. Definitely not Australian internet, best in the world.
Yeah, no, it's not. Ironically, I'm pretty sure we invented it, so...
I know, isn't it hilarious, isn't it?
we invented Wi-Fi. Itself. There was a time where Australia was the leader in mobile telecommunications, but for a while we were the leader for quite a period of time there. But we've sort of been overtaken with lack of investment. I guess is the nicest, least politically charmed way to put it, I guess you'd say.
Well, in the 80s and early 90s, telecom was sort of the telecommunications, and we didn't know of anything else. It was good old telecom, and that was it.
Well, worldwide too, we were quite highly regarded as well, especially with our initial uptake in the internet. We were pushing a lot of boundaries in Australia, but we just sort of fell behind. We just didn't continue the investment.
But that is a topic for another day, because that could really open a can of worms.
Oh yes.
At our leader on screen at the moment. Matthew Ignata behind the wheel. 919 Alpha Venturi Racing McLaren. And it looks like there is not an absolute scratch on that car as well, which is normally a sign of a solid day's work. Currently on the my timing screen, 1 minute 13 to the good. From Taufik 711 McLaren as well. And for the 49 seconds down the road is Bruno Gallo in the 444 House Ferrari. That is your top three at the moment. 3 hours and 49 remaining in the great race. No, not the great race. I was going to say the great race. One thing. The greatest race. There we go. We'll go with that. Yeah.
It's definitely one of the highlight events for us here at OLR. It happens. It's a consistent event every year. We always do Bathurst 12 hour. It's always kind of the opening round of any endurance series. We've done it for a couple of years now. It's always a bit of a highlight. It always brings out some of the best drivers and some of the highest levels of competition. I mean, the qualifying itself was absolutely manic. You did what in most servers would consider a good time of a 2:01 or something like that, and you were, almost bone last. So everybody on this grid right now is level of pace and speed. not a scratch on it, and that's probably one of the most important things to survive in a full 12-hour race series. Really, just keeping out of the wars, keeping out of it. You know, we saw that 51 car having those little struggles before and those little mistakes, and they all add up. You know, like a tap of the wall doesn't necessarily destroy the car, but you do enough of them over the course of 10 or 15 laps, and the wheel starts to struggle to maintain it. Because you're on such a knife's edge over that mountain. Even if you've got a fairly comfortable race setup, it's so easy to just throw the car out of its comfort zone, I guess you'd say, and really cause some trouble, as we see. That's the only way. Taking the launch from century there, so they're quite far ahead of P3.
Also, just got a jam in the chat. Is there another track that is as hilly as Bathurst? Apart from Spa, I'd say the Nordschleife. If you're thinking about just like one section, looking at Soka, there's a big dip there. I think it's 14 stories from the top of the corkscrew down to the final climbs, so big elevation changes there.
Stanford's got some pretty hilly sections.
Yeah. It does, coming through the two bowl corners. Well, Brands Hatch is pretty hilly.
Yes, very British, isn't it?
It is British. Greatest racetrack in the world.
It's up there, definitely.
Greatest racetrack in the world.
After Bathurst, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's probably the hilliest I can think of. And then you've got the absolutely hilly Paul Ricard.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, that's I think that's going up there. I reckon that's the hilliest.
Good old French car park.
Yep. How many different layouts does it have? 30 something?
120 something, technically.
Oh, right. There we go.
What is good fun is, I don't know if you've ever done it, you just drive Paul Ricard without, you don't worry about track limits. Just drive, it's hilarious.
It would be. I do want to try the different layouts and performance and things around there. It's just that you can't see it from the car.
But as always with Paul Ricard, it is a bit of a controversial track, but it does produce some fantastic racing in real life as well, especially with GT3 cars.
Yeah, I'd argue it's much better suited to GT3 cars than Bathurst is, but I would much rather race Bathurst in GT3 cars than Paul Ricard. But that's not to slander Paul Ricard. I'm actually quite a fan of it. I do think it's a really good circuit, especially when it comes to racing conditions. But yeah, it doesn't quite have that excitement factor, but it can produce really good wheel-to-wheel racing, which you don't quite get as much of with Bathurst. Bathurst is all about racing the track itself, whereas Paul Ricard is definitely racing the concepts a lot more. It just brings different things. That's why I'm not a big person who hates tracks. Except for Hungary, that track would die.
Oh really? I was going to say, what are you guys' like least favourite tracks? Mine is Coda, without a doubt. I can't stand that track.
Drive
least?
The track limits, the strict track limits of the cherry on top as well.
Spa is the worst track objectively.
I quite enjoy Spa.
Terrible.
In ACC?
Push it aside.
In ACC, 100% Sanderton. It's not even up for debate. I don't know who designed an absolute goat track. Absolutely horrible. Oh, it's horrible.
Well, Snedden is great.
I'm gonna be different, I'm like, it's definitely not my favourite, but I don't understand the slander that Snedden gets. Like, it's not a great track. It's not bad either.
All the other British tracks float. Brands Hatch, Silverstone, Donington, Alton Park. They got a really nice flow to them and that, but Sanderton's just, and it's narrow and it's got that couple of stupid hairpins that just come out of nowhere, and it feels like there's never any grip there. It's just, I just don't like the joint.
I reckon if it didn't double back on itself twice, I think it would be better. But you know a track that would put me to sleep? I reckon Le Mans. I've never understood the hype. I grant it's got the pedigree, like it's got the racing history and the heritage there, but I'm sorry, it really is a boring circuit. I know that's controversial. I'm gonna get my comms booth banned for that one.
Yeah, look, maybe put the defences up. But look, I am going to partially agree with you there. I do think Le Mans as a track to drive. And it's similar, I guess, in a way to the car. It's not the most interesting. It is quite a boring track, and I wouldn't be excited to do many sprint races. It's just not laid out for that. But
I think
Le
it's what you
Mans-
drive as well.
Yeah, Le Mans it's a 24-hour track. It's designed for endurance racing. Like it's designed for that particular race. I don't think it's particularly good at doing any other type of race. I think it's only really good for a 24-hour race. Spa is pretty similar as well, I would say. They both have that sort of quality, but Spa can hold up a bit better than sprint racing. But I have a personal hatred for it. A lot of people do enjoy doing sprint races there.
I think in a GT3 car, yeah, Le Mans would be pretty boring. But in a prototype, no, Le Mans far from boring. Especially through the Porsche curves and yeah, absolutely fantastic. Oh, that's hard luck. That's hard luck, Mr. Kumar. Yeah, it's always tough when the game and sort of system issues don't play ball, but you gave it a good crack, and that's the main thing. Head up, and we'll definitely see you in the next one.
Yeah, I feel that we had, similar sort of technical difficulties that just caused us to decide to retire our car as well. Sometimes it's just like having engine failures or problems in real life racing, isn't it? Sometimes it's just turn up, do all the work, practice, but it's just not good.
Yeah.
And Bathurst is also one of those tracks where it compounds. So, some tracks you can have an incident. Here's the 191 is trying to put a move here on second position here. It should be done nice and early with no dramas, and got the truck on there. But yeah, Bathurst is one of those tracks where it compounds. I feel like as soon as you have an incident, then another one happens, then another one happens. It's just one of the tracks that, yeah, once you get into that incident mode, it just feels like it never ends. It's a snowball. Amazes me how really quick drivers go so close to that wall.
It's kind of been one of my life goals is to get as close to that wall as I can every time I come back here to do more practice to do another race like this. So always push to see just how close I can clip that wall. I've gotten pretty close to that wall. The only reason, I mean, it's not fast by any means, but the only reason I was able to finally get into the 201s for qualifying this time around was because I could get just within minutes of that wall. It's so vital to gathering that lap time, but yeah, it's scary. It's definitely not something I'd be doing race lap after race lap, for sure.
Yeah, it's a track you build up to 100%. It's not one where you can just, when the qualifying server pops up, it's not one you can just jump in unless you're one of these top 10 freaks. It's not a track where you can just jump in and go flat out. You've really got to build up to it. And build and build and build and build. Where other tracks, like for me, example, Grand Touch, pretty much 2 laps and I'm already in the zone. Because it's just a different kind of track. But Bathurst, very much so, you've got to build up to it. As we are looking here with Stephen Ty at the moment, 111 Rocket 12 GTR, currently in 12th position. They've put together a really solid performance. This has been one of the drives of the day, I feel. Ooh, okay. This is GTR doing GTR things.
It's fine. You won't notice.
Yep, smash the curb, it's fine.
It didn't even feel those curves, guaranteed. Just floats over. Chasing down the ITM car there, right ahead Brown.
It is the battle for position here, so nice to see some on-track battles. This will be a really good sort of indicator as well, sort of the Ferrari versus the GTR strengths and weaknesses. Of course, the GTR is known for its low-down torque and its punch out of corners, where the Ferrari does dance across the top.
Is there a difference here as it comes over? Trying to ties to showing how much more talent he's got than me. He's able to really hold on to the back, but you have seen he does sort of lose the Ferrari there. He's going to struggle in the area wash just a little bit, and I think Ty also giving that little bit of space. The GTR strength, and he'll know it, is down those straights. Do lose cars through the trying to follow them, which we're seeing here. Ferrari's so much better with all that downforce, all that, to put all that power to use. This is where Ty can make up the difference. It's probably where he has been closing this gap over the last few laps is the exit speed out of the elbow. He's nailed it. He's done a really good job there. He's got a nice wide exit. He chases him down quite well. Not as fast in top speed. If the Ferrari's not running too much wind, Ferrari actually will beat the Nissan down here in total top speed. Nissan just gets that a little bit quicker, which helps keep it together. They break into chase down here, and he's just still maintaining the gate. He's lost a little bit actually there at times, so he didn't quite put it together as well as he hoped.
You definitely notice the lack of acceleration just out of Forest elbow, but once you're approaching the kink about halfway down the straight, you can really feel it pull. Especially if you've got a car ahead, you can see how much you gain just because it's so aero efficient. It sucks on the first half of the straight, but the second half it pulls you mostly back. You know, like you're obviously never going to be like an Aston or maybe even the Lexus down a straight in the Ferrari, but you can definitely stick with them in the second half.
Cries of Porsche.
Yeah, I was just about to say it's yeah, it's nice driving the Lambo now. I actually have some sort of decent top speed. Like it's certainly not the quickest in a straight line by any means, but it's definitely not the Porsche level slow. I know the pain.
We're on board here with Jake Brown at the moment, looking over the rear wing. So coming through at middle grade. Great part of the circuit. This is one of the top bits of road in the world, and that was that a scrape of the wall there from the side? That was very close to a scrape. But the GTR obviously, what was that? I don't know what you're talking about. Now into
You hit it hard enough, you'll notice it, trust me.
Yeah. Now it's really important here. Can he make up a little bit of time in the elbow, break that little bit later, skate it in, and then get the power down and engage boost mode? But again, that's you're not wrong there. It is no slouch.
Yeah, you're definitely right there, Sean. This is a good little battle to be looking at, just because these two cars couldn't be more different where their strengths and weaknesses lie. And that's why we've seen sort of, again, the distance, he's catching him by the time he gets to turn 2, but he's just losing it all before he can get there. Kind of feeling Ty's frustration as I was following the Ferrari that was the same pace as me in a similar way for quite a few laps. And it's a hard car to catch in this because it seems like, where your strengths are and weaknesses are, they're like almost perfect balance in that kind of way. So it'll be interesting to see if I can actually make the move stick here from Brown without Brown having to make a mistake. Some blue flags getting involved or something like that.
Asking you shall receive.
Yeah, they're coming.
He's closer this time. He's very much closer this time. So head up mountain straight now. GTR versus Ferrari. Stephen Ty pulls out. He's going to place the car on the inside. He's going to try and set it up the inside of Griffin's Bend. Can he get this done? This is a classic Bathurst movement. Oh, look at that. Jake Brown hangs it around the outside. Oh, that's incredible racing.
Did they go too wide through the cutting?
Oh, but Ty
around the outside.
Wow. That is close to the best sort of part of racing I think we've seen all day. That was fantastic.
Ty, they're showing absolute commitment, going on the outside there and holding it through. He's now in a really good position here because he can sort of hold up Brown where the Nissan's a little bit weaker and sort of try and get a good escape down those straights. So he's got some traffic ahead that he's going to have to deal with, which might make it interesting. So I don't think this battle's going to be quite over yet. I don't think Brown is off the pace at all. So we'll see where they go.
Might have just surprised him a bit as well, so thinking, right, okay, now I know the GTR is strong. Now they do have a bit of lap traffic in front, so that's going to give Ty toe, and we know the GTR gets a look at that thing, seriously. Rocket ship.
We'll still top out about 284 down this straight. So the Ferrari, again, depending on how you set it up, I know the Ferrari can go just a little bit quicker, 296, 298 or something, I've seen it do.
I've got the speed traps up here, and this is gonna sound like I've planned this, but our Ferrari was actually the quickest at 290 kilometers an hour down Conrad. I assume that's for the toe. The next quickest is the McLaren, the 91 McLaren at 288.
Yeah.
the third
So-
quickest is my Nissan, that would be the scariest thing ever.
Unfortunately not. It is the Aston of number 52 at 287 km, as well as Mia Rose when the 69 ran again to 287 again. Oh, sorry, D Sparks from the other Ferrari 289 as well. So Ferrari pretty strong down the straight. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, everybody sort of talks about, you know, the Nissan being really fast in a straight line. It's just not. It just gets there really quickly. It's just so much acceleration. Because yeah, it's topping out. Like, you're bashing on the limiter by the time you get to the kink at Conroy. Like, it can't go any faster. So it doesn't even matter if you get toe or anything like that. Once you get to 284, it stops.
Because if you want to experience top speed at Bathurst, either take a GT2 car, they will do 300, or take the Lexus. It's hilarious. It'll take you a while to get to Conrod Straight, but it's hilarious once you get there.
It's what else? I think the old V12 Aston's pretty good in a straight line.
Well, wasn't the NSX back in the day a rocket ship as well in a straight line? Pretty sure it was.
It was pretty good. And then they gave it like decent, I think everybody switched to it.
Yeah, it was sort of. Yeah, it was the meta car there for a while. I know, saw a lot of people switch to the NSX and the Audi, of course. The Audi, at some tracks, it's unbelievably quick. I still wouldn't touch it with a 40-foot pole. I just don't like Audis from stop, the brand, the whole lot. The only Audi I like is, of course, the S1 Group B rally car. Other than that, Audi can get the bid.
I mean, I don't know, the RS3 with the 5-cylinder turbo, I think that sounds great. And the I think it's the Gen 2 facelift R8, I think is the closest they've come to like the perfect looking car. It's so aggressive and it looks good from every angle.
And they dominated Le Mans for so long. And yes, it's one of those things in sort of sports car racing that does frustrate. So that's why I'm so excited about sort of the current sports car climate at the moment. Is we've got proper competition back now. So many years it was Porsche in the 80s. Then we had a good period in the 90s with some different manufacturers, and then of course the 2000s was Audi. And then we had another nice little period as well with Porsche and Audi and Toyota. And then it was Toyota dominating, and now with this Le Mans we've got, I think, 7 or 8 or 9 manufacturers, which is frankly insane. So really looking forward to this sports car season, as well as GT3 racing as well, going to Le Mans, which is really exciting. GT World Challenge Europe is looking really strong with Ford going there with the Mustang. Come on ACC, give us the Mustang.
Yes, please.
And I'll put $20 on it. Someone will do a supercar livery within 2 hours of it dropping.
2 hours, that's slower than I would have thought.
Yeah,
2
I'm being
minutes.
generous. Yeah. But yeah, we definitely need the mark. Oh, that's really close there from Greg Cook to the ball. Just gets through there nicely there in the Falcon Motorsport entry. Currently running in 7th position on track at the moment. So solid run. Of course, Brady is a bit of a Porsche man as well. So man after my own heart. Loves his Porsche. He drives beautiful. He has, of course, the classic 1992 Skyline inspired livery on his car. It's actually really good in the Sprint Series. Of course, coming up on Wednesday, heading off to Kyalami. So that will be exciting. Looking forward to that. Big fan of Kyalami. I think it's a really underrated racetrack. So
Awesome, love Kyalami. It's
Yeah, I'm
great for
looking forward to
sprints, great for enduros, great for everything. It's just a really good track. Except for that massive curve at is it Crocodile?
yes,
The death of so many races.
Yep. Looks like we've got a yellow here for the 41 and the 214 McLarens on this Skyline.
Another yellow too, just at the cutting there, a slow car. Whoop, we've disappeared, going back to pits.
oh, it's
So
Cookie.
Cook.
Oh dear. So they were running
The other
really strong. Yeah, the other cook. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Yes, I went there. Just had a couple of small issues there. They were running quite strong, but just a couple of moments, and that's Bathurst right there in a nutshell. be running strong all day. He's got the 191 coming up behind him here now. I think he's going to Georgie pretty well. He'll just, puts the indicator on, just drive on past there. Now, it'll be interesting to keep an eye on this. Will he come in? How big was the damage? I'm sure we'll get a replay up soon, hopefully. If not, we'll just speculate, because that's what motorsport commentators do.
The car doesn't look too bad.
No, it looks okay, so...
I think he might have got away with that. I reckon he was just built into the same track there. I don't think he's touched the wall.
One of the few places on track you can actually go off and potentially not hit a wall, so...
Yeah, one of 2 corners, I reckon. That's the thing with the chase and, the filament.
So, I just answered a question there in chat from Buffo. When is the info about the Duo series going to appear? So the Duo series, we've got a replay. We'll come back to that. We'll go to this replay. Oh no! Oh dear!
He has kept it out the wall, but yeah, a bit of damage on that.
Full beam then. That's one of those spots. If a car spins up there and you're coming through it, 220 kilometres an hour you're coming through there at McPhillany, it is literally nowhere to go. But probably not too bad at damage, could be worse. In fact, he didn't touch the wall there, it really saved him, but that's heart and mouth stuff, just got to brush it off, keep on trucking. But back to the Duo series there, so yes, I believe that's coming up February 24 is round 1. Unfortunately, I'll be away in Thailand, on my own property there. And that's my birthday as well, so everyone have a good race on my birthday, it'd be great. So looking forward to that. It is the return of the 3-hour format, very popular format here in OOR. So looking forward to seeing oh, team's ready. What are we having? Looking forward to that and seeing how that all plays out. It is a American themed series as well. Going to all the tracks in the US of A, so we're going to Seika, Coda, Indianapolis, Watkins Glen. Yeah, Indianapolis, another one of those tracks. It is pretty polarizing. Some love it, some hate it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I wouldn't say it's my favourite American track. That would be Watkins Glen, 100%. I love Watkins Glen. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting as well. Laguna Seca is actually the one I'm actually really looking forward to in terms of seeing how a race plays out there. It's a tricky track. It's got the gnarly corkscrew as well, which is, I'm sure, going to cause, we're going to see some sort of drama up there. But yeah, look forward to the Duo series. So if you haven't signed up, make sure you grab yourself a partner and jump in a car, chuck a livery on it and go racing. And of course, all information is always in the OOR Discord. Got a nice camera angle here. I do like it. What are your thoughts on that livery? I'm a fan. I don't know, it's different. And I like it.
Yeah, I quite like the Valkyrie livery there. Obviously going pretty heavy with the theme. You've got the wings, and it seems to have actually benefited a little bit from the dirt and the wear and tear it's suffering throughout the race. It kind of looked better with a bit of dirt and texture all over it. No, it's a nice one. I like the colours. Purple and yellow. It's a good choice. It's pretty bold. It can be bad if you do it incorrectly, but they've kind of got a goldish yellow. So with livery designer, I agree. So it's Nova Designs, I think, who's done that one. Good job, guys.
Kung Fu Racing entry of George Cook at the moment. I'm a fan of this one. I do like the black and the white. I think it's those two colours that if you do it right, it's just clean. Of course, this is slightly inspired by Kung Fu Panda. A little bit about Cookie as well. He's created a GT7 racing team as well this season. They had their first race last weekend as well, and they've sort of invoked that black and white sort of style as well across to there as well. So it's definitely something George is running with. Of course, Crazy Kung Fu is known in GT land. So that's sort of where the style is. And of course, Kung Fu Panda, Itchy Nose, is one of the greatest kids movies of all time. Actually, it's not really kids movie. I enjoy it. I was going to say, I enjoy it.
Yeah, no, I would agree too. I like black and white, you know. Just because a car's got a lot of black on it doesn't mean it can be boring. It can do a lot of interesting things with it. And they've definitely done a good job there. Yeah, it stands out. There's a lot of good liveries, and I have the great privilege of doing all the graphics and taking photos of all of these cars for the event, so I get to see all of them up close before we start. Yeah, there's some really good ones in there. It's hard to pick a favourite. This one here, Safik 711, which was probably one of the latest liveries we got this time around, which is probably why it sticks out in my mind. But I remember seeing this one. That was worth the wait. Like those nice simple red, white, black, perfect colour combination. One of my favourite colour combinations ever. Used a lot of mini cars. I think they've done a mad job of applying it to this one. Like that 711.
Yeah, I think I mentioned about this earlier. I like this one. It's based on the Porsche. I think they're like junior team or the Formula E team. I think one of the two.
I think it's Formula E. I'm pretty sure it's Formula E.
Yeah, it's based on that there. So they've done very well to scale it to the car. But it's a good delivery on the car.
I mean, it is hard to make a car, but it's nice.
It's a good looking road car.
It's one of the few sports cars that I do genuinely like. I don't usually like ridiculous Ferraris. I find them too pretentious. You know, the car in the background there, the GTR, the big boxy thing. That's my style. I like that with Bentley or something big and heavy. Big Mustang, that kind of thing. But sleek sports cars usually leave me a bit cold, but the McLarens on the road as well, 650 to 720, nice looking road cars too.
765 LT, I think, is the perfect aggressive look for the 720. I think it's
Yep. Joshua Holmes in the 117. He gets a drive-through position on lap 237 there. Yeah, I'm not so sure about the McLaren. Looks-wise, yes. I still think it lacks soul. I don't know. It's just one of those cars. And the names of them as well. Like seriously, 720, 650. Like, get inventive for crying out loud.
What, like Porsche? They just call it the same thing
Hey,
every year.
that's different.
It's not. Porsche, it's the same car every year.
That is nearly
911,
50 years.
R2, 3, 6, 4, blah, 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 blah.
It's 50 years of history and refinement.
I think McLaren would argue the same thing, although not quite as long a history, obviously, of McLaren making road cars, although they've been making race cars for a long time.
I guess it's the mindset as well. Different countries and manufacturers, you know, Ferrari and Lamborghini, you know, passion first, you know, La Ferrari and Murcielago, and, you know, yes, the electrics might not work and that, but that doesn't matter. It's fine, it's passionate, and it looks good.
just made with love.
Exactly. Where, you know, German, Porsche, Audi, Tectonic, you know, very much over-engineered, you know. They'll have a meeting about a doorknob about a meeting. That's the German sort of philosophy. And then you got the English, who's probably a mixture of both, you know, so, yeah, really interesting.
The McLaren is very clinical for a British car compared to, I guess that they don't have Peter Brown, and they've got Bentley, Rolls-Royce as well.
Things you don't see often. I believe we've joined by someone from the other side of the pond. It's the one and only Nick Amone. Good evening, or should I say good morning?
We'll say morning. It's 3 a.m. here. How we doing, boys?
We are well. How are you?
Oh, I am just dandy. I was a little late. I apologize. I was doing some virtual reality socialization with the boys, so you can imagine how long that took.
And of course, joining us as well is the one and only Mitch Hobbs. Top of the evening, Hobbsy. How's your race? How's your day been?
You really want me to tell you how my race has been?
Yes, Mitch.
You saw that incident on the straight, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
No. Yes?
No.
No, of course not. No. Needless to say, I was fucking pissed off with that. I'm just going to put it out there. I was furious.
Tell us how you really feel, Mitch.
Yeah, well, I just did.
Mitch, a man of few words, but it's always honest few words.
Oh,
I appreciate that about him.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That's how it was.
You shouldn't. You know, it's
No.
good to speak your mind sometimes.
And on that part, I'll beat you with you.
No, yes, go and relax. Yes, thanks, race control. Thank you. Yeah, what incident? I don't know what you're talking about.
We've all forgotten, Mitch. We're over it. You need to just move on, just like the rest of us.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sure it's that easy. Thanks, Mike. Thanks.
Hey, we're not even running anymore, so you're doing better than us.
Well, it doesn't help when one of your teammates' chairs falls apart.
Yeah, that's
Oh, that's a problem.
just one of many things that that happened to us towards the end there. But anyway, boys, you can share all of your amazing thoughts on those incidents with each other over the next
2
hour. But
hours.
that's
Wow, lucky us.
that'll do me for the evening. So thanks very much, everybody, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you kindly, yes, Mike. So, 3 hours 20 to go, Nick. Still there's a couple of close battles going around. Say close, within a couple of seconds of each other, but fairly spread out over most of the field.
Yeah, we tend to get that a lot with these longer endurance races. You know, the starts are always chaotic, as we all saw, and I'm sure some of us also were a part of. And then as the race progresses, you know, you get guys who are quicker doing their thing, the guys who are slower kind of fall back in the field, and you end up with these points in the race where there's really not much happening. There's not a lot of movement. There's not a lot of battles. It's more just, hey, you know, we're on the grind right now. We're just trying to get these laps churned out. Once you have pit stops come in, that's when you start to see those battles come back up before things go back to sort of this racing equilibrium. And we're basically seeing that right now with Paul Huddy. He's not really racing for position. He is letting the leaders through. That McLaren, what haven't we said about them already?
There's nothing really other to say than they've been brilliant. They really haven't put a foot wrong. Ignore that 10-second penalty, but you know, there's not been much put wrong there. Pretty much 2 laps ahead of everyone else. Very little mistakes, couple of wall taps, but that's kind of expected at Bathurst here. This is probably, having a look at the sort of the driver split. Oh my goodness, that Aston's almost killed themselves over there. Holy moly! I reckon this is probably the most spread out pace over the team's drivers. That might not make English, but like, I don't know what a good example might be. Like, I don't know, the car in P2, Kai Rudin did. The shootout was unbelievable, 59.3. Taufik, I can't remember who was in the car, Gafour and somebody else whose name escapes me. Suhaimi's in there as well. There's sort of, you know, there's a bit of a bigger gap in terms of pace between them. It's the same with the, you know, the 300 car. Even like our car, 795, is a little bit gap, 19. So a lot of the cars have a bit more of a pace difference between the drivers, probably than any other event I've ever seen.
It is also an incredibly pacey field.
Oh yeah.
Like me and my teammate did 59.9s. That's my personal best at Bathurst as well.
Yeah, it's good luck.
Surprised to get in a car I've never driven before. That was P26 out of what 120 drivers. So it's an incredibly fast field.
Yeah, I think this is probably the biggest field the fastest field we've probably seen ever in an endurance race. Because I think the cutoff, remember, was like a 2-minute 2.9, which is, that's unbelievable. For Bathurst, you know, you'd probably see Pro-Ams doing that time, you know, in a sprint race, or you might even see some AMs doing that in a quali. So it just shows that we've got a high-class field here, even with that, you know, difference in some drivers in the teams. Just splendid. That's why we've seen some absolutely magnificent laps.
We have a yellow at the S's.
Yeah.
Who that is, the 9.
That's Alliance Motorsport. 422 I can see down, yeah, Alliance. Oh my goodness, that Porsche. You can read? No, you can read.
I can read
barely.
Some of the...
Well, it's the 422 Mercedes. There it is. Oh my goodness,
wow.
me!
That is
looped it.
Yep.
Yep.
Besides being directly on the race line, there's not a lot of room right there. I mean, that Mercedes.
I think
was
his steering
halfway
may be
across.
in the bin, looking at the way he's driving, which is, oh my goodness. So
Maybe.
yeah, top tip from personal experience: don't go on the straight. Okay, steering looks okay. Don't drive down the middle of the straight with steering damage. I've seen a couple of people do that. Let's not talk about that again. But it looks like he's actually pulled it up okay. So you continue on a bit of a flappy bonnet there. So it's probably about 30 seconds of damage. Merc can handle a bit of front end damage. Oh, maybe not that much damage though. That's a lot. But down the chase, still hitting reasonably good racing lines considering the damage. But I've got a sneaky suspicion he's going to come into the pits. Currently P30, 14 laps down. It's going to stay out. That's a ballsy move.
I reckon he's gonna assess it in actual race pace difference here for one lap. It might not be the correct strategy here, but it looks like it's just bodywork, so it's gonna be dodgy over the top with the lack of aero. But we'll see. I reckon it'll come in after this lap. But yeah, as you said, balls need to stay out.
Yeah, the steering the steering is fine. Like you guys said, it's probably aero. But the thing, this is just me personally. When it comes to circuits where I am willing to, take the risk of seeing how the car handles after some damage, Bathurst is not on that list by any means.
Yeah.
If anything, it's the very bottom of the list. It's like if there's any circuit I want to go in after taking damage, it's this one, because I talked about it with Cam and Brad during the start of the broadcast, where the margin of error is so small that one step just too soon, or you're just a millimeter too far to one side, and that's going to completely throw the strategy in the bin.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do actually have some insight knowledge as we see Matt Lamb swaps out with Matt Pignata, so Lamb's going to jump in the P1 car. I do have some interesting information for you regarding the 444 car, as I've been informed Terry Rayton would like to say hi to everybody on the stream who's just jumped in the car. They're down to 2 drivers at the moment because they're having virtual reality issues for one of the drivers, Mr. Andrew Lawrenson, who's having some framing issues, so it's going to be down to those 2 for the last 3 hours.
Oh, that's rough. I have tried ACC and VR. I was like, you know what? I'm doing VR anyways. I might as well see what my favorite sim is like. I put it at Monza. I'm like, flat track. I got 2 laps before I got motion sickness. So I don't know how these guys are able to do Bathurst, especially in VR, but mad respect to them.
Having driven myself personally in Lawrenson's rig, it's not necessarily the motion sickness that puts you off, it's just the actual spatial awareness that puts you off, because you go, all right, I actually have to work out how big the car is as a whole, and where am I turning, and what are my inputs. It throws you off a little bit, so hats off to those that are out there. We see P2 has decided to jump into the pits. They've got a 50-second gap over Jonathan Steele there in P3, Price up in P4, but they are, of course, yet to pit, so that will bring Rayton back up into 4th, and they'll come back up into 3rd once Steele also jumps in the pits. 191 currently seeing P6, 795 P7, 19 currently leading the silver class in P8, Hill leading the Pro Am class in the 90 car. In P9, what an effort from them. We'll go a bit further down, Bilko or Lachlan Parkin in the 33, Ferrari is leading P19, the AM class there, so really good driving from them. They had a few little incidents, but pace has been consistent, which is of course the most important part here at Bathurst. Consistency and don't put it in the wall, and certainly been doing that well today. Had a couple of little incidents in front of me when I was driving, but nothing too big that they can't handle, so they're certainly doing well in the AM class at this stage.
That's the one thing I really enjoy about endurance racing, whether it's something like this, per mobile 12 hours of Bathurst, or if we're talking the Spa 24.
Oh, that's the 111 Rocket the Pole
Nissans.
car. It's Luke Johnson. It's a fellow commentator. I'm going to take the piss out of him for doing that, because I'm a
Go for
pain
it. Go
in the
right now.
backside. How could you do that, Luke? Come on, mate. He should know better. He should. I know he was saying earlier that the Nissan's a handful, but he's really proven the point. He's got some flappy bonnet there, so hopefully for their sake they were actually close to coming into the pits, because my money's on they're going to need to pit with that damage.
Well, hopefully we get a replay of that in due time. But to go back to the thing with endurance racing is the consistency, like you said. We had teams at the start go from, pretty well up on the grid to the back, and you will see this in real life racing, you'll see it in sim racing, where circumstances like that are fallen upon teams. But as long as you can just get your head down, shake that off, and keep going, you're going to gain positions. It's one of those things that you can tell everybody about, like, it's like anything you've learned. You can sit there and you can say this, you can say that, you can tell them this and this other thing. But it's one of those trials by fire sort of deal. So we're going to take a look here at Johnson. This is coming over the top here.
Did he hit too much curve? And, just lost it. Yeah.
Maybe. Ooh, big hit. Back into traffic. Hello.
Oh
my God.
I'll give that McLaren credit, considering where the Nissan was sat. He did well to avoid that damage, but that was a tough one there for Johnson. You were talking about teams, Nick. It's actually just reminded me we do have a lovely new team series coming up, the Duo Series. 3-hour races on a Saturday night. Registrations are open. There's a link in YouTube chat somewhere. Someone will post that as well. Maddie, if you're in there. Twitch chat as well, throw it in there. So get your sign-ups in. Just yourself another driver for 3 hours. We're tackling the American tracks for Season 1. So that's just Dakota, Laguna, Indy and Watkins all in there. So get excited for that one. That is coming up very soon in OR. Can't wait to see that one play out. We haven't done it since probably 2022, in fact. So looking forward to seeing that make a return in OR. It's always an attention grabber for a lot of drivers.
I have a bit of a challenge. I probably won't have the chance to commentate a race because I assume it's going to be an AP thing. One team or two, I don't care how many teams, I want the most obnoxiously American livery on a car. I don't care who it is. I don't care.
Is that a challenge?
Yes, that is a yeah, that's a challenge. Prove me wrong. Give me.
What if we make our car? What if we just make our car the American flag?
No. Listen, that's too basic. You gotta go full on with the stereotypes. American flags, the AR-15, cheeseburgers, McDonald's, Walmart, the F-16. You gotta go in. You gotta go in on it. Come on, motorized scooters. That's our thing. That's what we trump exactly. Just all the presidents. Put Mount Rushmore out there.
Can you put obesity on the livery?
You can.
No, we can only drive big cars.
Ah, right, yeah. So
you can only drive the Bentley.
The Bentley,
or the Nissan. Or the M4 is actually a pretty big car.
She's beefy. So yeah, there you go. Big car, obnoxious livery. I want to see it.
Besides the code.
Unless they bring, if they bring the Mustang to this game. That would be mega, because it is racing in SRO America or EU actually. It's racing SRO EU.
I think it might be coming to Australia as well. The GT World Challenge down here as well.
Maybe. I don't know. That's a Bentley almost in the wall. That's Riley Price. Oh my goodness, that was scary.
I think I saw a post earlier saying we've got 9 manufacturers this season in the GT World Challenge Australia. Or maybe that's just for the 12-hour next week.
Could be 12-hour, yeah. I'll be going there. That'll be good.
One year I'll go.
Boo! I'll say this will be my first year.
I would love to go, but
money, cash money.
Yeah, that's the worst part. Kind of hoping I just find a random scratch ticket on the ground. It's like, oh, it's worth like 100 grand. It's like, all right, going to Australia, boys. I'm gonna Bathurst 12, the Bathurst 1000, Townsville, Gold Coast,
You just come and live in Australia, or that?
Honestly, I'd like to live there for a little bit. I'm not a fan of the really bad internet and the fact that it's just hotter than Satan's balls, but I'd like to go there. Vacation a week or two.
Alright, Australia's a beautiful place.
Also, I want to try
Yeah, I was about to say, if you go to the right spots.
I want to try a VB long neck. Just 'cause
Oh,
that's a meme.
VBs are disgusting.
But I want to try it. I know it's
no.
probably gross, but I want to just give it a shot. You know,
No, you
like I'll
can't.
hate it.
It's disgusting.
I gotta get. Listen, I gotta get into the Australian culture. Like, you know, I got a little bit of an accent down. You know, I could kind of blend in a little bit with the lads.
No,
you know,
you couldn't.
proper
No.
VB. Shut up. I'm working on it. It's slowly getting
better than I was
better.
expecting. That's better than I was
Better than I was
expecting.
expecting.
Oh
but
mate,
you're right.
listen, you know, when you're growing up, you're watching, you know, the Wiggles, Steve Irwin, you know, you got things like Bluey, absolute banger show, cracker job there from that studio. We need a Bluey livery. I probably watch a little too much Australian content as an American, but yeah, no, it's fun to experience other cultures. I went to Germany last year, so it's like, screw it, I might as well go to Australia and all these other countries. But
Yeah.
again, money.
No, I say, I'd like to go to a lot of countries, but money restricts that. Here we go, Rayton back up in P4 now. That. Who's pitted there? Oh, that would be
No, that's the Kovacs purple
Ah,
team.
520. That's what I was looking for. Sorry, Felgen's back in the car. That was the car I was looking for. My brain had a melt and go, "Where's the car?"
It's all in your
So,
head. It's a figment of your
it
imagination.
is. So 300 should be pitting reasonably soon then, because that'll bring the 444 car launcher house back up in to the podium position. Still cloudy, 4k an hour wind, so we might see some clearing clouds or some rain, in fact, as well. So we'll have to keep that on our radar. At the moment, still dry. It's been dry since the start of this race almost 9 hours ago.
And congratulations, we're gonna have rain now that you said that.
Yeah, probably.
Please no, I'm about
My
to jump back in
teammate
the car.
will slap me. Wow, Bruno, that's your fault.
To everybody watching, place your bets now. When Brando goes back in, is there gonna be rain? Yes or no?
Yes.
I say yes.
Yep.
You,
That's just the laws of commentary.
yep. You say
What
it.
if I say it's going to be dry? I reckon it's going to be dry.
No, you're
No,
2
you're
on
wrong.
1 here.
You're,
Oh.
yeah, you're
You're 2
wrong.
on 1. It doesn't work like that.
No, it can be 3 on 1 now that
Yeah,
cameras
that's gonna be
just
three,
back
yeah, I was
in
gonna-
the
Yeah.
box. Yeah. Cameras are going to be
Cam-
wet.
Absolutely, surely refunds
right.
are plenty if it doesn't happen.
That entire time the camera's gone, he was actually going to run dance.
Ah,
my
Bender,
God.
was that
He's-
you?
Tell me how much he wants to rain today.
He's the rain shaman.
No. We need Bender here for that. Where's Bender? Anyone know where Bender is?
Dude, if Bender does a rain dance, there's gonna be a whole typhoon. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's a good point. You're right.
I'll
Like-
take
It's
it.
funny, but he's been doing a few and it's still not coming through yet, so he needs to try harder.
Are you guys in a drought right now, or is you already past that?
Oh, we're in a drought.
Oh, it's
Okay,
pretty,
so
pretty hot.
it-
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be working then. I don't know why it isn't.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I would offer some snow, but we don't really have any right now, unfortunately. Maybe next
It
year.
was bucketing down the other day, and then now it just hasn't rained for like 2 weeks.
Anyway, fellas,
Australia
it's been
problems.
It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll leave you guys the stream in the company of Cameron, Mitch, and Nick, and I'll go and hopefully not drive in the rain for the last couple of hours.
Oh, yeah, we'll see about that one.
All right. It's been an absolute pleasure. See you later.
See you, mate. Thank you for your time in the box. We're on board now. Sean Bribblecombe just gotten past. Oh, sorry, not gotten past. Yeah, has just gotten past Johnson. In fact, I can read.
Never doubt yourself.
No, you shouldn't doubt yourself. You're right. Doing well there. The Canadian Kiwi, whatever you like to call him. 'Cause he's-
Spring Rig Silverstone winner, I think. Race
Yes,
2.
yes. Split yellow Silverstone race 2 winner, in fact. And the fact that he's got a Canadian flag is a lie. Even though he was born there, he moved to New Zealand pretty quickly, so the stream's lying.
Nah, he's a Canuck. He's probably got maple syrup flowing through his veins right now.
The closet Kiwi.
Oh no, he's a Kiwi. He's got the Kiwi accent and everything.
Oh, dude, no, he's a Kaniwi. Canadian Kiwi, a Kaniwi.
That sounds like a terrible medication.
Have you or a loved one suffered through Kaniwi? Call this toll-free number now for financial compensation.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Here's some support for your Kaniwi addiction.
Oh God, yeah, that does sound like a drug. Oh no. Well, if there's one thing he's addicted to, it's probably churning out some pretty solid laps here on Bathurst. He does have the 111 Nissan behind him of Johnson, but
Oh,
that
no,
doesn't seem to
don't
bother
start
him too
this.
much.
It's not Nissan.
No,
it's
no,
Nissan.
listen. I had the conversation with Cam earlier. Okay,
No,
it
no.
is Nissan because
It's
that's
Nissan,
how
it's
it's
not
pronounced. No,
Nissan.
no, no,
No,
no.
no.
Ask the Japanese. Ask the Japanese. How do they pronounce it?
Don't know and I don't care. It's
Yeah, it's pronounced
Nissan.
Nissan.
No,
Listen,
wrong.
I pride myself on pronouncing names correctly, whether we're talking the North
Oh,
American
you-
Sprint
you
Series,
failed
the
that
EU
right.
Sprint Series, this endurance event, or car manufacturers. It's Nissan.
Conversations prior to broadcast were factually not sound. I'm sorry,
Cam,
I'm flipping.
You were there.
Nick,
You were there.
no, yeah, you're,
Not
you're right, but you're wrong.
You're only flipping because Mitch is here.
Yes, I'm scared of Mitch more.
You know what? I can respect the honesty.
Aren't you English, Cam? You should know how to speak it best. Oh, no, you don't.
I know how to speak English the best. I'm an American.
You want to make this a? You want my support or not here? Like,
Well, I want your support, but is that going to include your bad teeth? I mean, I don't know.
oh come on!
That's rich. That's rich coming from the guy whose ancestors were prisoners brought to an island.
Look, let's not go there.
Yeah. For the love of Christ.
Yes,
I'm looking
yes.
at-
Finally, Diabol speaking facts. It's GIF, not GIF. This is correct.
No, it's GIF. It is GIF.
It's GIF.
That's correct. 2-3 Nissan.
It's a
the
GTR,
Nissan
and
seat,
that's an
Sir
entry
Heck gets
curb.
it.
Oh, now I'm being told in my DMs that it's Nissan. No.
Ah, look at that. I'm right. Huh. It's almost like proper pronunciation.
Yes,
just like
you got-
proper
you-
laps.
There's some spam you got in your DM. Turn that off.
It's not me on my 35 alt accounts.
As I do see, Luke Johnson's lights are flickering when he's under braking. He's had a hop away. I think I did catch. He knows the wall right just on this following section. Has he come in and repaired? I'm guessing not.
No, he copped a little bit
No,
of
he
damage.
decided to
and-
just stay out.
Yeah. I think he took the lap
Too
after
much front
that just to
downforce
see
on
how
the
much-
GTR. Got to
Yeah.
temper it a
But
little
look-
bit.
I mean, the game can fool you a bit in terms of
Like
the
this
damage
weather.
that you're actually seeing. Yeah, yes, exactly. Now here is Michael Pickford. Now he has had a fantastic race. So this whole car, I guess you could say, has just done absolutely brilliantly. They've been P8 basically the whole time, courtesy of me overtaking them for P7. But we don't talk about that bit. They've been great whole race. Silver lead at the moment. We've got a massive gap back to the 69 car in the podium position for Silver. So it's just been a solid performance, and then they've been consistent. What more can you ask for?
A Bentley in first position because it's the best car.
The Americans can't say that one wrong. Canadians, Americans, you're all the same anyway.
Nah, we're different. Don't put me on that.
Or is it the whole argument of I'm not American, I'm Canadian? You're basically the same.
No,
Yeah.
no, there's a big difference between.
See, at least with
Americans and
New
Canadians.
Zealand and Australians,
It-
they've got funny accents, so you can
Is
distinguish
that
between
because,
them.
is it because Americans can actually pronounce a bout, not a boot?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, makes
And a
sense.
lot of other things, but we won't get into those because then this discussion would get very, very different. Because I don't feel like talking about politics, okay? Anyways, the race here,
Politics into it.
Michael Pickford in the Bentley. The Bentley not recently, but got a buff because before it was pretty down in the dumps, and then I think Kunos
Yeah, I
kind of
know.
brought it back a little bit, reeled it in after that,
Yeah.
and decided to let the line out a bit. And the thing,
No, no,
the
no,
thing,
no.
yes, no,
No,
am I
no,
weak?
no,
Oh,
no.
I'm
So
thinking
you're half right. So the Bentley got a buff at a select tracks. This wasn't one of them. It's always been ridiculous here in the 1.9 patch. I've never understood why. It's garbage in 1.9. You're probably thinking the Nissan have got ridiculous everywhere. Got top
The
three
what?
everywhere.
Come on.
Just say GTR.
Well, yes, the
Yeah.
GTR.
You could, yeah, that works too. I'll give you that.
I will shoot you both if I have to.
You're good license, mate.
I'm going to shoot you with your biscuits and tea and scones.
Got your TV license here, mate. No, yeah, you're right. It was the GTR.
No, I can't say that word. No.
good catch on the tongue, bro. No, but the thing with the Bentley is people tend to write it off pretty quickly because when you think of GT3s, the first thing you're thinking of is probably Porsche, obviously Porsche, McLaren, Lambo.
Speak for
Ferrari.
yourself, boring people.
Exactly.
Everyone
The
thinks
Bentley,
Porsche
but the thing with the Bentley is she may not be the fastest, you know, she may not be the best looking compared to other cars. It's subjective, of course. But the thing that sets this car apart from every other one is the ability to just eat curves like they're nothing. It
Have
is
you not driven
one
them
of. No, because I
Here we
don't
go.
like the way it sounds.
Hashtag
which
no
is
full
weird.
Merc.
I was gonna say there's your problem. It doesn't sound that bad.
No, but like I want something that's got. It feels like I'm a bit more power. It's just screaming.
To be fair, we had more Bentley start this race than Mercs.
Yeah, that's just because the Bentley is superior.
Oh, look, I'd agree with that statement. Only at Bathurst, but I'd agree with that statement at Bathurst. I mean, it does sound good, throws a lot of people off its right-hand drive, but it's just fantastic. And it looks good amongst popular belief of people. It looks hideous. It looks great.
It looks better than the Jaguar.
Oh, see. You really gotta say that J word after you try to lecture us on the Nissan?
Yeah, sir. You know how it is.
You did it on purpose as well. I know you did.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I love trolling you guys a little bit. It's fun. I gotta keep you on your toes. All right, someone's gotta do it, and it's either me or it's like Moloch.
Nah, well, don't do that to me. Well,
Bender.
Farmers.
It would probably be Bender.
Yeah, it'll be Bender actually. Yeah. Or
But
Sean.
I wanted to-
There's no Porsches. Well, there's
Or,
one.
oh yeah, Sean as well. I wanted to comment really quick. You talked about right-hand drive on the Bentley. That is the greatest strength of Kyalami at Cheetah specifically. Because
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Going into when I did, there was a 9-hour we did. It wasn't the last one. The last 9-hour of Kyalami. It was the one before that I participated in. I was in the boat. And going through Cheetah, every single other driver was like, I need to be careful. I don't know what's going to happen. And I'm just like, la-di-da, send it because, right-hand drive. Oh, wait, we've got someone at the S's.
216. Oopsies.
ANZ CRL Lambo. I think it's the black car.
Tim Betts has had a moment. This is neat good.
But he's got a gap coming up. His teammates are probably pulling it out. Don't do that.
And now your
Oh,
situation's
Timmy.
even worse.
Oh goodness, that was terrible time. I think he might have
Where are you?
been counting, and yeah, whoever ran into him is lucky to kind of get away with that one for the most part because that's also unintentionally backed up the BMW and the McLaren. But that could have gone so much worse.
That was the MRT in the moment Ferrari of such a death at Cedar. That car's been, I think, rebuilt about 5 times. It's probably on its
I agree. It's
fifth
not good
chassis
that they've got
this
a
race.
DP for what I suspect is speeding through pit lane. Because I haven't seen any warnings from race control about penalties for that car, so I guess it's probably speeding in pit lane, which is not an ideal situation. ANZ CRL's going to pit. Yeah, I figured they should.
Yeah, after that little bit of damage. You also wonder how long has this team been out? I haven't obviously been keeping fully track of the stints here, but we do have no maximum limit. So I'm sure we've seen some teams have the same driver out there for hours at a time. Looks like Betts has missed his pit box just a little bit, but this.
No,
could
I think
be...
they're actually one of the early boxes, to be honest. Those cars.
Oh, there it is, popped in. But
Oh, the 300 MRT Bentley's coming in. Hello.
there it is.
That's Riley Price coming in. So Bowen or Rackmat will jump into that car. That'll bring the 4 car. See, just going past there of Laundry House back up into podium position.
I'm constantly looking at the weather. The wind is at least up to 5 k's now, so if there's rain around, hopefully it gets blown.
No, that's not going to happen. Welcome to the old Bathurst 12 hour. Ain't gonna
Hey, Mullet, get on the...
Bathurst Blue Ball Tower. It's if it rains, it's because Neil's bathtub's overblown.
Ah, yeah.
It explains so much. I didn't realize that the water from Tasmania can go all the way to Bathurst that quickly.
Yeah. That's
It
how
was
works.
water at one point.
Oh?
Say no more.
No. It's okay. I'll
Leave
take
you to your dirty thoughts.
Ah, yes, of course. But I have such a clean mind.
Do you?
Well, I've got a thought for you. Why can't you British pronounce TH? Why can't you
Why do you pronounce
third?
it H?
Oh,
H.
don't.
Well,
No, don't say that.
Bathurst.
This is what happens.
Bathurst.
This is
What do
what
you mean?
happens.
I've got
when
two
you get
THs
an
in my
American-
surname. What do you mean?
Yeah, but you said
don't say
fourth,
his
not
light.
fourth. Well, you might.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Are you,
Octane Online
bitch?
Racing is an international community.
We are.
This is what
Yeah, that's
happens
right.
when
We
you
make
get
fun of
an
everybody.
Aussie, a Brit, and an American in the
That's
same
right.
voice lobby together.
You're very lucky.
And it's going to be
this
like
isn't
this for the next 90 minutes. God help
Yes,
us.
sir. Oh, God can't help us now. You are barking
No,
up the
he
wrong
can't.
tree, my friend. He is not going to
Yeah.
answer that phone.
We're gonna enter us in a freeway. You know those slapping competitions. It's gonna be like
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
See, you've
Uh-oh,
got the
Mullet.
wrath.
Race control's going to come
Man.
into the booth. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I blame,
Who is race control? You're going to
I
blame
blame-
me.
Yeah.
It's badly.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
looked right over at your profile
Yeah,
picture. I'm
but-
like, he's right there.
Yeah.
Like, I could blame Cameron, but like, I dunk on the Brits all the time already, so like, give him a little
I
bit of
don't.
a break. Wow, you should. It's fun.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
That's right. Sorry, what? Do you think you're Australian?
Yeah. Oh, here we go. You're actually just jailed Brits. No.
Yeah. Your great granddaddy just stole a loaf of bread one time, and now that you happened.
Anyways, let's get back to the race here. Terry Rayton right now, the 444 Ferrari. I gotta
when
say,
you commentate for very long.
these I gotta say, I love looking at the liveries both for these endurance races and the sprint series because you get some very creative people coming out.
Oh,
This
yeah.
especially, I mean, this looks like graffiti. It's rusty, but it just moves quickly. I know we've had some pretty good liveries in the sprint series. Shoutouts Kevin Parody. You know what you did. I don't gotta say it. If you know, you know. If you don't, go and ask them. But seeing what these teams can come up with, even those who are in the same sort of organization, like the Milk Racing guys, you know, I'm sure there's some meetings held, like, okay, what's our livery going to be? And even though they end up with the same livery with a slightly different color scheme, it always just ends up looking so good. We get a nice shot right there. Look at that. That is gorgeous.
That's great.
I will say for Laundry House, I'm not sure if he still doesn't, but he used to do he definitely did the early ones, the pre-rust ones, before they were left out in the back of your garden for 500 years. But Balwork, an Indonesian chap on Twitter, definitely does a lot of great liveries. I believe he's also done some potentially for the game itself, including a lot of the in-game ones. And some very talented artists out there. I don't know if this is still his, or maybe it started out and then there's been some additions, let's say. But yeah, definitely did a lot of the Laundry House liveries early on in the early days. Long-time sim racing team, definitely in this Laundry House in the Asia Pacific region.
It goes to show you just some of the legacy that certain teams have, like Laundry House, you know. I feel like sometimes we tend to forget where everybody's coming from. We just see a team and we think, okay, you know, this is a bunch of guys getting together and just putting a squad together for a race. But when you actually start looking at these more and more, you will see a lot of names coming up. You know, the Kovacs team, they have been in several of these events. Brits Racing, that is straight out of North America. One of the classics here, the Milk Racing team guys across the board, the Sofa Kingslow teammates as well have been quite renowned in these Asia Pacific region events, or just, you know, endurance series in general, and OES as well is a team I see quite a lot. So when you actually, and Alpha Ventura, I can't forget that, of course. But yeah, when you actually take the time to look at these teams, you look at these entry lists, you see who's doing what and when and where and how and why, you realize that these teams have history, you know, not just with each other, but in these sort of marathons, if you will. And it goes to show you just how determined some people are, just how much they love the art of endurance racing. And it's something that, you know, is so commendable that I feel like using the word commendable isn't enough.
Definitely echo those sentiments in the way, and we don't have to worry where people are from because they tell us, like the Mr. Nick here, definitely makes it very apparent on the way. Don't need to ask us, like, did we ask? No.
A bit of an update.
Not the views anyway, put it that way. But yeah. Yes, I have to shout out, in particular, the 520 car as being piloted by Felgen right now from with a Norway flag next to his name. Very, very consistent car overall. I've only really seen about one, maybe two incidents from them. They've been under the radar, maybe they've been hiding them from the broadcast, but they've just been constantly plugging away in that sort of fourth position. Maybe don't have the overall pace to challenge for the podium, but they're there if anything goes wrong. It's goes sideways for the Alpha, but sorry, not the Alpha, the Pit Viper Alpha car is sideways on the exits, and that's a little bit
of a wall
gnarly.
there. But that's okay. I do have a bit of an update for you in terms of the standings. So P1 is currently 2 laps ahead of P2, but P2, P3, P4, P5 and P6, while spread out, are all on the same line.
So you're saying we should disqualify P1?
No.
No, we gotta hold them in the pit for a while.
Yeah, basically.
Yep. Park for May inspection. We will take 30 minutes. Sorry, random, totally random.
Just don't touch the rear wing, okay? You might cop a penalty. Or a fine, rather, and Mullen will have to personally go to your house and but that's insane though. You're already 2 laps ahead of second place. How often does that really happen? I don't think it's too common.
No, the only times we've really had that would be something like the 12 hour where little mistakes bring big rewards, and something like the Spa 24 into last year. It's just that picking and digging away at it, you get that gap, and you keep it consistent. Consistency is really, it tends to be really safe, and that's why P1's where they are, 2 laps ahead. Little mistakes been made, and you know everyone below them's made those mistakes that they haven't. So that's why they're there, and they deserve to be there.
Yeah, and it goes to show you the level of confidence this team has, because at Bathurst, I feel like when you're in an endurance race like this, sometimes people will just be a little too conservative with their lines, and you know, it might be just a couple of tenths here and there a lap, and you might not think about it in the moment, but over the course of, you know, 1 hour, 2 hours, those tenths are going to add up, and at some point, that person ahead of you is going to be coming up behind you, and you're going to be getting a blue flag.
69 cars round at the end of turn 2. I will come back to what I was going to say in a minute.
Brimble go.
Brimble, come on, Brimbles. What's going on, mate? Oh, in the wall.
Uh-oh. That's...
Ding dong.
That's not
I
good.
wonder if he... Because he was on the right side. I wonder if he got on the curb a little too much, or if he got a bit of a helping hand.
We saw last lap he was definitely out sideways over that curve, so definitely running quite a low TC. Now he's got the Layla Bell, who's just emerged from the pits right behind them, and now also I think for that now position.
I don't like this.
No.
I really don't like this at all. You can see the pace difference with the Porsche, and
Russia's behind for position as well.
I don't like this. I got a bad feeling. If it's going to be anywhere, it's probably going to be Forest Elbow. The dipper sideways. I think just a moment there as we head down. Continuing through the S's, it's a 1-lane run through the whole thing. Out of it though, everybody gets it pretty darn well. And if we're gonna see some difference in speed, it's gonna be here.
Poor Porsche can't even catch a damaged Lamborghini on the straights.
You've got to worry about the McLaren here though. Wants to get on the inside. This is Rochford trying to actually fight with Bell. Bell down the inside needs to get past so that this. Oh, that was
my
close.
God! And that pushes the
Very
McLaren
close.
back as well.
Not
Because the
100%
end is-
clean, but a decisive move from Bell there, that's for sure. Is that
Not going to-
is that
That's
still not for
surprising.
position, or is that actually now Bell
No,
ahead?
so Bell
Oh,
is
there's
a lap,
still
a couple
loads
many laps
behind.
behind Brimbleham there. But
that's
interesting we were talking
depressing.
about laps being behind, as we see. Here, this is an inside joke here, Sean Rochford. It's actually Scott Rochford, but we're going to ignore that. They're just
It's his distant cousin, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. P1 had lapped up to P5 within 2.5 hours of this race beginning.
That was crazy. I do remember that. Yeah, it was.
And that just shows you the talent and the pace that
I-
they've got on the team, and now they're 2 laps ahead of everybody.
I think Smith took that collision with the wall last night, personally.
You don't
But
want
I
to be
think-
taking those grudges into the race itself. That's not going to do you any good.
I'll show you. Let me lap everybody. In driving his 720, probably the X version, the D. Oh, Brimbleham taps the wall again on entry. That can really upset you, but he's gone away with it. Still nursing damage, and Annie right behind him, all over. And Annie's got McNeil right behind him as well for positions.
Yes, Bell's actually gotten something really great out of this, is that they know they're not fighting with Brimbleham, but they've used Brimbleham as a barrier to Rochford and McNeil, and they're both fighting, and they're going to get past this Lambo on straight. It's unbelievable on straight. So is the M4 if you've got it set up correctly. So I think we'll see something down into the chase here.
We haven't seen good top end from that BMW specifically, but definitely got the run here. Annie Rochford in the McLaren, done and dusted before the chase. Again, it stopped.
Brimble, dude, he's got to come in. He can't stay out. This Lamborghini is not doing too well, but this man.
BMW's still there. Don't close him off.
Yeah, I think Brimblecombe marches to the beat of his own drum. The BMW trying a little bit of a crisscross is going to be on the inside for turn number 1. Is there going to be a bit of a later braking here from the German manufacturer? Yes, there is, and just slots it right down the inside. Brimblecombe, this damage that has been sustained has not been helpful in the slightest.
Well, no, but they're quite a few laps ahead of, Layla Bell there that just got past. So, I mean, in theory, it's not a bad ploy to stay out, especially if they're coming towards the end of the stint anyway.
I was going to say he wants to go at least to 220, depending on how much they can max their tank, probably around with 215 left, because that means they'll only have to make at least 2 more stops to the end, because they can't.
You can do a smash and dash at the end, which wouldn't hurt.
Wouldn't hurt, no, obviously, but wouldn't be optimum either. So I think they want to keep him out to that point. And granted, it's slow, but it's whether that's less than what the time they would lose by doing that splash and dash. That's the mental arithmetic that is beyond me.
I think the simple answer is staying out. Oh, hang on. Oh, did McNeil save that? That had me scared. He did. Saw the car just sort of lose it coming down towards the dipper. Had me like, uh-oh, something going in the wall, but pulls it up nicely. Just a little bit loose there in that M4, maybe. Just those tyres not quite enough even up to. Still 5k now, wins on track, so not having much an effect, of course, in the corners, but in the braking sense, it does have a little bit of an effect if you've got those higher winds. So if you've got that headwind coming in to a braking point, higher winds, you can sort of just let that braking point come a little bit later. But of course you've got tailwind, you're probably going to brake early and then use your Rapex a tad.
It's always been quite confusing with the widget, whether that's relative to the on-screen track map, the north, east, south, west heading. Kunos UI not exactly intuitive, to say the least, throughout this game. Despite begging for years for it to be improved, it's unfortunately still been left with some less than ideal UI, in my opinion. But it's changed direction completely now. It's just a 180 flip, so who knows what the wind is doing, frankly.
I think it's based off the car that we're on, I believe.
Yeah, which is just utterly confusing.
Hey, they'll fix it in the Assetto Corsa too, don't worry. Surely.
Yeah, right.
Surely.
The modders will fix it in Assetto Corsa too.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah, the modders will do it, just like they did with the Assetto Corsa.
Yeah. Although modders seem to break everything at the same time.
Well,
Because modding.
That's just gaming for you. I mean, let's be honest. What was the last time you had a game get updated by the developers that didn't end up breaking something in the process?
I was going to say a few weeks ago it was Skyrim again. I was looking forward to
There you
playing
go.
Skyrim again, and then now it's all broken again. So now I haven't bothered. I'm getting that. I'm getting my yearly Skyrim mod fix.
See, or what you do is you just play a game that hasn't been updated in forever. Looking at you, Titanfall 2 and Team Fortress 2. Shoutouts, love you guys. No updates. Still works. You know? About consistency. Speaking of consistency, the 7-Eleven McLaren here is very consistent, running, as we said earlier, 2 laps down the leaders, but that is just due to the fact that the other McLaren is so far ahead. These guys have been just smooth sailing for quite a long time, it seems, here in this race, and they have a pretty sizable margin over the 444.
18
Ferrari.
seconds.
Yeah, 18. That's not as comfortable as the leader.
It takes one crash though.
Yeah, I was going to say the leader is just up the road from the 7-Eleven car. That's how far ahead they are. They are pretty much, yeah, exactly 2 laps ahead now. Crazy. But testament to their efforts. Granted, like to be honest, this car has been pretty faultless as well, bar lap 1, where they were slapped with a pretty heavy penalty for taking out the, unfortunately, Kovacs Racing purple car, who is recovered up to P6 and might have a sniff at the podium as well, because I feel like that is another car that actually, not to be harsh to some others, but that the Kovacs Racing purple car definitely has the pace, as we saw in the shootout.
A lot of people have the pace here. It's just more so of how lucky are you and how clean are you.
And if you have a McLaren badge. Grumble.
Look, there's that too, but we're just having a look. The gap from P2 to P3 is 22 seconds as of 4 laps ago, and it's now 18 seconds in the catch.
Yes, I'm not too familiar with the driver that we're watching right now, Suha Haimi. Yep. But we are familiar with Terry Rayton, Spa 24 winner for Laundry House in the McLaren, faultless, not a drive-through, not a track limit at all, statement of intent, very akin to what the 919 is doing, but in that case it was the Laundry House. Yes, slowly closing, and 2.5 hours is more than enough time to overcome any deficit of that magnitude.
It's not going to be easy, though. I mean, you look at the caliber of driver here. These are guys who are deadly on track. They are so quick that catching them is pretty much impossible, and of course overtaking them in that point is even more crazy. So you almost, at this point, if you're trying to catch, you're banking on a very rare, almost improbable mistake.
The last lap was a 2:01.965 for Terry Rayton in the 444 Ferrari. We have seen for the most part, the Ferrari doesn't have necessarily the 1 lap pace, but I think it has been a better race car. Granted, it doesn't have the speed to do the overtaking down Conrad in comparison to the McLaren, but still a very stable car and very frugal car as well. I think most Ferraris have been able to be able to have mostly the longest stints overall, I dare say. Pitch, you're on the Ferrari, right? Have I got that right?
Yeah, we sure are, and you say it's one of those things where the Ferrari didn't have the 1 lap pace, and look, in theory, the whole mental arithmetic here is the Ferrari can last longer and knock out 1 less pit stop than, say, a McLaren, but is the time gained from doing that going to be less than or more than if you went in a different car and did 11 stops instead of 10? That's the big question. Look, in theory, no, but if you get some luck on your side, yes. But Terry's not got good luck on his side, unfortunately, and I don't want to jinx Terry. But Felgen is catching at a rate of knots.
Definitely one to watch. Got to look forward, got to look behind as well, and use the traffic where you can. It's very interesting, good pickup from Mitch there to see the pace that is from Pelgan in another McLaren, the Bricks car of the British, Norwegian and American drivers in that squad. Been a very good showing from them. I said that they maybe didn't have the pace for a podium, but as usual, because of a commentator, I am wrong.
We're never right.
Not even right about the bloody weather.
If we're right, it's purely luck and coincidence. It's never perfect insight.
If we are right, it's because we've written the script.
Wait, don't tell them. It's supposed to be a mystery. What are you doing, Cam?
I let that loose last week.
Great. Now we're all in trouble. Now Mullock's gonna call us into his office.
Luminosi's calling him on the phone. Sorry guys, bye.
I mean, if he wants to yell at me, he's gonna do it at 5 in the morning. Or actually, no, it'll be 6 when this thing's done for me. So.
I was gonna say you can put an ocean between you and him, unlike us.
Yeah, that's the best part. I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't get your call. You know those pesky underwater cables.
I was gonna say maybe Neil was the equalizer in the past. He will find you no matter where you go.
We've got the Bass Strait between us and you.
You have the what?
The Bass Strait. It's a
between Oz and Taz.
Okay.
And Neil, I think Neil's a long jump champion. He can probably clear it, couldn't he?
Worst comes to worst, he just gets a pole vault.
You can see a little bit of weirdness, I think, from the Bricks car. A little bit of a Cerber desync, but hopefully that doesn't. Oh, but Alexis, little kiss. Against the wall there in the Bentley, and no, hopefully not much, but she'll be wanting this Mercedes to get out of the way. Move, beep, beep.
You don't get to do that in Sector 2, surely. It's not gonna happen. It's either 1 or it's 3, that's it. Those are the only places you get to get around blue flags. And drivers know this. When you look at other circuits that we run, whether it be in the sprint series or in these endurance events, you know, it feels like there's always a spot for, you know, you to get around blue flags. But when you come to Bathurst, every driver, whether they're told or not, is looking at a blue flag in Sector 2 and going, hold on, I move, we're both dead.
Ferrari.
Oh, and off the circuit, that is that the 444?
No.
Oh, no, God.
Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited.
No, I'm looking at the wrong spot. I said that, and then I immediately realized that Felgen was nowhere close. So that's on me. My apologies to that team. But that was a little bit of a scary moment.
499 Ferrari in that case.
Thank you.
It had a 4 in it, but that was all you're getting.
I was only 55 numbers off. Gotta be worth
Had
something.
a completely different shade of color as
I
well.
thought you were about to tell us you were 55.
No, I'm 25. I got 30 more years before I hit that milestone.
That's fine.
Oh, that's right. I forget, Mitch. You sound way more you sound way older than you are.
Yes.
And it's what is it, Bender, who's really old, but you sound very youthful. I forget which way it is with you two.
Yeah, I'm 20 in 7 days. Let's get this
Oh, happy
Oh,
birthday!
for
God, you're a
God's
baby.
sake. No happy birthday, you bastard.
Well, I'm being. Oh, sorry, I can't be nice.
Yeah, he was
Not
whoa,
you.
Whoa,
we got a McLaren off.
whoa.
That's at McPhillamy.
It is.
Thankfully,
I think it's a KA Motorsport car. 27.
Yeah.
They've had a trouble-filled racing course in that car.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's really.
That's
their
a
names.
co-commentator.
That's our co-commentator, Brad. What are you doing, my
Red Wing
man?
is flotsam and jetsam on everywhere. Oh, slow down.
God. Yep, he's got to come in.
Weird.
There's.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
I was expecting it.
Brad. Well, hey, listen, we're commentators first and race car drivers second. The skills have to go somewhere.
Why don't people slow down when they've got so much damage? Stop doing over 230 when you've got a wing that's producing lift.
It's exciting. He's just trying to get back to the pit. You can see how much
he's
the
got
wheels
fly up
moving.
here. Watch this.
Oh my god. And another yellow. This is at the
Brimblecomb's
chase.
gonna fly off instead in the 69 car. The pit
How
lane.
does he get this thing turned in? It's impossible. And he's coming in, and the car in front. He's had enough. He wants to. Yeah. There's no way these guys stay out.
I was gonna say, you saw that rear wing? It was at a A angle.
Well, hey, you know what? If it was raining, the water would have slid right off.
I don't think that's how physics work.
I don't think I understand physics as well as anyone else, so I'm going to stick to my story.
They asked me if I had a degree in theoretical physics. I told them I had a theoretical degree in physics.
Good reference. Solid game.
Someone got it. You redeemed yourself. You're my best friend now.
I redeemed myself, thank God.
We're all being called babies by Jan Tully in the chat, who said she's nearly 77. It's just a fine line, Jan. Come on,
Chad, can I have some empathy? This is my last year of 20.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel old.
I thought you were. Okay.
Question
Yes.
from Marino in chat. How excited am I to see Mr. Austin in 4th? God, man, how excited am I? Very, of course. What else would I be? Come on, it's a solid squad there, up in a very high number. Of course, that is the.
Me and Mitch would like some
racing
context
team.
here. You're alluding to something we have no idea.
No. It's so. Looking at the grid, one team I was
so utterly sarcastic. Well done.
No. It's the McLaren half of the Bricks Racing team. Of course, the one team I was really looking at was the 52 of Livery, Frizza, Rasco. Stop it! God, I did this at the start, but Kim, you were there. I was like, oh man, you know, the 52. I'm still ready to see them do well, and then they got into an accident. I'm gonna stop talking about them.
Here comes
Anyways.
the upper bricks car.
Oh my God.
Oh, that
So,
was
the
perfect.
52 is an all North American powerhouse of drivers. You have Livery, Rasco, Frizza, Landry. These guys in North American sprint have been lethal. I don't think there's been a time where they haven't been fighting for, at the very least, the top 10. But with the Bricks Racing McLaren side of things, you have Steele, Felgen, and Austin Carpenter. Austin Carpenter is another North American legend, so I am very happy that he is high up there with his team. Of course, any American that is in any position, but especially those top 10, top 5 spots, I am a huge fan of. So shout outs to them. Please do not make me regret my words, okay? Because I've already done it to this team here. I guarantee you they're going to watch this back, and I'm going to get so much flack for it next Thursday when we race again. I guarantee it.
Welcome to the old commentary box where there's no bias at all.
No, definitely not. U.S. drivers are the best. Don't at me. Anyways.
Commend you on your top 10 top tier cursing. That was excellent, faultless to a T. We didn't have to wait you barely finished the sentence before the camera transitioned. That was excellent. And only thing lethal is you in the com box for these American drivers, to say the least.
You know what the thing is? When I
get to defend yourself, no.
No. Let me get some context. This is context. When it comes to commentating that I have done for North American Sprint and EU Sprint, I am always cursing somebody. Now, we had the little mini series. It was season 15 in between. I didn't do that. I took a much needed break. I was very much burnt, or burnt out, I should say, excuse me. But I spent all that time not commentating. So we think he found our YouTube Shorts highlight for this event. Shut up, Malik. Don't put me on blast.
Yeah, do it. Please.
But I all that time not in the booth and all the racing that happened, I kind of banked too many cast or curses. So right now I'm just catching up. So I should be back up to my usual standard at the very latest by the end of the season. But
Can we
I
go to 520
apologize.
and just leave it on there for the rest of
Yeah.
Nick's stint, so he can even burn even more bridges while he's commentating? And yeah, maybe that's why that car's doing so well, because it has a British driver. Oh, that's right. I went back there.
And an Aussie, or no, they have a Norwegian. I have mad respect for the Norwegians. They're cool. They're chill. Marino, the commentator's equivalent of blue balls. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I am just, like I said, I'm making up for lost time, alright? I have been gone too long, and the racing gods, the commentary gods are not happy with me, and they need to remind me. Unfortunately, that is also inflicted upon the drivers. However, with North American Sprint this season, I did not have the first caster curse of the season. That was Kevin Parody's fault. So I can at least go to bed knowing that.
Shout out to the lovely Kevin. Also a great voice behind the comms. My personal favorite American commentator.
He's Canadian.
Oh,
Here we go.
all the same. What did I say before? Who cares? Didn't ask.
I can't.
Did not ask. So, what's your opinion on 520? Did ask.
My opinion on 520 is that they are an absolutely. Let me use the proper terminology here. They are an
I am
absolutely cracking team. I believe that. They're doing great. They're up in fourth. They've been running a very consistent race, and we hope to see them continue that. 2 hours, 18 minutes, and a little bit of change left here. 4:48 server time, and I also assume 4:48 Australian Eastern Daylight Time.
No.
And,
You're
no.
way off.
You're way off. It's actually 3 minutes past 8.
Okay, so I hate time zones, and I hate
Yes,
the fact
you do.
that you guys go, hey, we're
You
doing
realize
daylight
the world
savings when
doesn't
you're
really
not.
rotate around your country.
Sometimes it feels like it does.
You center of the universe there in the Americas.
Yes, sir. One and only.
Yes, Scotty,
no,
you do
no,
have
that's
time
not-
to enter. Just
No,
join.
we're being threatened that Jan's going to send us. It's just come and straighten us out. No, that's
I feel like Jan's just gonna.
There's a work cut out.
yeah.
We're gonna have a very stern talking to, not the one that makes you cry, but the one that just makes you feel really bad for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And like into the next day, you're still thinking about it. You're like, God, it hurts you on like a spiritual level.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway,
yeah.
yeah, we're
Still
having
no
fun.
rain.
Don't worry, guys.
Oh, where's the
Oh.
rain?
Come on.
Last hour, if not half hour, calling it.
Where
It's
did,
gonna
where
completely
did that
throw
happen in
It's
the
the
you.
same
last hour? There's a race.
To be fair, it happened at Spa.
Yes.
Spa, it was
Ah.
like half an hour.
I should
yeah.
know that. I drove that stint.
Yeah,
Ah.
you drove that.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
drove
driving
that
again?
stint. No, my driving's done for today.
There you
have
go.
some
See?
strategy on
Now-
our side too.
Now you can say this stuff with no repercussions towards you. It's towards everybody else.
Oh, my teammates must be going, you're an idiot.
Connor Hines' wheel is going to fail in 3, 2, 1.
No.
You can be like, hey, listen, I'm sorry it happened. Maybe you should have had me on the team. Oh, wait, you needed someone to do a little
No,
bit of work.
don't
Sorry.
do it.
Switch to go 795.
No.
Well,
This is why I did not want to drive.
Hold on. Let's talk about the 795. Let's talk about these guys. Up in P7. I don't remember exactly where they started. Actually, I can look at it. 'Cause I have
P5.
So they've gone
Top
back
10
a
in the
little.
shootout.
But I mean, yeah, top 10 in the shootout. That is still impressive when you look at it, because yeah, they've lost 2 positions, but here's the thing. They're still running a consistent race. And we saw with the pole sitters with the 300, they got jumped immediately at the start, but despite that, at the very least, they're still in the top 5. So, however you look at it, there's positives around, whether it's, yeah, we lost a couple positions, but we're still out there, we're still in a good spot, or, you're the 919, you're saying, hey, we took the lead immediately and we've extended this lead 2 laps over the field. There are good stories throughout the grid, and the 795 is no different.
It'd be nice if we didn't get a drive through and then there was an incident. It's okay. We'll gloss over that bit. But yeah, consistency was the game, and that it always is here. At Bathurst, it's just keep on the track and see what you can do, and we've certainly done that. Well, not of course, not without a few hits to the wall and some damage, but that's really just the name of the game here.
That's just
to
Bathurst.
Aston that you curse Nick is still running around with quite a amount of damage. They'll be cursing you afterwards.
They're not throwing in the towel. That's respectable. You can go from first to last, but if you're like, you know what, I'm still finishing this race, I don't care. I will pin those stars on your race suit any day of the week.
The Connor game got so close to the wall that he was right up on the curve against the wall at restart.
He's like, I'll do it again, Nick.
Yeah.
Don't make me. I have the power in my hand.
With the damage that this car has, will the 117 car in P26 be able to catch up?
Under 12 seconds, it would be a possibility. I want to keep a pin. It's 12.2. So we'll see how that changes once we get the next bit of timing. It should update into Sector 3. Yep, so the time went away. So keep that 12.2 in mind as we wait for the 117 BMW to cross that line as well, which it should be doing here just right about now.
Oh,
13.8. Wow, it's growing, and I don't think there's traffic. No, it's an open space, unless the cars ahead were meant to get around. But even then, I don't know. Maybe that. All right, we'll get another update here as we start yet another lap for these two teams. So remember, it was 13.8, and as the 117 crosses the line, what are we going to be looking at? 13. Oh, it's coming down a little bit. So, well, we'll keep an eye on this over the next few laps.
To be fair, he let the Kung Fu Motorsports car go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe Brian's driving faster now that we know he knows we're talking about.
He wants to get some airtime here, and he knows the way he's going to do it.
I should say attempting. With that damage, it would be very difficult.
Hey, you know what? Stranger things have happened. It's motorsport after all.
Indeed. Looks like we've had a few pit stops. I believe, 100, I believe. Also, the 19 Kovacs Racing Blue Bentley has also been into the pits, as well as Gibbo in the 716. There we go. Thank you very much. Looks like the number 23 Ferrari. We do have a slow-moving car, 27. I think it's staying out of people's way. It looks like they've had a moment going down Conroe, potentially. Many moments for that car, unfortunately. Brad goes slinging it again. Oh, that's properly mangled. Again. Oh dear,
I don't like the look of that at all. That's very nice.
Sag.
What's the slang? It's munted, right?
Yeah, munted. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that has seen better days.
I'm sure someone's taxed worse.
No, I'm sure there's another word being used for that car. Hey, but look at the Koala. It's got a Koala, excuse me. It's got a helmet on, so at least he's safe. You know, positives.
But he's safe. That's okay. I do actually like that Livery. The colours work really well. Australian flag on the wing. Here is Terry Rayton though. Just it's the 100 MRT car coming out. Not
there's
sure
Felgen. 4 seconds.
Oh, there's Felgen. This is actually working well for Terry. He needs that 100 car to block. I say block. Block's not the right word. Just hold back if possible. Felgen a bit. Felgen's pace has been unbelievable. As we've seen, he did a 59 qualification for this race.
So that 100 car's going to be getting up to speed because it's only just come out of the box, so definitely going to be caught very, 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 very quickly. Not sure if that's still Austin McNeil behind the wheel.
It's Nicholas. Yeah, figured that they would probably have changed.
Nicholas was very quick early in the race when he was driving that BMW. I think he made up majority of the early spots early in the race. I think they started, I believe, P20, yep, and they were up to P10 in the first few hours. So some solid work by Nicholas in particular.
And you talked about the sort of water holding up. You look at the gap going into Sector 2 is actually pretty solid, and as we come down through the S's, I think this will be probably a perfect time for the overtake to happen. So for our third place 444 Ferrari, this is going to be a bit dicey because look at the gap right now between that 444 car and the next available car up the road as Felgen clears the back marker, and now the only thing in front of him is third position. Cam, you talked about the pace of this team. If this Norwegian driver can just keep that up, we could be seeing a battle in no time.
Yeah, give it a pit stop first because, of course, I know that Laundry House are a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're off kilter. Yeah.
Yeah, and a couple of the other cars are that have entered CEGS, for example, got over that. So Terry should be in the pits reasonably soon. Not sure where Felgen's at, so.
They're both in the window for only one more. If they were to stop now and then they only have to do one more, because with 2 hours and 10 minutes, they surely be able to manage that on fuel for sure.
You could see with the Laundry House car, they might actually have 2 more stops. Sorry, 1 more stop if depending on how long Terry's going for, but one of them that could be a splashing dash after this one. So 2 stops left regardless for these drivers. The McLaren seems to only be able to make sort of 63 minutes around here, 65 maximum if you do a bit of fuel saving. So certainly we'll probably be pitting in before Terry.
It's already caught him 4 attempts on this lap alone.
I think they're sort of cruising along a little bit. Oh my goodness, just trying to get the consistency there, not necessarily try and push and make those mistakes. I just want to keep them in certain delta to bring that one back home.
That's going to be quite the task, especially with the pressure that is starting to build a little bit. It's 3.5 seconds right now, the current gap. We'll see what it looks like as we cross the timing line into sector number 3. 3.5 is the number. 3.0.
Wow.
Felgen is flying. We have a car immediately.
52, your favorites.
Oh man, I am gonna get
the RTG back to the box.
Oh god, I'm gonna hear about this next week.
You gotta hear about this. You gotta read about it. It's gonna be everywhere, in print, immediate. You are the worst.
I literally am a terrible human being. You don't have to tell me twice. I've known this for 25 years. What's another 25?
I could have told you that.
So
I'm self-aware.
Going back to Terry Rayton, he has closed in a little bit, 4 seconds on Suami from the 18 he did before, but he is more under fire from the car behind than the car ahead, to say the least. Sorry to cut you up, Mitch.
It's just interesting we're noting the delta move over the top, and you'll see the McLaren is 40 bajillion times better over the top than the Ferrari. The Ferrari doesn't really glide over the top as you probably expect a car like that to do. So you see the McLaren really catch it through there, but sector 1 and 3, the Ferrari can certainly get its way back out of the clutches of the McLaren. I mean, 2.3, that's ridiculous. So
it looks stable over the top, but I'm guessing maybe it's just a little bit too planted. Just kind of doesn't have the speed.
No, so what the problem is, I don't vaguely recall how much time this loses, but it's multiple tenths.
That's just McLaren to everything, though, to be fair.
I know, but
yeah, I was about to say.
But this is the Ferrari to most cars over the top. It loses time because of the electronics. So ABS, whatever, is fine.
TC off then, duh. Like every other car.
Yeah,
can't get screwed by TC if it's not on.
You can't do that in the Ferrari because you'll be round fast and you can say, I like spinning. And this is why
GTR manages it somehow.
The GTR's not a pain in the ass in the rear end like the Ferrari can be at times. It's the reason
not exactly fair, but I know what you mean. Yeah, no, Ferrari is a weird beast itself.
It is weird, and it's coming out of like the cutting and coming towards the beginning of over the top. There's some little bumps in the road there, and most other cars aren't really affected by that in terms of power because the TC ends it. But in Ferrari, the TC engages, and it essentially, if you went on board in if anyone's watching or anyone's in the server, you can actually jump on board and hear it actually lose power. It's really odd, and that's where the time loss can come from.
Which bump are you talking about?
So you'll see, if we follow with Terry, once he gets past this McLaren,
Tezza.
Yeah, Tezza as he's known. So through turn 2's fine, no worries at all when Terry hits the apex. Coming through the cutting itself, it's fine. Car's good on the braking, rotates fine, no issues at all. But once we come out of here, so there's that first bump there, but round here, there's a bump there. Cuts in there, and then round we come through here, it cuts here as well, and you lose so much time.
Yeah, you can see the side lights on the dash that trigger.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's right, and that's where it loses, 2-3 tenths. It's ridiculous. And again, there, not so noticeable there, but it is still a problem. And it's just where you just have to accept it, unfortunately. There's nothing you can do. You can run lower TC in quali, and it's okay, but you don't risk that in the race because you don't run TC off because it just doesn't work in the Ferrari. And that's just
like an electronic diff special setup, much like kind of
almost.
A with it.
Yeah, it's just a really rough situation over the top for the Ferrari because if he didn't have that, he'd be mega over the top like the McLaren or maybe not so much the Bentley because the Bentley you just can't really match it over the top. But just the TC doesn't help, and they've tried fixing TC issues before, and the TC problems aren't as bad as they used to be. But
in the grand scheme, the Ferrari TC is
still pain. It's still broken.
Interesting that that's still a pain. But yeah, check
oh yeah, here we go. So just coming.
Does Felgen stay out? I think he does.
Yeah.
So this
no,
he comes in. Oh, so this is this is going to be interesting because I was going to comment. Well. Yeah, because they just got around the other back marker McLaren, but now
up ahead. Suhami cars up ahead. So the P2, 3, and 4. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, all of them in the box right now.
And they just so they're in the pit already. Does this translate to a position for Felgen? I don't think he's gonna be switching out. I wouldn't be surprised.
He didn't have the greatest entry into the box though.
Yeah, Felgen caught up massively.
He did. So Felgen sent it into the pit line, and Terry's had a rough start there, getting in the box because the only reason I know this is because we're sharing the pit box. So it's a real nasty one because you've got to wait all that time, and you just want to get it done. And I reckon Felgen's going to have this. Yeah, he did.
In the pit lane.
Did they have damage on that Ferrari?
Yeah, could have. Yeah, you're right. They might have. Austin Carpenter's back in the car.
Austin Carpenter representing.
That's a big gap. He's not even moving. He's still in the pits.
There's
not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's got to be damaged. There's no way it isn't. He's still up on the jacks.
There you go.
There's no way he missed the pit box. Surely.
He's ready going in. That's
okay. He's back.
That's a lot.
Wow.
I don't think he had that much damage to cost. What has happened there? Surely.
But the pit stop is 30 seconds, and that includes refueling because they happen simultaneously. So it would have had to have been damage, or if not damage, maybe changing. It wouldn't be brake, surely, or suspension.
No. Oh look, actually, it could be brakes.
It may have accidentally flicked it on, so it's not impossible to do in the MDF.
Well, I mean, if they're running slightly lower brake ducts,
Ferrari is hard on brakes.
They could actually be wearing it out more than normal because I know we're running a little bit more open than probably what I would have liked, but we needed to save.
You're running pad 2s or 3s?
Pad 2, so.
Because I know we ran 3s at Spa when we ran the Ferrari, so just to preserve them a little bit. Because the pad 3s do last longer, around 16 seconds, but the Ferrari is very hard on those brakes.
So if you're going to do a straight
gap, that's insane.
Yeah.
There's more to that, surely. There's something that's it's a hell of an error. I don't know if they didn't get the car started, they got moved, couldn't get the car turned off, but that's
well,
not
now the gap's 15 seconds, that it's actually more than that. It can't be 15 seconds.
Went from being 1 second ahead to 15 seconds behind. That's significant, to say the least.
We'll get a true update as Gallo.
Bruno Gallo's in the car now.
Yep. So he just got through the chase. Yeah, the 444 is just coming around. So we'll see like you said, it was 15 seconds. So let's see. I would
This
bet
could be
it's
a
probably
good,
a
like,
bit more
30
than
seconds.
that.
Yeah,
Oh,
25.
24. Wow.
So maybe there's a brake change and damage in there.
If it's damage, it's gonna be something not.
Brakes is
I mean,
45 seconds on top of whatever you do as well.
No, it's only 15 seconds added on.
Is it 15? Okay.
Yeah, so it adds 15 to make the stop 45 seconds.
There must have been some other bit of
Well, maybe I'm
work
wrong. I
done
can't
to
remember.
that
I'm
car.
not so sure it is, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's actually 45 on top. So.
And you can't do it at the same time as tyres. You can do it the same with fuel. Change brakes at the same time as tyres?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, so it probably, yeah. I was doing the math in my head. I'm like, if it's 45, that would explain why he was in the pits for so long.
That's a quick brake change. I wouldn't trust those for shit. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
That's $1 in the
enough.
swear jar, or I guess a pound
Yeah.
because you're.
It's the first one. I got 10 hours into the broadcast before I saw it. I do apologise because we've been so bloody PG since.
No, we're not here for that.
Yeah,
I am. I'm keeping it professional, boys. I'm trying to do this in real life. I gotta
Do you
get practicing now.
The 300 car is yet to do a stop, but is only 4.5 seconds behind Kyrie. But I do think they're due a pit stop imminently, to say the least.
So we're not too far off. I'd probably get another 2 laps or so before they look to jump in the pits. But absolutely, they're
There's only a
close.
few seconds between this car and 300 as well, so it's another battle that's happening in this top 5-6 positions. Great showing from all of these drivers. It's a race of 919 and then the rest of the field.
Yeah.
It is a Formula B for everyone else.
Oh, we've just recently ticked over 2 hours, gentlemen. 10 hours down, 2 to go. Oh man, for some of these drivers, I mean, they have been here from the very, very start. I mean, they're gonna be feeling it. For others, they've popped in, done their stint, popped out. Some have joined later on and are going to be going towards the end. But everybody, regardless of where they finish, I mean, you gotta take a bow. You gotta be proud of yourself for making it to the checkered flag because, saying, oh, okay, well, I got to race for 12 hours, whatever. I've done an hour or 2 here and there. What's 10 more? But it's actually keeping the mental fortitude and the focus, especially at Bathurst, to do that for hours at a time. That's not easy by any stretch.
You say that, but I've seen aliens do a race that's this length or 24 and then go into another one the next day.
They're crazy.
Okay,
I was like, did they even feel?
Those are people who just do sim racing, and that's pretty much it, I'm not saying I'm any better, but
Absolutely, it is those people.
They might just be above Alien at that point. We talk about aliens being the absolute top, but people who do that, they've got to be something higher. I'm gonna go with Clinically Insane. If anyone has any suggestions, let us.
Yeah.
No, not God. If God were driving these cars, it'd be a lot different.
Do a skip.
Oh God. Not the one driving, just in general. Kyrudin though, this is P2, P3, 4 seconds still. That gap hasn't really come down at all.
No,
but
Ali
on
does
similar
fresh
pit
boots.
stops. Oh, I can't speak English, man. The pit stop strategies. What accent you went to there? But
Pit
All of
stop.
them.
yeah, pit stops where I went. But yeah, it's going to be.
That stop sounds
interesting.
great. Just come into the box, get a puppy or a kitten. I'd be down for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, fair
I'll
enough.
be into. Yeah. It's a good way to relieve stress. It's hey, race is going kind of sideways. Here's a little kid, just pet it for 30 seconds, and then you'll be good to go. That would
Yeah.
work. Yeah.
Yeah, you go and get your drinks refilled, get your mental fortitude decreased by stroking a puppy in the box.
Or if you're really crunched for time, just your poison tequila vodka. Just
I
throw one of
worked
those back
last-
and get back out there.
I worked first time in a course into the last 2 years. Thankfully, it's stopped now, and I was desperately voting for a therapy dog.
You've got a yellow. I think that's the 90. Is that the 91 of Muller? Just at the start finish street, just before it actually. That's sector 1. And he is just now getting himself sorted
That's
out.
crunch.
Sorry,
No,
Sector
no.
3, excuse me.
It's okay. I've got bad news for Nick.
Ah,
The
Let me hear it.
52's retired.
oh no! Oh my!
10
I was-
hours in.
That's what I was fearing. I was like, after the last one, I'm like, there is no way on God's green earth they are still going. And then they did. And now, I am so sorry. I am
Solely
so
on you.
sorry. That is entirely on me. I was, oh, you're so good. Oh, North American powerhouse, 9th position in the shootout. Ha ha ha.
Minute.
It's your fault. Yeah, Nick mana.
Oh my god. Sean and that Carfax Red
Alright.
Racing McLaren, that looks so...
That looks sad, honestly.
Yeah.
Sad would be the word I'd use because they've gotten so far. They've put their heart and soul to it, and that's what they get.
That's when your 4-year-old makes you a Lego kit.
Oh, actually, speaking of Lego, I was going to say this before. Terry Rayton, whilst waiting for his stint, had been doing Lego.
What was he
Yeah,
doing, you know?
like a champion.
I don't know because I haven't seen the photos, but he was building something. I know that.
No way, really? I
Yeah,
never
yeah,
would have
yeah.
guessed. Wow, I thought he was baking a cake.
All right.
Build with Lego? You're not sticking
Next
up
thing-
your nose like the rest of us?
Next thing you're gonna tell me is that you use a pen to write.
Yeah, I do.
Oh wow, what are you, weird?
Yeah.
Understandable.
You should know this by now.
I know how that Australian stunt can kind of fry you guys.
You're from South Australia. I can't remember where you're from, actually.
Victoria, nice try.
Oh,
That's-
it's still south.
I know
Can
where-
you
I know
go
where that
outside
is.
though, Cam, being British?
Not without an umbrella.
It's not-
Yeah.
It's not a restriction, it's a choice. Oh my god, no! Standing up the inside of the chase there.
But your definition in you're in
Oh,
Australia.
goodbye.
You're based in Australia, though, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Right. Yeah. I haven't seen videos of like. Oh, hang on. I'll go back to that story in a minute. Let's see what's happened to poor old Sean Muller. So it started with a little bit deep at the chase. Well, it's okay. Pulled it up. So it was good stuff. Let's see what's happened. Has he
I
hit the
bet he
dirt
just
into
gets
the
on the
braking
grass.
zone? No, he hasn't. He's
Oversteer.
Tank
Oh, he
touching it.
just.
Oh!
Oh my god, that's a big hit. I think he
that'll
just
hurt.
got on the throttle.
Not
a
the
little
finding
too
the
early.
one bit of concrete between
Tire-
those two tire bundles.
Yeah, I was gonna say the tires were right there. And
Oh,
then bang.
bonk.
Yeah, I think he just got on the power too early because that thing, it was a really slow bit of oversteer, but he didn't hit anything. I don't think he tagged the dirt like we thought going into the corner. I don't think he had any issues with the apex. So
Seen a
that's-
lot of McLarens do that
Yeah,
since
back
that
to the bit, yeah.
since that McLaren's been added to the game. I've seen a lot of people loop it round on power exit,
Oh yeah, if you even breathe that or the wrong way,
which will
she's gonna
happen
kill
right
you.
now. To
Yeah.
520.
No, stop it. Listen. I've already done enough damage to North American sim racing. I don't need to do
American
more.
commentator, American
Yeah.
driver. What
Yeah.
could go wrong?
Oh my. To Lovery, Carrasco, Frizza, and Landry. I'm sorry. When I do sprint again on Thursday, I know Kevin's gonna have a kick out of this because he's probably gonna watch this. You have full permission to lay into me. That is fine. I deserve it.
You deserve it, yeah.
This is why I tell myself to shut up and not think about it and don't say anything too stupid, Nick. And then guess what? I do just that. Whoops.
Yeah, so, well, at least you still got Austin Carpenter, of course, here, who did swap positions earlier in the pit stop
Yep.
with Gallo. 25, well, they've actually pulled out a gap, in fact. They were around 23 seconds on the exit and around on the first lap. So they pulled out about 2.5 seconds since then, so that's a good result for them at the moment. The 191 car of Kovacs in the purple is currently at P6, 21, I think about 22 seconds behind Gallo. Whether they can make up that time, I don't know. Well, I mean, still an hour 50, so the answer is yeah, they probably could.
Murphy behind the wheel now. Not sure how if they'll put if he's going all the way to the end. Makes sense, but we've seen a fair share of the Sanikas brothers driving that car today. So yeah, I'm surprised like how much Austin's got. It must have been pulled a lot of stints in that car in the 520 as well. Because for the most part, that's all I've seen that car be under is his name. But definitely shout out to Felgen, because I think he looked like to be going the fastest out of all of them in that car. No discredit to Carpenter or Steele.
Oh yeah, Felgen, he's a weapon. When I don't think he's doing the
Release the
sprint this
Norwegian.
season. Oh, listen, no. You release that man on circuit, there is no God that is going to save you at that point. You're on your own. That phone is going to ring.
Yeah, that man can do wondrous things in any car, having seen his pace previously. It is a marvel to look at.
It is beautiful to watch, and he makes it easy. Oh, we've got someone coming up. This is at the S's. 300. No.
Oh, we've got two incidents. We've got a Ferrari and we've got the 300 round as well. What on
White
earth
flag.
has happened? Bowen.
Bowen's still in third, though. Where is Carpenter?
That pit stop will be
Carpenter's
happening
there,
this
but
lap.
Carpenter will get past.
Oh,
I think that
he's
pit
going to
stop
make
for
the
Bowen.
move. He's going to have to if he... I mean, unless Bowen goes into
That's
the pit
damaged.
lane, but I
Yeah,
think-
bonnet's up.
Oh, yeah.
There's been a skyline moment. Whether there was another car involved, or traffic maybe unsighted, we will find out. Oh dear, for it was all the doom had gone for that car. But they'll be in the box surely this time. Front and rear damage as well. Oh, it's sending.
Oh,
it's Carpenter.
Oh,
Yeah,
and he
you
knew it
saw
too.
the
He
wiggle
caught from
there.
afar. Yep. So Bowen will come into the pits now. That's okay. I can still make it on 2 stops left, so see how that comes in. 7k an hour wins up though, so maybe some weather could come through. And we also saw a Ferrari round, so hopefully we'll get a bit of an incident check on the replay for both of them.
I think those two cars specifically was unrelated. Because the Ferrari was a bit further back, only just ahead of Carpenter when it was all kicking off. I think they probably just went off at their own accord.
Yeah.
I'm curious as to what happened to Bowen. If I had to, actually, I don't even have to wonder because we're gonna get the replay here. So this is coming under the tree, up at the top here.
Nothing like so far.
Right behind the car, though. Car up ahead.
Yeah.
Outside. Maybe it's the inside wall they tagged? No?
Pit viper car.
Oh, because it was at the S's. I'm an idiot.
Oh.
So we come down.
Oh, just
my. Oh god, it's like it didn't even break. Or
I think
like
it's locked
nothing.
in the turning, just it sort of.
I think she's had a small snap and got it corrected, but she's just been on that trajectory where she's just lined up.
Can we?
Yeah.
Mullet, can we get a shot from inside driver's view, please, just to see what it was exactly?
It's Glenn.
No, it'll give us some insight.
Glenn. It's Glenn.
Look. See, ready? I'm getting this. I ask Mullet. I'm nice to Mullet. I say please and thank you, and he gives me this. So thank you, Mullet. I don't care. Oh, it's Glenn. Oh, I'm an idiot, Glenn. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
The worst.
Glenn. Jeez. Okay.
I love you, Glenn. So that.
Oh, that's weird.
That's really strange.
I think maybe it's locked up and they've just tried to save it. Just look again.
Maybe.
Ooh, yeah, locked there. I think it just locked for a split second and that put them in the wall.
I wonder if they got a little bit of air.
Ooh. I haven't seen one of those for a while. Penalty, I mean,
yeah.
not necessarily for blue flags.
I was gonna say,
Check
I'm like,
that one off on your bingo cards.
Yeah.
Oh, we were playing bingo? I forgot my.
Yeah, I've been playing bingo with, have we had a crash at every corner? I think there's only like 1 or 2 left, to be honest.
Which
so
one?
The corner after the cutting,
Okay.
before Reed Park, the sort of, the one with the hump, and...
Yep.
Not sure where else. To be
Oh,
honest.
and a stop go 30 for Bowen.
Oh
No!
How are you gonna pick that up? Oh, because that's just rubbing salt in the wound.
It is.
I did say Alexis had some moments a little bit at the start of her stints in previous. I don't know why I was maybe thinking it could be a hardware issue as well with the wheel, but I don't know. I think we'll have to wait, and then we won't have to wait that long because Alexis is, I think, doing the final hour of commentary as well, probably with a little less enthusiasm as of recent.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Let's
But
take
still,
a peek.
a result's still on the cards.
Brad and Alexis will be here to round out the festivities. That'll be in about 40 some odd minutes. They're actually sorry.
Checks
35.
you back into the Pacific Ocean.
Why me?
Oh,
What did
she
I
didn't
do?
turn on the limiter and sped up. Oh, no,
Oh
no, no,
god,
no.
that's such a rookie error too. That's
Oh,
something.
man, now
Let's
Oh.
rub it in, everybody. Can you hear it rubbing it in?
Well, okay, let me rephrase that. It's something that you don't with these drivers, especially those that have turned so many laps in so many cars in so many events. It almost feels like it's something you already do automatically. Like you just, you know, like you do it. You don't think about it. So when you
stop a collision for causing a collision.
Collision, oh no.
what?
For 300 is what is that? Double SG30.
Could have been not holding brake.
Random bad lag spikes for the entire team. So that's what's that all about?
Yeah, straight in the pits they come.
Yeah, I was gonna say Rackmat's now in that car. If anyone can fix it, Rackmat can fix it. He can do his best.
Oh, it got cleared. There you go. Got cleared. They're reinstating it now. That's right.
Okay.
Maybe an accidental clearing. If they are restarting, I've got to say I don't understand why they would have.
Yeah, this is not what you want, especially at this time of the race. The last thing you want to be doing is copying penalties.
Yeah, that's not really what you want. If
was
it had
gonna
been
say there
maybe
was
an hour
a-
earlier, then maybe they'd have been able to get that back. But that's going to be a tough one. It's perfect for Charles Clark, though, in that 19.
Oh, yeah.
Silver leading car. That's exactly what
It's just gonna say there was a recent penalty for another car, as we saw Illinois blue flag. So I think there was an accidental clearing of the wrong car, and hence why that has been reinstated.
Well, at least they're serving. Actually, they already. Oh, there you go. Now I just saw it got cleared. I was looking at
Yep,
the wrong
it's been
screen.
cleared.
So they're back,
They're back
out. Relative to the 795 car that is ahead of them, we will see 795 is just going through Forest Airport now. Where is 300?
300 appears to be quite a ways back. They're just coming up to the cutting now.
So on the same lap at least, but opposite ends of the circuit.
Yep. And then we
Because-
have the 90, or sorry, not the 90. I am wrong. The 19 of Clark and the other Bentley, who is not too. Wait, actually, did they swap spots? No, they did not.
No, I
No,
think
so
they're a lap down.
300, yeah, there's still a couple of laps down too.
Okay.
The 300 car, there's 19 car, sorry. It's a couple of laps.
the Juicy in the Lambo is 40 seconds behind Clark, so that might get Juicy at some point. But Clark is no slow pedaler in what has been a very quick car overall in all hands of that team.
Just be picked up. Someone having a slight excursion. Of the chase. No, of course it's the indication. So let's. So this is. I'm thinking about Bertucci and Clark right now. How that's going to play out. We have Kyrudin here, just trying to navigate some blue flags. This is the thing with Bathurst is that Sector 2 is a little bit of a jam sometimes, but there's nothing you can really do about it. But when you get to the chase, you get to Sector 3, Sector 1. That is where you're going to be able to get around and get some clean air. Does have a few cars to clear, as we see the Mercedes getting out of the way, and we'll have to do it again. I don't think the two cars ahead are the Lambo and the Ferrari. I don't know if those are for position or not.
Go ahead and go no.
No.
So that's S. Jacobs in the yellow Ferrari. What's it called? Tiny Man. I forgot the name. Speedy Mike. That was it. Where did I get that from? And been going kind of a little bit upsy downs with that car. It's looks like it's had good pace, but then I think it's had a little bit of falling into issues as well. So see how they go as I let the car through. Nicely done before all the tricky bits. But I will say, like, shout out again. I've been shout out a few times now, so the due occurs. But shout out to B17, the leading AM by some margin, the 33. Sebastian Fiorenza, that's a name and a half for sure. Sounds like a racing driver.
Podium, that's, he's a strong, but he's definitely got Italian.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yes, many Italian Australians out there.
Oh, absolutely. And one thing I actually just saw before is we've actually just passed over in the last couple of laps the 300 lap line. It's like a party for 300 laps of wall tapping at Bathurst.
Is that just for 919? What's the rest of the field on? Oh no, we're the race 300.
The rest of the field's on 300. The 919 is on 302. Come on.
Yeah.
They got a 4-minute gap at least over everyone else.
Yeah, that's insane. What's the can we get fastest lap? Actually, I think we just saw it.
I think we know who it is.
No, I know. I just want to see what it is because last time I checked, it was like a 2-minute.
Yeah, I think it was Zach Smith in the early part of the race, but it was nice and cool. Even though the start of the race wasn't optimal, it was still very nice and cool.
Is that time?
I heard it's a 2 minutes .182. I actually think Matt Lamb did that a little bit in the early stages of the race, probably 4 hours in.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't check what specific driver.
Do we think there's a sub 2 minute? I don't think, but I would be if they pull off a sub. If they pull off a sub 2 minute, I will eat my shirt.
I want to see the 58 in the race, Smith.
No, they're not going to. No. But if they, depending on how they're pushing the stints, if they go for some lower fuel in the final stint, I guarantee there'll be a 59.
Absolutely, they did fresh tires and probably less fuel, and definitely on the cards. But I think they're a little bit mature in that, and they will they won't count their chickens until the checkered flag falls, and won't do anything to jeopardize that. The ABR crew.
I'm seeing a common denominator in the top three.
What would that be? If anyone in chat would like to take a guess, because I'm stumped. I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's like those children's programs. I can't figure it out. Can you?
Can you? Yeah.
Swiper, no swiping.
Yeah.
So like Blue's Clues, I remember.
Don't diss Blue's Clues. Come on.
Now,
actually,
better than that.
I didn't diss it. It was you. Like, I grew up on different ones, but we all had SpongeBob, no matter what generation you were.
I never watched SpongeBob. Sorry to just.
Wow, you really just missed out, bro.
Yeah, it's okay. But,
I mean, you can make it up. Just because you're an adult doesn't mean you can't watch it.
Yeah, you could. There's two ways of watching it. You can either.
Do you watch other cartoons on the internet?
No.
Yes, you do. Just a bit.
No, I upset a lot of people when I say I didn't watch Adventure Time either, or Rick and Morty. That upset
Never have I. Same. I watched a bit.
Did you watch regular show?
It was okay. It wasn't great.
No, didn't watch the regular show. No.
Ah, dude, I'm doing my second. Jan. Yeah, I agree. Bluey is so good. Bluey is so good. I love it.
I grew up on Thomas the Tank Engine and Bob the Builder.
It's a good show, okay?
Back before they were animated.
Oh, that was great.
The stop motion,
and,
that was good.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Thunderbirds.
Oh, yeah.
Thomas the Tank Engine, that was solid.
Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine before they animated.
Captain Scarlet.
Garbage.
Robot Wars, if you're that old.
Has anyone seen the new Thomas the Tank Engine? Oh my god.
Robotica. We're getting a little bit out there, but Robot War, BattleBots, that was good.
BattleBot, yeah, that's always good.
God, why were all the good shows back in the 90s and early 2000s? Now we have crap.
Now, but Fluky Luke's speaking absolute rubbish in the chat too, saying that McLaren's the best car. It's just wrong.
Clearly you haven't heard of the Toyota Corolla.
No.
Sorry.
Hyundai XL action.
Listen, I drive a 2000. I drive a 2000 Corolla. I am
was
gonna
gonna say-
die before that car does.
I don't know if you guys know, there's a Hyundai XL racing series in Australia.
There is. Yeah.
Oh, it's fabulous. It's great.
There
The
is,
most
yeah.
like budget car you could ever imagine in the world has a little racing series, and they paint all like the amazing liveries, famous liveries.
You said that wrong. You didn't say it right. You mixed it with Jeremy Clarkson, mate. In the
In
world.
the world.
In the world.
In the world.
Now, the most prestigious racing series, of course, is lawnmower racing. Come on, guys, who knows this?
Yeah.
I've seen footage of that. Those little buggers go, like they're not messing around.
I know. It's overtake or be overtaken.
Because I think they toss like, what's the engine? It's a motorcycle engine. I think it's like a 150cc engine or something like that, a 200. And it's like, and the power to weight ratio is ridiculous.
It's
If you
also
look
the
at
the lack of the lack of track in terms of width and wheelbase as well is also alarming.
And also the lack of aero, because you know aero's
Aero,
gonna push the
yeah.
car down. It's gonna slow you down. But if you have nothing but smooth surfaces, well, hey, you're gonna cut through the air like it's nothing.
Layla Bell's just jumped in the pits, fighting with the pit Viper Alpha car there in P12. Trying to get some top position to jump to the pits for there. Second to last pit stop, they'll still have one more to go, so it's an interesting strategy. They're coming out 8k an hour winds now, getting a little bit gusty, but nothing huge to worry about for the moment.
Let's go, rain.
No.
Even the
Let's go,
wind can't
rain.
get the rain in. Like, oh.
I would
Everything
love,
we're throwing at this
When's monsoon season down there? Is it
Ah,
right now?
every other day
every other
sometimes.
day, yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a bit
hopefully
random.
today's the day, boys.
But, yeah, it's interesting. I
Listen.
will laugh if they get half an hour, rain in half an hour with 15 minutes to go. I will laugh.
I will laugh if the last half an hour is rain, or the last 15
I
minutes is rain.
won't be laughing.
I will
It's
not
if
be
you
laughing
drive.
either because I'll be sleeping.
Well, yeah, I'm not driving, but I'm still having fun.
If it makes you feel any better, it's cold here right now. I'm not gonna convert it to Celsius. I'm too lazy to do that. It is.
Get your
currently-
Fahrenheit out here.
Yeah, sorry, my temperatures make sense in terms
Oh
of
yeah,
how it
what
feels to a
temperature is it?
human body.
It's about 56 million.
Yeah,
See, here's how it works. You got to think of it as like percentage of how hot it is, right? If I
No,
say
you'll think
something
it's
is
wrong.
90% hot, you're like, damn, that's pretty hot. If I say it's 40%, you're like, wow, that's pretty cold. It is 34 right now, or sorry, 32, 35. My app has
That's
absolutely no
beach
idea.
weather.
So that's
That is not
literally.
beach. No,
Is that
Fahrenheit, not
Fahrenheit? Yeah,
Celsius.
so just I've
Why-
just calculated that. That's a 0.
Why? Okay, let me ask you. Why would I, as an American, use Celsius? Unless it's
Because you're on an
Because
Australian broadcast.
Okay,
correct.
listen, the only time I'm using the metric is caliber, okay? Or sockets.
Yes, this
No,
car
or
is like
socket.
4 Barrett M80s this long.
I love that.
So
I
use
love, I
anything
love when we use
but-
anything but metric.
Yeah.
Absolutely tilts you guys, and it's hilarious.
Yeah. Really
How much is
annoying.
this liquid? Let me measure it in pounds.
Pound. Yeah, let me have a look.
No,
I
we
think 50
don't
mile an
measure
hour.
liquids in pounds. We can measure it in cups, gallons.
Yeah, gallons. There's the
Yeah,
problem.
that's the
There it
thing.
is.
You guys
Yeah.
measure things to the nearest foot, inch, and like. No wonder
Oh, yes.
everything's
Pounds per
rubbish.
square inch.
You ever been hit by a gallon milk jug before? That hurts.
No, because I don't want to ever have a gallon milk jug thrown at me.
Because we don't
That's
need
fair.
a gallon.
Well, that's
At
terrible.
least, hey, you know what? At least we're not Canadians, because they put their milk in a bag for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't get that. I have seen that, and I questioned my life when I read that.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, they're like, oh, sorry about that, eh? You know, we put
Yes,
it in this little
sorry.
plastic container, eh? And you're like, just get, bro. We do it too, but it's in the container. There's no bag. Why?
I mean, you can say the same about wine and what we call lagoon bags here. Like, why does it
Oh,
need a
I
bag?
hate box.
Yeah.
I hate box wine. Give me a nice bottle of like Merlot or something, and I'm happy.
Oh, bloody
Oh, la-di-da.
I'm so fancy. It tastes
White wine's better than red wine.
All right,
You can't
fine.
tell me otherwise.
Fine. You
Yeah,
want something
but
that's
it's
not
massive.
classy? You wanna know what's not classy? I'll just get some tequila instead. How about that? How about some
Pretty
vodka?
good.
Tequila's so good.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love tequila. My dad hates tequila. It's funny.
Vodka, meh, give or take, but
It depends on what you mix it with. It depends what you mix it with.
what if I mix it with the pain and sorrows of Bathurst? How does that go?
That's just literally every person every year, not special.
Ah, right. So all these drivers are going to be having shots of vodka after this race.
Depends on how the race is going. If you're the 919, you may have a celebratory shot. If you're the 52, you may have the whole bottle.
You may have the whole bottle and write on it, screw Nick, I know. That's just what happened.
Hey, Moan.
Hey, Moan. Oh, yeah, look, it's the same thing.
No, slightly different. You know what?
I love that I asked him how he pronounced his last name at the start of this podcast.
Oh, you still pronounced it wrong at the start.
Wrong anyway.
Okay, good. Let's just get it wrong.
You know what? Listen, the worst pronunciation of my last name came from my gym teacher in high school, who had my brother before me, and he pronounced my last name as Amau.
Amau. Now, where did you get that from?
I don't see. That's the problem. I don't know because obviously he had my brother for like 3 semesters.
Did he
3
think you're
years.
French or something?
Well, my last name is French, so or German, depending on who you ask.
I mean, I realize.
He had me all of freshman year and all of sophomore year. So it was 2 straight years of having me pronouncing it fine, and then one day just goes, we're gonna do something different, and I had no idea, and I'm like, what? And he goes, is Amau here? I'm like, here, and it's Amon. What? It's Amon. Yeah, and just that was the last time. So don't ever feel bad. Don't ever feel bad because the worst pronunciation was a guy I dealt with for 2 straight years.
That's hilarious, and you should definitely be upset with that.
I can beat that. There was a kid called Seamus in my class, and the teacher said
he sounds like a mess.
He said he pronounced it semen.
Oh no! Oh no!
This is high school, so the laughter was
that's the last place you want to be called that. Not high school. It'd be worse if it was like middle school. That would be even worse, I think. Because at least with high school, there's some maturity.
That's bad.
What maturity? This is early high school, and there was no maturity at all.
Okay, well, listen, I'm trying to give you guys benefit of the doubt, all right? Me.
We're not here for that. Oh, look at that Merc. Oh.
That's seen better days.
Yeah, that. Can we get it an L or an F or an ROP or whatever you'd like to put in the chat for that Mercedes, because that is a bad start. Yep, sure. Put a Q.
We're questioning what happened.
Yeah.
See?
Oh, you're a funny man.
I'm no. My mom says I'm funny. She would never. Shut up. My mom says I'm funny. She would never lie.
Well,
she never said that. Don't BS us.
Alright, listen, we'll figure out what happened to the Mercedes.
Yeah, that's
Austin Carpenter is P3. Austin
but
Carpenter
he's losing
P3.
Carly though. I mean,
don't care.
He's Carly, Nick, Amau. Come on,
he's gaming. He's gaming right now.
No, but he's losing time. Come on.
It doesn't matter as long as he's losing as little time as possible.
I mean, he just lost a second.
Okay, you know what? You lost a second.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I
sorry.
That's the worst comeback ever.
Worst comeback ever. Asked to leave.
High school level comebacks there right now.
Oh no, it's great, but there is a comeback on here for Bruno Gallo. He's actually pulling back some time on Carpenter, so maybe Carpenter's in a weird stage within the stint of the cars going, yeah, just rip off, no time, see you later.
Hour 26 to go though. It's gonna be what, maybe one more stop for a lot of these drivers before the checkered flag.
Absolutely, there should be one more stop for most. There may be 2 stops if you were a little bit off tilt.
Guess who we've not seen for this whole time? Jay Weatherburn in the 716. He's got power, boys.
Oh my God, he did it!
alive.
The hamsters are running.
He's nicked someone's car battery, powered up his village.
Yeah, you see that Tesla? That's now charging my house.
Yeah, that's all it's good for.
Someone tossed his battery in the ocean.
Oh, that Merc. That's bad. That's
still
P31,
circulating
that
as
was
well.
bad. Yeah, I don't know how I would be still circulating that amount of damage.
That might be a visual bug because I think we've seen a
Could be
few of
visual bug.
those.
Yeah, we have. So maybe they're perfectly fine and we're just talking
I was gonna say, I feel like Carpenter would have caught him by now with that much frontage on that. Let's see. That is an interesting colour, that Mercedes, I will say. It looks like poo. Thanks for leaving me on that one. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, you seem to be managing quite well.
Yes. Well, I'm a mix of caffeinated but also tired. So it's a weird feeling. My eyes are like drooping and they go ooh, and then drooping ooh. A bit like Mr. Bean.
Hey, you know what? This is what we do, and you know that there are drivers who are doing the same thing. Some we talked about earlier. You know, stints are going to be different. You have those drivers who act as like the main driver, the first driver, the person that kind of makes sure the whole team is connected. They are 12 hours the whole thing. Some people may be doing 10, 8, 6, something like that. So it's not just us here in the booth or Glenn and Mull and all the stewards as well in their little office spaces. It's everybody involved having to do that. Make sure the eyes are open. If you got to prop them open, do that because we don't want you crashing at any point.
Absolutely right. As the temperature is slowly ticking down to 21 ambient and 24 track as we're nearing the 6 p.m. mark in game. I don't think we'll be seeing the sunset because of the clouds, but we'll see.
That's sad. That is very unfortunate. We would like to see the sunset. No, I mean, the drivers probably wouldn't want to because they would not like to be blinded by it, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh, man up drivers.
Back in my day. No, that's... I love how a lot of these circuits look when the sun starts going down. It looks phenomenal. However, the downside is some corners become rather treacherous because you don't have that same sort of visibility as you would have, say, with a midday sun or right now where it's cloudy. Everything kind of looks fine. Worse when it becomes nighttime because then a lot of the track is obscured, and especially here at Bathurst, you have lights where just the front straight, and that's it. Everything else is coated in darkness. So there's a good few factors that can play into the ease of drivability here at Bathurst, and I'm sure the drivers are very happy that there are clouds in the way, because if there wasn't, things would be getting maybe a bit tense as we wind down towards the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Drivers be glad that there are some clouds, but they actually do look like they're looming a little bit, so maybe there's a hint of rain on the way for the final stint.
Are you a cloud expert now?
No, I'm not a cloud expert, but it just looks a bit
just
darker
an expert.
than before. Yes, no, yeah.
Hey, listen, if someone's going to be an expert, I know it's not going to be me, so it's either you or Mitch.
Well, we're not experts, so that doesn't work.
Alright, well...
It's my day off. That's
it's
my
actually
excuse.
Glenn. It's actually Glenn.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, with how much work Glenn puts in for the OOR just across the board, I would believe that, because he's
Glenn.
Incredible. And speaking of experts, Bruno Gallo, expert level driving right now as he is slowly reeling in Carpenter. I didn't quite get to take a gander at what the gap is, but we'll see it here as he comes around the corner. It is looking to be 16.6 seconds.
It's only about 2 seconds closer than it was probably about 3 or 4 laps ago, so they're not closing particularly quickly, but I mean, anything can change. Carpenter can make a mistake. Kai Rudin could make a mistake. Murphy's only 15 seconds behind Gallo, so close gaps here. Carpenter's 36.3 behind Kai Rudin, so Kai Rudin's really started to step up. As speaking of stepping up, Alexis Bowen is in the comms box with us, and we're not going to talk about what we saw on stream, Alexis.
And you just talked about it.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Looks like
we just got it out of the way. No,
it is.
No.
Yeah, no, it's probably for the better.
Yeah,
no, it was not very pleased with how that.
No.
That's all right. Mitch is going to go do a bigger crash after this.
No, I'm not.
And it'll be
I'm
raining,
done racing.
too.
I told you that. No.
No, Connor. Cook's gonna have a Fanatec pin break.
Oh god.
He doesn't even race Fanatec.
Oh, sorry, his Fisher Price wheel's gonna break.
Oh, got him. The T Racer that Jimmy Broadbent covered, you mean?
I think Fisher Price would be preferable.
Yeah, yes.
That's probably a bit sturdier, you're right.
Yeah, definitely better than that T Racer crap that Jimmy had to review.
But it was. I agree. Someone in chat saying it was an amazing stint. I mean, you had that lockdown. That Bentley was planted every single corner.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate that one of the many lag spikes I got just happened to go through Skyline.
Oh, well, that's the
I thought you might have
watched it on board. It looked.
We couldn't see anything.
Yeah, no, it was a lag spike as I was going through Skyline.
That is extremely inconvenient. That explains a lot.
Yeah.
And then yeah, but when I pressed the pit limit, I must have actually pressed it again, or it did a double input because I don't know, my wheel, but the buttons on my wheel have been a bit sticky as of late. So,
Shut up.
So that's where that stop goes 30 came from.
Bro.
Giggling away when you heard the word sticky.
I didn't giggle. I said, uh-huh.
No, you didn't. Yeah. It's just, it's natural ways.
Whilst you can continue the harassment, I'm going to leave you lovely people in the box and go and enjoy this last bit of the race and make sure that it doesn't rain.
Good luck with that one. It can still happen.
It can certainly still happen.
Thank you to Mitch Hobbs in the booth, as ever, ganging up on the Canadian. I do appreciate it.
Bro.
You're welcome, Canadian.
Anyways, it's now... Yeah, it just calls me Canadian and Nibs, doesn't even wait for a response. But we check in again with Bruno Gallo. So he's got a bit of traffic to get through. Oh, we've had someone actually just behind at just before Skyline, I think, having a bit of an issue. So I don't think anyone else got caught in that. But the 444 Ferrari right now has a couple of cars to get through. One Lamborghini, one mangled-looking Mercedes, but should be passed in due time. And then, if I'm not mistaken, there's going to be quite a bit of open air up until Carpenter. That gap has opened up strictly due to the traffic. One thing I wanted to touch on, Alexis, with traffic, you certainly, okay, that's Mercedes off, sorry. You certainly had to have a deal with your fair share of blue flag, getting around the blue flags. Is there sort of when you do it, I should say, is how I should start this. When you begin the sort of approach, is there ever a moment where you feel like the guy in front of you is gonna just do something erratic, or do you have full faith every single time?
Oh, absolutely. You definitely get that feeling that there may just be something a little bit devious going on, but a lot of the times it's just that awareness. You just have to be ready for anything that sort of comes at you that you can sort of control at least. So you do have to be wary of it, and I know sometimes when I'm getting alongside another driver, whether it be on Mountain Straight or Conrod, it just feels like, oh, are they going to back out? Are they just going to take me right through to the corner and try and go side by side like that? So it is a bit of an interesting one. Like in the end, a lot of the times the drivers will be pretty good with it. Other times you can get a little bit of sketch involved. Like I think there are a few times where it was either right before the corner or like mid corner I'd be let go, which would certainly be interesting, but generally no, it's been pretty good.
And then I'm sure you've had your fair share of moments going up Mountain Straight where you're just within that little window to make it pass, but you know, turn 2 comes up. What's your, obviously keeping it as friendly as possible, what is your reaction upon realizing that, great, I have to wait till the end of Sector 2 to get around, especially if you're chasing someone?
How can I put this without putting in a bunch of expletives?
I don't have a sensor button on me, so just do it yourself.
Well, I think it's pretty self-explanatory there. That when you have
You want
to
to swear?
wait,
Just use the word pineapple.
pineapple, yes, of course. When you are kind of just in reach, but you just can't get close enough to get past the blue flag car, and then you're stuck behind them throughout the entirety of Sector 2. It just makes you want to fly off a pineapple from the bridge.
Ah, understandable. And especially when I think it also especially hurts when the guy you're chasing down has nothing but open air ahead of him. At least, you know, at the very least, a few seconds to a blue flag ahead. Because you're looking at him and you're saying, well, why can't that be me? Why can't I have that?
Yeah, I mean, so sometimes you can get really lucky, and then the driver behind that you're fighting doesn't get so lucky. Other times it goes the other way. So in the end, it balances out. But obviously, in the moment, it's going to be very frustrating.
One fine looking blue flag. Why does mine look like that?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we got genuinely gutted for you. Unfortunately, it was all caught on camera though, Alexis. But yeah, it was a fabulous stint before that. But you know, you're still on the same lap as the cars ahead. Unfortunately, at the opposite corner of the track. But I'm sure Rackmack can do something about that, to say the least. I want to know what's happened to Nippers, because that car was threatening top 10 and now it's down in P20.
Yeah, I know that number 100 MRT car has had a fair few issues. I think earlier on they ended up having to teleport back to the pits with a some kind of technical issue, I think it was.
I was saying they were in that top 10 region fighting Ty and all of them, like, and now they dropped back massively. And you know, Matt Nippers is not someone who's going to drop back on pace, put it that way.
No, that's for sure. No, I think generally it was just a little bit of bad fortune for the team with their issue that forced them to return to pits, and obviously that takes out a lot of time because you have the towing time and the pit stop time, I guess.
Absolutely, up to 9 kilometers now, wishing this rain to appear any moment now.
Continuing on with the
the copium is still alive.
Yeah. the tanks are hissing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
12 hours of copium.
I'm sure these drivers are either hearing this or thinking and praying, please no rain, please no rain, please no rain, because when it does start to come down, you do have sort of that race period where the track is still relatively dry, depending of course on how heavy the precipitation is. But one of the things that ends up happening is having to make adjustments to your setup on the fly, and you don't have, you know, the ability to say soften the suspension or change the aero. It's basically just TC and ABS. For some drivers, myself, my wheel, I have those things mapped, so it's simply just turning a knob or clicking a couple buttons. For some people, it's, you know, cycling through the whole MFD, and in a sport where milliseconds are the difference between winning and losing, or just making it around the circuit a little bit faster than someone else, having to spend more time just rifling through your menus to make sure that the car is set up properly is it's a bit of a pain. I've had to do it, so yeah, these drivers are definitely going to be hoping that they don't have to make those last minute setups.
Well, even then, there won't be too many changes that they can make, and I guess with the rain, we did have a little bit of precipitation in the pre-race shakedown, so quite a few drivers managed to get a bit of time out on track in those sorts of conditions. So if they don't have anything to fall back on, then they probably didn't do anything to shake down this morning.
No, definitely not.
I mean, I'm not racing anymore in this race. I've done my driving, so it can rain as hard as it likes.
Me too.
Just a shout out to our upcoming ACC Duo Series that we're hosting on the American tracks in the game. Starting on the February 24th, Saturday evenings, you and a friend can tag team through the Americas and yes, take home, I don't know, drink that milk that they do at the end of the Indy 500 or something like that. But sign-ups are still open, it's still available, and entries, yes, do come along. We'll be looking forward to hosting that one come in a few weeks' time.
And if you do win, make sure you don't decide to drink orange juice instead of milk.
Why do you have to drink anything?
Here I'm not getting. Explain the orange juice. I want to hear the reasoning behind this.
I think when Emerson Fittipaldi won the Indy 500 once, rather than drinking milk, he decided to drink orange juice.
Okay.
And he basically angered everyone in doing that because it is tradition to have the celebratory milk, whether it be full cream, like skim milk, or whatever milk you get. But he decided to reject that and instead promote orange juice, which was a part of his his family establishment of sorts, I guess.
Okay, I thought it was gonna be like he drank orange juice and then he crashed literally every single race for the rest of the season.
Oh no! Oh no! He just made a lot of people angry.
Well, all right. Well, you know that'll happen. I mean,
that's the stupidest reason to be angry as ever.
Well, you know, like
it's tradition. It's bollocks.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be taking swings of anything, depending on the circuit, what would Bathurst victory drink of choice be? You can't say champagne because everyone does that. A shoey, yeah. All right, that's fair. But what kind of beer? Perhaps a VB.
I was gonna say is that
VB long neck.
VB long neck, because you know we gotta fill the stereotype quotas this stream.
Yeah.
As ever. It'll probably be some. Yeah. Technic in a can that is probably 4X Gold or Foster's. Yeah, I don't drink at all alcohol.
No one in Australia drinks Foster's, but it's the
don't even make it here.
That's constantly associated.
Yes, the most Australian thing. It's balmy to say the least. It's more British than Australian these days. Put it that way.
Yeah, because it's crap.
Don't you start.
Well, whatever the drink of choice is, at the very least, it's got to be a shoey. And right now, it is the 919 that's looking to be that team to pop the shoey. We'll see though. Anything can happen, of course. It's still an hour and 7 minutes and a little bit of cents or pence, depending on where you're from, left before we get to the checkered flag. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I am out of here. It is 5:15 in the morning. I have been up officially for 25 straight hours. I am dead. I had a Red Bull. That lasted all of about 30 seconds as we welcome Brad Gosling back into the box. But before I go, thank you guys, of course, for having me. Shoutouts to Glenn and Mullick for giving me the key back into the booth. They changed the locks, but I found the key. Don't tell them that. Cameron, of course, you've been great. Alexis
is not a key.
Of course. And Alexis has been good with you, and of course everyone else who has been in the commentary box, and of course all the stewards and drivers. You guys are out there kicking ass and taking names, and hopefully getting to the end in one piece. Apologies again to 52. But other than that, guys, have a wonderful rest of your night or day, afternoon, wherever you may be. But I'm going to go get some sleep, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Thank you very much, Nick. Heroic efforts from Nick A. Mao. Never forgetty. Spaghetti.
Yes. Welcome, Brad. How are you?
Fantastic, guys. Fantastic. It's been a cracker of a day, hasn't it? It's had everything this race, as you would absolutely expect for a Bathurst. Couldn't expect anything less than a few love taps and a couple of great stories, hey?
Chaos.
So you were here at the start in the comms booth, and you're here at the end still, so you're still circulating, so that's kudos to you. A lot of people can't say the same.
Yes, well, there's someone that has to be sweet, mate. Keep everyone in front of them. So, yeah, we had a few comms issues there right at the start, which we didn't quite have sorted, which was why I unfortunately did have to leave you guys there in that opening session. which we got sorted out. It's been a very tough day for us in the office. We're bringing up the rear of the field at the moment, actually. So, but still there, and all I can say is the quality of the field, the quality of the drivers. This is actually the first time I personally have actually done an enduro at all. So I have done a few comms ones, so it's great to kind of have the shoe on the other foot and see what it's like from actually on the tarmac itself. And the quality of the drivers is second to none. These guys just are absolutely fantastic, right through the field. Fantastic.
Please forgive me, Brad. Please forgive me, but I did forget what car you were in. And I just instinctively, I'm very sorry to this and to the rest of your car, but I went, oh, that car.
I guarantee you'll be like, oh, that car. We're in the. I'm in the KA number 27 McLaren. So basically,
the 27
motorsport cars, but specifically that car.
I must say, probably a few of those times when you guys were like, oh, look at that, the McLaren there, doing all right. Now they look like they're getting into a steady stint, and then,
flat spinning down, helicoptering down the hill.
Well, I mean, I will say it has been very courageous for your team to continue on and just keep enjoying yourselves out. It hasn't gone your way, but you've stuck with it, and that is as good as like winning the damn thing.
Yeah, well, that's certainly what we were aiming for. We had probably about hour 7.5. We had a bit of a disconnect in the one of the guys when we were pitting, and so we ended up actually all of us, and that was our number one driver. So we all had to end up leaving for some reason, and it's like, oh well, I think that's game over for us. And 5 hours to go. It's like, oh, okay, don't know. Ooh, hang on, as we see Galio coming in for the final time here. Fresh, and he's done a great stint, and coming in, obviously, we'll find out shortly who's going to end up taking over for the final hour in that car. But yes, it was very, very much at that point there. We were like, do we keep going? Do we call it? We were already a few laps down. It's just like, what do we do? And it's just like, you know what, guys? We're here. The two of us, it was out of the four, hence the reason I reckon we're probably coming in sweet was two of us. It's our first times ever doing part of a team, part of an enduro race. So half of our team was very, very green, very fresh into all this. So we've gone, let's do it. This is too much fun to pass up on. So even if we spend more time with blue flags waving around us, it's all about sticking there to the end, and it's been an awesome experience.
Now that's an attitude I like to hear. That's just fantastic, honestly.
Yeah.
Credit to the whole 27 squad for sticking it out with this one, and hopefully you've all enjoyed it, even if there has been a fair few blue flags. I know it was encountering your car a fair bit during my stints, but it's sort of kept the time for me.
That's it. Well, you can see we're actually just in there behind the skyline. We've got Sam O'Brien. He's in there at the moment. He's actually he did pretty well, like a double and a half stint right to the end there. He will be, and I'm like, sorry dude, I've got to leave you. I'm going to cheer you on from the comms box, and I'm going to leave you with an hour and a half stint. So with the way that all of our strategy kind of half played out, it's like, well, you've got a stint and a half at the end, mate, so have fun. So he's got a stint and a half, so it's like, great effort. So I'll wave to him. I should send him a photo and say, I can see you, bro, doing well. So he's and again, this is his first enduro as well. Really first time really having a good crack on the mountain. He's been really, really consistent too. I've been very impressed with how he's come along from when we were first having a bit of a go about a month ago when we're all like, yep, the Bathurst 12 hours coming up, and making sure we're fine tuning our teams, and he's like, right, yeah, let's have a crack at Bathurst. Sounds like a good one. So, and yeah, haven't really had that much experience at all. So it's good to see he's got a little bit of fresh air there as well. It looks like he might have a couple of laps without blue flags, which will be nice for something different. Yes, but Alexis, I definitely saw you go past quite a few times as well, mate. Definitely.
Yeah, it was always nice seeing a few familiar faces.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Your team has done very well to hold out. So we are now into the last hour of the intro, and I mean, what can we say about the Alpha Venturi Racing team today? They have just been unreal out front. They're 2 laps ahead of Peter, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that in itself is, it's words can't even say how good that quality of that AVR team are. They right from I suppose you could say they had not the first corner, but outside of the first corner there with the Bentley on lap 1, they've never really had anyone in the rear mirror.
They were just. I mean, Smithy's launch off the line was good, but it was just being able to hold it around the outside and just get that run past me, and I had nothing. I couldn't do anything about it. It was just too quick.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. Hey, that's it.
It was definitely the more sensible move just to let them go, because they had the run. It was clear to see. We were watching it from the heli cam as you guys were going up Mountain Straight, and it was like no point. That was a can't fight what's already happened. Let's say.
Yeah,
but,
inevitable, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Bentley is the Bentley is a boat in a straight line, but if it rains, it's not a very good boat.
That's very true. Very true. That. Very true.
It has been a very good car to drive, though. Like the consistency it's been able to produce has been unreal, and it sort of reminded me why I like the car so much.
Yeah. And having 2 of the Bentleys in the top 10 too, that's no slouch.
Yeah.
That's a great effort from you guys.
Yeah, the MRT 300 and the Kovacs 19.
Yeah. Yep. It's a great effort to see. There we go. Talking to the Bentleys. Thank you very much, Mr. Camera Man.
Kovac's boating blue.
Here we go. Another one. Well, I suppose this is going to definitely be the consistent sight that we'll see over the next few laps. Is everyone coming in for their last session, last fill, last pit stop? So
yeah,
it's great to see. Yeah, a couple of them there, yes. But well, like you guys, I always had my side of my eye on that little weather screen. It's just been cloudy all day. I know it got really heavy cloud there, kind of about 8 hours in, and I'm just like, oh, is it going to rain? And I'm hearing on our comms chats, and it's just like, oh yeah, commentators in the comms box, they're like, is there something on the radar coming up? And it never eventuated. I was really surprised with the amount of cloud cover that we've had all day. It's kept the track quite cool, but not wet. It's I'm not going to say I'm disappointed by that, because scary enough driving this track in the dry, let alone throw a heap of water over the track.
Well, I mean, Sean Muller in the comments box earlier said that it would have to hit like 30 degrees track temp. No, peaked at 29.
Yeah, close.
Quite close, but no cigar. But yeah, as you were saying, that like it's just been cloudy all day, and like I'm really surprised that we like this has been just a completely dry race because all the signs were leading towards like a mixed conditions race. But the only rain we had was during the shakedown at the start of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the weather was set to like 6 variability, so there really should have been something, but it just nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Yes.
Until the last half an hour.
Yeah, you look at the 30 minutes. Well, that's not the end of the race there, is it?
Yeah, well I mean, what will probably be the case is we'll go over to the next session and it will be flooded track.
Yeah, that'll be literally like when I went to the real life event in 2020, it was a bright sunny day whole time, 40-degree ambient, 60-degree track, and it absolutely came down on the final lap.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that race was iconic for many reasons.
That was a golden year, to say the least. And
absolutely.
before all the real problems that we had, we thought the bushfires were the only problems we were going to have. Oh, well, at least our Prime Minister didn't go to Hawaii. Oh wait, he did.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, the bushfires ended up being the entree to what was to eventuate.
And we were having, that's the thing, we were having a drought as well, so all the farms were struggling because there was no rainfall, hence all the bushfires as well. Adding to that, it was not a good year, and then Kovacs was just like stuck 'em.
Yep. Wasn't it?
Yeah. As we see, I believe that of the top 3, they've all now done their last stop. Farhad has jumped in the 711 GSR Elite esports car, and we've got Murphy and Zachary Smith. They've saved him for the very final stint, and he'll be going to the end. I want to see that 59 still.
Yes, bets were on in our team too, wondering who was going to be the first to crack the sub 2 minute.
Not yet so far.
No, not yet, but as things cool down that little bit, and now everyone, I suppose to a point, can almost start to take the pressure off. The last hour, everything's pretty well settled. No real battles kind of going on for any positions, and it's like, all right, let's see what we got.
P18, P19 between Phillips and Nimbus, that's 0.3 per second, so that's the closest battle we have on track by a country mile. And here it is, Nimbus on the back of Phillips, coming up Mountain Straight, tries to go around the outside of Griffin's Bend, and he's going to do it because Phillips has backed out of it.
Yeah, I reckon he had a bit of toe on that one too, and he's just like, yeah, not this part, not this close to the end. I'm not going to sacrifice the car.
Yeah, no, that Lamborghini's gone quite a bit slower than I would have expected, but
yeah.
Anyways, that is another position for Nimbus. That recovery drive from the number 100 car still going on, but I don't think there'll be many more positions for the game from here.
Yes.
So we see Chris Murphy in Kovacs Mick Purple entry, change over to John Sneakers. So John will now be taking that car to the end, and they realistically should have a top 5 position under wraps. Well, I mean, provided they don't get, a lag spike or anything, but,
Did we ever find out what happened to Felgen?
No, it never happens, no.
So we didn't find out what happened to Terry Rayton still in that 444 laundry house, did we? Because they had a long list of long stops.
Yeah, no, they had a fair old accident. It was a Skyline. So I wonder. I don't know where that was.
The car looked completely undamaged when we were watching it the whole time, and he still looked like he had decent pace. So yeah, I guess maybe that was the case.
Yeah, no. From what I heard from my teammates was that that 444 car had a pretty big smack of the wall.
I was gonna say, because they were 1 second ahead of Felgen, the 520 car when they boxed, and they came out 25 seconds behind. So
yeah,
that's significant.
But on this 191 entry, they've had a hell of a race and a hell of a comeback, because they were involved in a lap 1 collision with the 711 JSR car when Kai Rudin and I think the other Sneakers was in the car. One of the Sneakers, I don't know which it was.
Jean-Pierre, it was in
Yeah, it was PJ. Yep.
Yeah, there was that incident at the chase on lap 1 with Kyron trying to get up the inside of the 300 Bentley, and it's going a little bit deep with the overspeed from the toe, and yeah, just that rejoin unfortunately clipping the 191 and causing a bit of calamity further back.
Yes, and ending up facing the wrong way and having to unfortunately wait for the whole train to go through before they could get back out again. So it was, yes, very, very good battle to get claw their way back up to not only top 10 but top 5. It's
absolutely
great effort, great effort.
Yeah, all three of them have driven a fantastic race.
Yeah, definitely been in the wars, that car, and I think it's, if I recall, it wasn't just also like the first lap incident. I think they were caught up in several other people's accidents as well for that Corvex Racing Purple, and I unfortunately know that I think they'll probably be quite disappointed if they finish around P5, P4, because I think that car definitely had podium pace. And to see that the car that did cause their accident is right up there in second, I think they could have fought for that as well. So I'm hoping, we don't know what the finishing order is yet. It's still undetermined, but I'm hoping they take away some solace.
Just looking on with the 444 laundry house car, they're starting to really close in on the P3 car that is the 520 Bricks Racing entry. So there is a fight for the podium as we come to the closing stage for this race.
Interesting to see, because Felgen was really rapid. I think he's the fastest driver in that McLaren, so we'll see if he can get himself up to speed, because it looks like he is being definitely not on the pace right now, as unlike Terry Rayton. Mary Terry was, yes, from what we discovered with the damage he had before, maybe it explains why he was kind of only just edging towards the car ahead, and he was getting caught by Falcon before, so maybe this is what the real pace is with two undamaged cars, hopefully.
Yes, time will tell, and would certainly make for a nice little exciting final 45 plus minutes. This is looking like there's definitely going to be a good battle for the lower places in the podium. Be really, really good, as you say. Great to see once they can actually have a good crack without having the damage on the cars. You can see the true potential of the cars, and you've got 11 hours where you've just got to kind of knuckle down and do your best to keep everything as straight as you can. And then outside of that, it is, oh, there you go, Sam. Good job for holding up the laundry house Ferrari, just prolonging the excitement for the final few races. Oh, no! Oh, Sam. Oh, spoke too soon, didn't I? Oh, well, that's been our day.
Nick, is that you? That's some great cursing that you did just then.
Yep.
Cursing your own teammate, just.
Oh well. Add one more scar to the car.
Let me tell you, the panel beaters have been working overtime this race for us, definitely.
Yes, a few chassis have been written off, to say the least. I'm pretty sure car 200's on the 8th by now, probably.
Yeah.
That 200 car has not had the best of conditions today, let's just say.
No, as wind is now up to 10 kilometers right now. I keep looking up there in hope to see that widget change. And I don't think it's not happening. You know,
it will happen after the race.
45 minutes. Yeah, it's gonna cover the last minute. All too late as ever. Brilliant. But yeah.
Yeah, quite surprising that we haven't even seen a drop. It's a 12-hour race.
How are your energy levels going around? You guys have been driving.
I'm starving.
I think we're all struggling, but we're soldiering on. 44 minutes and 40 seconds left on the final stretch. But all to lose from this point on, surely, for anyone in the top 10. So, gotta keep active, keep alert, and keep aware of everything that's around, because it can still unfold drastically.
Sure can. Even though the track's nice and optimum at the moment, does not take much at all for a little bit of rain. Getting exciting.
If it was going to rain, it would transition quite quickly, being a bit on the colder side now.
Yes. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it'll become greasy very quick. But we'll see what happens. Still 43 minutes left in this one. Just keep a very close eye on what Felgen and Raiden can do. As you were saying earlier, Felgen was very, very fast, but Racing too is rather quick in his own right. So could be a good battle that forms, but they have to get through all this traffic first. That's always the toughest part.
That's it, and being one that's been on the other side of that, it's very hard when you've got a lot of the... Ooh, a bit of a puff there. Hopefully that wasn't someone going too far sideways. Yeah, it's always hard because there's just nowhere coming up the mountain from here that you can even overtake. It's so hard to try and keep pace where you can as a slower driver. But you feel for the guys that are coming up, and you just go, oh, this is like a proper battle going on, and I've just given one guy a breather, and the other guy is just absolutely fuming because you just go over the mountain, and all of a sudden it can be 1, 2, or 3 seconds that you just gained that you've just lost. And you got to try and make it back up and down Conrod, and then over the next few laps. It's very, very hard. It's probably one of the tough things about Bathurst is overtaking. Is not, you can catch up to people, but it's very, very hard to then overtake once you've caught up.
Indeed, this battle for P3 right now is especially juicy. Only 4 seconds between them, but as you can see on the track map, they're just in this big line of cars, and they're about halfway through it now. But it's gonna, I dare say, be quite gonna be defining for the rest of these 40 minutes, to say the least, for these two between Felgen and Rayton. Yes, interesting to see what that gap has now come down to as we cross the start-finish line for the end of the first sector, down to 3.7 seconds now. So, yes.
Taking 0.2 off there. I think he was 3.9 last lap as he's come around. So even though he's hit a little bit of lap traffic, he's still managed to not lose any gap and gain a little bit. So
it's going to have a good gap between now going up the mountain. You can see Felgen ahead of him, but Felgen's got cars in front of him and doesn't have the gaps necessarily.
Yeah, that's it. So now that you're looking there, every chance now for Rayton to really try and push and make up those extra little bits of seconds everywhere that he can. If he's got Felgen's got some lap traffic ahead of him, that's the bite that you got to take.
That's exactly what we were discussing before, the situation of why aren't my blue flags like that? Felgen will be very frustrated behind the blue flag cars going down the mountain because he can't do anything about it. And they don't have to get out of the way until after Forest Elbow. Whereas Rayton, he's got quick track to use now and can really close in.
So next time, should be here somewhere.
Yeah, just a little bit further up the road. We'll see when Felgen goes through. Okay, there's Felgen. There is Rayton going through it now.
Under the...
No, he actually he's lost time.
Lost time? Wow. Not even sure where or how he could have done that. That's crazy.
Slipstream.
Don't know how much more slippage stream you'll get over the top of the mountain. I suppose obviously that's
it all depends on the pace of the car that you're trying to get past.
Yeah, it's true. That's it. If you can...
not sure which car it was that was blue flagged.
Oh, and look at that. Next timing, he's now down to 3.2. So he's obviously made up that through the chase there as well. Over Felgen with that slower car in front that he's now got past. So he's managed to claw back 0.9 of a second, just on coming from down Conrod in that third sector. This is still on, boys. This is still on.
Thank you to everyone who's still here, still sticking with us, as we have just under 40 minutes to go. It's been a long race, it's been a tiresome race, whether you're driving or even just watching. We've had so much content, so much great racing, so many unfortunate incidents as well. But it's, yeah, I barely used any of my offhand notes outside of the sim racing world to talk about, because there's been so much to talk about on screen.
That's it. Action aplenty.
We're just looking at our current Pro-Am leader, Ben Vintner, in the Sofa King Slow Lamborghini.
Definitely in their own little bubble, but yeah, currently ahead of the top silver class car by some margin as well. So good job by that car. I think that car definitely not had its own clean running as well in the number 90. But yeah, good job with good pace to stay at pretty much outside of the sort of top pro bubble.
Again, I mean, we were just looking at the number 19 before. Saw Tarquin and chat mention that there was some last-stint drama for this car with the previous driver having pretty bad lag spikes. So they had to swap that driver out and put Pickford into the car to finish off this race. So they had a bit of drama.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, there's been a few spikes here and there as the server is ever holding on, let's say, but obviously also personal connections can be a little bit sketchy as well. But yeah, unfortunate there for the car 19. I think that's definitely a car that's had no real issue the whole race, to say the least. 9 stops, Tarquin says, for the Bentley, which is got to be one of the lowest in this field, surely.
That's a great effort to be able to last this long. That's yeah, 9 stops. Whew. Over 11 and a half hours. That's great running. That's great economy. That's great tyre life wear. That's hats off to those guys.
It's not good for Terry. 2 cars in front of him that might even be fighting for position. I think it's 959 and I believe the 499 Austrian Racing a little bit further down the field, but yeah, they don't want to be getting out the way. But it is about 3-second gap between Felgen and Rayton, and we'll see if he's lost any time between that. Yes, he's lost a second, so that's back down now to 4 seconds. So he gained, but then lost as the ebbs and flows of the traffic affect both P3 and 4. dare say, looking at John Sneakers in P5, if P3 and 4 do have any battles on track and get slowed up, he's going to be right there to take advantage as well. 300 Rackmat, the Bentley of MRT has now come into the pits. What I imagine is its final stop. There's a splash and dash.
No. It probably won't be a splash. I don't think it would be a splash and dash. Because we were sort of discussing this earlier. Like, I mean, the race is nearly over, so I can sort of expose some of our trade secrets. But we were originally going to be doing a splash and dash until, you know, incident.
Thing happened.
Thing happened, yeah. So, yeah, thing happened, and then I had to, give the car to Budley, and then all that sort of threw that splash and dash out the window. But no, we were planning to do a splash and dash at the end of this race. It would have been probably about 20 minutes extra that we'd have to do on the tyres.
That's a lot to do on a set of tyres extra, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, well, I mean, it would have been 36 had if Fadley has done the splash and dash here, which I doubt it, but we'll see.
Yeah, looking at 795, they're going through the chase now, and yeah, you guys in the 300 are, I believe, Forest Elbow. So yeah, I think even a splash and dash would have been, would not even been enough to overhaul that.
Getting very close to the closing point of this race now. 33 minutes to go. Got well over 300 laps, which is an unbelievable achievement.
That is some very quick racing, Matt. To be able to get that many laps in is fantastic. It goes to show dry race and a cool race too. Very low consistent speeds, lap speeds is,
Might break 350, maybe. It's really tight for Zachary Smith, but 32 minutes to do 15 laps. Doable, I'd say. At his pace.
At his pace, pretty well bang on the 2 minutes, just over the 2 minute mark. So be very much looking at the 350s. Yep, I reckon you're on the mark there.
Might be the only one to do it, let's say, with the lead that they have. As you can see, Terry is really pushing, trying to catch Falcon, who's also really pushing as well. It's going to be tit for tat. They've cleared a lot of the traffic so far. I think they've only got a few more cars, and one of them is the P6 of Connor Hines, so I don't think they'll be catching him too quickly. If they do, yes, there he is. You can see his target up the road, and be pushing on hard as nails. It's it's difference between P4 and the podium when you're this close. I dare say go for it.
Absolutely. There'll be nothing left in the accelerator, the brakes, the suspension. Everything will be getting push. Do what he can to catch up. But they're still sitting around that, just over that 3 second mark. So it's, Felgen's doing a great job to be able to keep it at bay, keep that same time, that same gap. He's doing really well, especially in amongst all the lap traffic, to maintain that gap. Doing really good.
We're just over half an hour to go. We'll run through the top 10. It's Zachary Smith in the 919, fastest lap, leading by 2 laps over P2. All on them, all to lose, to say the least. Last lap was a 2 minute dead, 0.6 only half a second slower than their fastest lap. So that's a statement of intent right there, or just casual alien things. Going down to P2 is Fahad in the GSR Elite Esports. It's the 711 car, been quietly plucking away ever since their first lap shenanigans. And done a very good job throughout that car for sure. In P3 is Felgen, currently in a tight little battle with Rayton, and then Sneakers about 12 seconds behind. Looking to be a big fight between 444, 520 and 191 for that final step on the podium. P6 in the 795 MRT, MRT, my bad, but in the Valkyrie M Sport Ferrari of Connor Hind. Oh, as he gets a little power slide, showboat for the stream, love to see it. Well
Good
done. As he looks to probably hunkering down in that P6. I'm not sure if they're going to go forward or backwards, but Rackmack only 22 seconds behind in the 300. The pole-sitting Bentley, unfortunately, the MRT Bentley, they got it right this time. And yep, that's the last of our, second last of our pro cars in the top 10. But we have the Pro-Am leader of Ben Bittner in the Lamborghini, the number 90 car, Sofa King Slow. Done an excellent job as faster by Rackman the 300 Bentley at 2 minutes. Then it's not all 919's game. They gotta respond with that one. But just to go back to Michael Pickford in the Kovacs blue Bentley, holding down the silver lead for that car, letting through the fellow Bentley through into Griffins. Love to see the Bentley boys at the hill mounted again. And lastly, P10 for our P10 starter as well. The Sim Seniors, they've qualified P10 in main qualifying, P10 in shootout, and here they are now with half an hour to go, P10 in the top 10. Excellent stuff. I think they'll be very happy with that because that car's been up and down through the field for sure as well, and that's a very reputable position to be in, especially this far into the race. So that's your top 10, but never say never. 28 minutes left to go here at the Octane Pumobile Bathurst 12 hour for 2024.
That's the thing, when you say never, you're saying never twice.
It's the
It's a
old
double negative.
That's it. So it's got to be a positive. It's got to be a positive. Which is
now rain.
Which is what this race is all about. It's all about the positives. It's the wins, and it's the win for all the teams that are there. Or it's a win for the commentators. It's a win for the stewards. It's a win for all the guys in the back end that you never see and you never hear of. The guys, the stewards. It's the guys that are actually making this even go to YouTube and live streaming it all. It's a win for those guys as well. It's being able to have this race again year after year after year with packed field. We up until this morning we had 40 cars starting this race. It's wins galore. So it's definitely the double negative. Oh, that was very close to the wall there. Oh, would not have been able to slice a piece of cheese between that brick wall and his car. He's 100% pushing. 100% pushing there, Felden. Oh. Oh, goodness.
Indeed, yes. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes that makes this all possible. Thank you to Cricky for the cinematic and the graphics. Thank you to Neil and Glenn for the broadcast. Thank you to our stewards. Thank you to our race directors, Matt Powell, Mike as well, Mike and Zed. Thank you to everyone who's behind the scenes making this all possible. Thank you to Simrigs. Thank you to Playmobil as well. And thank you for Kunos for not having us an update just before the race. Oh wait, you did. All the hoops that the Kunos like to throw at us before this race, but we're here now. We've had no real server issues at all. A little bit of delayed start, but that's it as most. But yes, very successful event all around. Round of applause, yes, in chat. Thank you very much.
100%.
With no rain.
Rain when? Lord's when?
No rain. No rain.
Yeah, no.
What is this, iRacing?
Yes. Yeah. We've actually been playing iRacing all along.
Look at the gap now, 1.2 seconds between Felgen and Rayton. Oh, we need this to the end. We need it to keep us propped, keep us awake, keep us energized. But it's coming down ever so, lap after lap. Great show from these two, and they've got a bunch of cars to clear as well. This is not what Felgen needs. He's got 2 cars, 2 Lamborghinis potentially fighting for position, but on the blue flags, on the requirements to get out of the way, but not required to move on the mountain as per the race director's notes before the race. And definitely don't want to pick up a penalty. We have seen a penalty, even for the leader got a penalty for diving a car on the blue flags and causing an avoidable incident. Oh, as Falcon was went a little bit light over the crest and had to correct a little bit, and thankfully got it all under control. But gathers it up and is still facing forward. Oh my goodness, hearts are pumping right here at Bathurst.
Wow, he did well to hold on to that one. You can tell he's pushing.
I'm surprised he's not flashing these lights. Get out of my way, you cost me for surely. Between these two, won't be sending Christmas cards to these two in particular. That's just how it goes. One thing Felgen does have in his pocket is he is probably in the stronger car in the straight line, so if it does get close enough for a tow, I think it's going to be a lot of work for Terry to put the move on him, but we'll see how this develops.
Plenty of time to go for Rayton to try for something. Of course, got the blue flag just in between, but yeah, 1.1 seconds. It is looking very tight as there. Oh, there's 59.
Oh, there it is.
The 59 has been achieved.
Bentley.
The pole man says, I'm still here.
Wow. That is not holding back there from Rashmat.
919 couldn't get it done, so he brushes the outside wall on the entry Felgen. He's pushing every little bit. This Lambo up ahead is not conceded at all. Been behind him for a few, more than a few corners now. So yeah, it's gonna be this is not gonna be good for Felgen at all. I believe that is Herbert. Yes, in the 69 Pit Viper. I mean, no slow peddler is Mr. Herbert, but definitely hindering a little bit is he is for Felgen, but he is not obliged to concede on the mountain as per race director's rules. So we'll see. He'll definitely be getting the flashes, but surely, as I think it's Felgen taps the wall again on the exit of Forest Elbow, and that'll be costing him a little bit. But Terry's still just there, hasn't made much of a gain on him on this lap, and yeah, we'll have to watch this space still.
Things very closely. The Pit Viper car is rather quick, so may just be able to keep Rayton in the equation. In fact, yeah, you can see he's visibly closer now.
Terry will want to clear him before Griffin's 100%.
Oh, he absolutely will. Like, the gap between Terry and Redor is 8 tenths, so if the Pit Viper car doesn't let him go, then there's a penalty coming the way of the Pit Viper car.
Yeah, because I thought it was a little bit marginal before when they were, because he didn't concede to Felgen. So Felgen was further back, but yep, there he is, getting out the way. I hope, yep,
maybe
he's lifting off. Yep. Oh, brewing slowly up to a boil, to a stew. is the battle for the last podium spot. 8 within a second now, 8/10 according to the last split marker. Oh, it's a little bit of a wide entry for Felgen at the cutting, and that's going to compromise his run up throughout the hill. And getting a little bit ragged now, whereas Terry is looking very, very composed through the metal grate. Coming up to McPhillamy Park right now, both cars pretty decent over the top for the most part. Definitely two of the probably strongest as they jump now into Skyline. Left, right, left, clip the curbs, not too much, not too little, as they jump down through the dipper and coming up to Forest Elbow. Bear in mind, if you're thinking Falcon's car looks a bit weird, he is obviously racing from, I believe, Europe, so his car does sort of move around a bit weirdly. Do not be too alarmed. He's had a good run down. Be alarmed, or be alarmed. Do what you want. I'm not your mum or your dad.
or any, or yeah.
Do what you want with that
I'm
one.
tired.
I am tired too, but I am breathing in the copium. If the rain isn't here, then I want the battle for P3 to deliver.
You'll be like those ones at the cinema that wait for something to happen even after the credits have finished and just don't leave.
No matter how boring the scrolling of the names are, I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah.
I paid for the whole film. I'm gonna watch the whole film.
And let me tell you, this one is definitely one of those ones that you want to watch to the end. This is the
secret end credits.
That's it. All the names have come and gone. The boring part of No Rain. And here we go. Here is the final little secret movie, the little secret film at the back end.
Sorry, yes. The last 15 minutes are pay-per-view. Please send in your money to as well. Cut the stream off now, suckers.
This is going to be excellent entertainment right to the end. And just looking further down the field, that P6 isn't completely sewn up yet. It doesn't look quite the pace of Fadley's showing. Yeah, 15 seconds may seem like a lot, but that was 27 before.
Oh, Connor Hindblom, nice. There's going to be catching him at a rate of knots. That put him, because Connor's only just up the road from these two, so I'm guessing that he must be not too far behind this lot. Yeah, he's at Forest Elbow right now. 17 minutes left. Big ass, but man's just done a 59, so.
He is, yeah, definitely having a good run of things. But, keep an eye on this P3 battle. Seems Radar Felgen has managed to pick up a little bit of pace on this lap and has broken away just a touch.
Ranger needs to stay in his toe because he needs every bit of speed he can possibly get, because the McLaren will be topping out higher than the Ferrari for sure come the end of Conrad. But Felgen looks, I think, it's a little bit on the wraps a little bit ever since they've cleared the absolute train of traffic they had, the road train that they were dealing with in 20 minutes or so ago. Said though, a few more cars up ahead. A stop car facing backwards. Oh, watch out! Whoa! Terry gets wobbly coyote on the exit, and thankfully, nothing more came of it.
He's still going to be standing there. He's still there.
Thankfully, offline.
Yes, moved himself to the side.
It's a 68 of Smith, I believe. Sorry, no, it's someone else. Yep, sorry, no, Smith. You're gonna be waiting there for a while, and now's your time to go and do a million pointer.
And take the whole front of your car.
Give up. Yep, back to green.
Yep.
Oh dear. Oh dear, dear. It's been a while since our last incident.
He'll be sitting there for a couple of minutes, I'd say.
Absolutely. Connor's car doesn't look too healthy on the front, so maybe he's been in the wars a little bit with the lap traffic. hence why the gap has probably come down as quickly as it has from Rackmat. Granted, is still doing red hot lap times.
Yeah, that Bentley is absolutely loving this cold air. I don't know if it's that or if it's just a little bit of fresh air in front of him as well. Finding a really good groove, getting to the point where it's like, all right, hair down, let's go. Let's see what this baby's got.
Did come in with about 36 minutes to go, so the tyres will still be fresh and there wouldn't be as much fuel in the car either.
Yeah, very true, very true. It's normally by the time
the gap is down to 12.7. You know, it really is not sewn up for P6 yet. There is a fair bit of traffic on the way.
Yeah, a couple cars there, but far out. 15 minutes, and he's dropping all but a second or second and a half a lap.
If he catches up to Terry Rayton, Terry's not going to let him through if he's still fighting for that P3. Not happening.
It's just what happens if the front, if Terry and Riddle get closer to Connor, really. I think that's going to be the deciding factor.
It's going to be a big decision from Connor to when he lets them go and how much time he will lose as a result. He needs to be as tactical as he can about it.
Oh, AVR want their fastest lap back.
Yes, they're going for it. I was thinking, I was surprised they didn't come back at us with another fastest lap, but they're pitted. I think it's a fresh set of boots and no fuel whatsoever. The minimum fuel now down to 20 track. So maybe we gotta get. Will we get the Zachary Smith 58 after all?
Meanwhile, further down the field, the number 91 Kovacs entry is catching the 41 car really quick. Currently, gap is 1.6. So there's a few battles actually starting to form towards the latter stage of this race.
Absolutely, that's between Kovacs Racing Red and the Kung Fu Motorsports McLaren. Both McLarens, both got a mixture of drivers. Mixture of co-commentators as well, with Sean Muller and Leo Dreyer.
I think just out of the edge of the screen there too, there was a overtake P number 200 for position 23. Didn't quite see that one there between Ferrari and the Aston.
Where Radar is, and there you can see where Connor Hind is. So there is a bit to go in this one, but it will definitely be just all the happenings, and I could expect us Smithy to pull in a pretty feisty lap now. He's on fresh set of boots, got minimal fuel in the car, just wants to get everything he can out of this one.
He's got a decent gap now to the number 16 car, so he needs to do it now because otherwise he's going to have to clear all that in the next 12 minutes. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough time to. So it'll be, I dare say, this lap or the next lap we'll see that fastest lap attempt. Ryan Green wants an onboard from that. I think he also wants a commentary curse for his AVR car as well, by the sounds of asking for that.
all right, let's give him the commentary curse. Alright, Zachary Smith done brilliantly. Now let's watch this impromptu
that delta is not representative. Ignore it for now, but we'll one more now. Chucks it into Griffin Bend, holding it in P3, using all the exit, all the millimeters, as he comes into now the cutting. Drop down to second gear, right on the throttle, down on TC1, squirming away, but definitely under control in the hands of Zachary Smith. Through now Reed Park, ever zoomy is the McLaren, and it's going to be as fast as hell. Here he comes, up again, right up against the wall, through McPhillamy, not really touching that inside curve. It's too much depth for these mid-engine cars, and now down to Skyline, straight lined it, left, right, and left again for the dipper. tucks it in a little bit wide on that one. It might cost a little bit of time, cost his little exit, but now come down to Forrest. Elbow gets it nice and tight in. Yep, right up against the wall, and right up against the wall again on the exit. Now for the Conrod straight. Coming down, 4th gear, 5th gear, and coming up to well past 250 kilometers an hour. Pulls and gets 6. Coming up to 270. What will he reach? I dare say he'll be up to the high 280s. Already to 285 now. 286, 7, and on the brakes. Coming into the chase, halted in 2nd. TC1 still hasn't dropped it down. Don't think they're that adventurous. They don't want it that badly. But here now, here's the last corner. What's it gonna be? On the brakes, turns it in, gets on the gas, and it's going to be a 59.91. It is the fastest lap from Zachary Smith. The crown has been taken back from Rackmat, from the Bentley, and dare say, I think that's all we'll see from that, unless he wants to file on again, but he does have traffic up ahead.
Warm-up lap.
Isn't that just putting it in your face? Yeah, you think you can go fast. Alright, check this out.
Watch this.
The quality.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Houlihan says this is the warm-up lap, so it might go even faster since, but he does have a Lambo in the way. We'll see how we go from that one. Hopefully he might catch him just at the right point before Forest Elbow. It's one of the ANZ CRL cars, the AM cars, so this might compromise him, unfortunately. And no obligatory due to get out the way on the hill, as per race director's notes. Yep, getting very, very closer at the wrong point. This is not where he wants to find them. And it's going to compromise him for sure. It's gone. Bye-bye.
Meanwhile, Belgian is about 2.2 clear of Rayton, so I think that Belfort P3 may have just settled down now, and the Bricks 520 car may have just sealed it.
Yeah, I think he's found his original pace, and good effort from Terry to push as hard as he can, as we're now on the rack mat. Now switching to TC off for the top of the hill. Oh, these aliens, they just got to flex on us, surely.
What can Rackmat do? He's got his TC off, he's pushing around. The Delta is good so far. But it's going to be a tough ask on the tyres he's got now. Giving it a fair old crack.
He's been on those tyres for a while, so if he improves even now, that's got to be very impressive. TC off for the Conrod. Not that you need it really much going down here. But yes, Rackmat knows best, knows that machine better than any of us, I dare say. That's for sure.
Interesting to see how what his top speed ends up getting at with the Bentley. They're normally pretty quick down through here. Just clipping the 284, sorry. Oof. Still fast.
That's only 5 1,000ths between those 2 laps. And that was a fresh set of boots.
Right. That's a great. Oh, is that 0.03 off his
37 thousandths between them. And that's, Rackmat is on an old set of tyres now in comparison to Zach Smith's fresh set of boots. Yeah, very, very impressive. He's trying. Go on, son. He's trying. He put it. Go on. What can you lose? 7.6 seconds now to Connor Hine, though. It's not. I don't think he's really thinking about the lap time. He's thinking about the position, if anything. Even though he's got P3 and P4 between them.
Oh, that's really pushing, isn't he? There's nothing left. There is nothing left.
Just over 6 minutes to go, and everyone is not conceding. Everyone's pushing still for these last few positions. Gotta love it. Oh, there it is.
Oh my god.
There it is. Goalpost, well and truly moved. Pick him up. run down the field, up and down again. Definitely going to be out of Rackmat's reach, but Connor Hyde isn't yet. Never say never. But 59.5 from Zach Smith. That was the lap time I was expecting. It was just a warm up. The 59.91. Yes, incredible stuff, and he's still going quicker as well.
Well, yeah, he got a bit of a slipstream going up mountain straight, so that's helped him a fair bit.
Let's see if McLaren needs any more straight line.
And that's it. He's got a nice clear bit of track ahead of him too. So although there is traffic up around the next corner, he'll catch him. But I think he'll be right.
Too far ahead.
Yeah.
He might get a tow for the Conrod.
Yeah, that's it. But right now he's hovering about that 10th improvement.
He's back in the mindset. He's back in his Friday night shootout mindset.
That's it.
Oh, look at the time gain through the dipper.
My goodness, up to 3/10, and right up to the thing. A little bit of a scrub on the exit, and lost a little bit of time, but still plenty up on his time. And yes, he will want this Ferrari up ahead to get out of the way, but he's too far ahead at this point. It should hopefully be uninterrupted.
Let's take a look through the chase. That was nice and clean. Getting a beautiful exit. This is going to be a 59.2 if he keeps it clean through the final corner. And he's done just that. And there you go. 59.270.
That's just called wiping it in your face, isn't it? That's just next level racing. That is next level racing.
Fourth lap. Meanwhile, that battle for P3 once again has gotten a bit more feisty because the gap's now down to 1.4 seconds. Racing, who is on a lap that will prove his personal best from this stint so far. And there you can see Felgen right there. 1.2 seconds with 2 laps to go. Oh, and there's Rackman.
Right up on their butts. Yeah, now he's a lap down. A couple.
Yeah,
he's certainly holding pace. Definitely holding pace, as you would expect. With the level of finesse and quality that these guys have.
I think Zachary Smith will be starting his 350th lap very soon as well, and Deso might reach 351 come the end of this race.
Yeah, there'll be 351 laps in this race.
Yeah, well, you guys
maybe 352 actually, because upon the end of this lap is 350. If he gets around quick enough, he might be able to do 352.
Oh, it's right on the limit yet, but he is doing first 59s. It's only just ticked as he went over the line. It was ticked around 202, 201. P10 just binned? Something happened with P10?
731. Yeah, 731 at the chase.
Oh no, the Sim Seniors car. Oh dear, oh dear. They're going slow. Yep, you can see the white dot on the screen.
Oh, they're pitting.
Oh, they have to pit. Oh dear, surely
no.
hold it out. Oh, it must be terminal enough. No.
Did someone say?
Oh, there's a big yellow at the top. Big. There's a gaggle of cars.
Oh,
Yellow
yeah.
at the top.
What's happening there?
422.68. The leader's coming up to that point right now. Car number 2 as well. What's happening here? Oh god, there's 2 Mercedes going slow.
Oh
Leader's coming.
my god, it's a graveyard.
The 68 car as well, the Aston Martin. Hopefully the leader navigates that all too well. That might be that 352 lap gone as a result. He probably definitely had to check out for sure.
That was a graveyard.
Yeah.
That was just a whole. It was like a big chunk of cheese that someone's left on the map. All the yellow.
Cameron, what is it with you and cheese?
Cheese. I like cheese.
Cheese.
Cheers, Gromit.
Zachary Smith and Alpha Venture Racing have done fantastic. I still not sure whether they're going to
30
get
seconds.
one more lap in, but it'll be marginal.
Do we build up or not? Oh, I don't know. What's he gonna do?
18 seconds.
Stop go 30. Oh,
Or is he just going to slow it down and just let it end?
Nah.
10 seconds.
Oh, it's,
Nice.
nah, it's not enough, I don't think.
In
No,
that
it's
case,
not.
well done to
No.
Alpha Ventura
how's that
Racing.
for
919, left, right, the wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Well done to Zachary
Well done.
Smith, Matthew Lamb, Michael Pignata, and Marino Morella. Excellent stuff from all four of you. Absolute textbook. Not even close. 2 laps behind. Here's Gafor Fahad for GSR Esports Elite, coming in P2. A valiant race as well. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. And P3 is Felgen in the Bricks Racing 520. Was on the threat from Terry Rayton in the dying stages, but has fended it off very well. Gap now down to 5 seconds and has held through, navigated the traffic perfectly, comes out, brakes for the last corner, turns it in, and here is your P3 position, followed closely by the P7 Bentley, the pole sitter, and briefly fastest lap. Here is Terry Rayton, P4 in the laundry house, valiant effort to try and get on the podium, and John Sinika's excellent, I dare say, recovery of the race for this car was back at the field, last on the end of the first lap, now finishes P5 for Kovacs Racing McPurple. Oh, dip! Connor Hind, but he's finished. It's okay. They've given it a bit of a scare at the end, but has finished P6. Excellent stuff. You jump now. Sorry, take it away, Alexis.
Yeah, well, that is quite the race we've had there, so just looking here at Fitner, our Pro-Am winner with the Sofa King Slow, number 90 Pro-Am entry. Very well done to them.
Yes, Michael Pickford is leaving out the silver in the other Bentley, and just ahead, the GTR makes it into the top 10 of Rockets Evolved. Did start last on the grid. The other second great recovery of this race is 0-0 of this race as well. Unfortunately, at the death, gains that over the P11 of 731 Sim Seniors. Commiserations to those boys.
Well, that does it then. And there is still no rain.
Still no rain at the end.
Still no rain. Watch
Big-
Kailami be a washout for sprints next week.
Well, we'll take a look at our race results here. And it was Zachary Smith, Matt Lamb, Matt Pinata, and Marino Morella for Alpha Venture Racing taking it out. It was stunning race from them. Then you had the GSR team there in P2, and then the Bricks 520 car finishing in P3. Well done to all the drivers involved who have finished on the podium there. Then you had the Laundry House entry there in P4, then Kovacs P5. So plenty of brilliant talent amongst there. Go
Yep.
into our
Take us
silver
through the
class. Got Pickford, Johnson, Clark, and Viney in the number 19 Kovacs entry, taking out the silver class from the Rockets Evolve 111, and then the 69 Pit Viper entry in P3. Let's go over to our Pro-Am entry, Sofa King Slow in P1, then the 987 Porsche there, P2, and then 716 Pixel Races in P3. And in the AM class, we had the 33 Ferrari take it out, then the 200 Ferrari in P2, and the 16 Lamborghini in P3. .351 laps completed.
the only car to do over 350 laps.
So that will pretty much wrap us up for what has been a fantastic Memorable 2024 Bathurst 12-hour. Thank you to all the drivers, all the stewards, all the staff, all the commentators, everyone who has been involved in getting this event up and running, and thank you especially to the viewers who have tuned in today and watched what has been quite an incredible race once again at Bathurst.
That's it. Thank you to Online